Hi, chat. Hello, chat. How do you do, chat? Let's see. First of all, Arfie, thank you so much for the 9 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Chat, show him some love. Oh, somebody just died. All right. So Saturn is an MVP and finished out decorating this room and put in the wheelchair and the med kit and stuff. Moosh, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. Chat, show him some love for that awesome, awesome support. We appreciate Moosh. Alright, so yeah, we got our little room here decorated, and it's really funny because there's a wheelchair. Let's see. Gonna just scooch on out of here. But she finished out the house, which is interesting. It turned out pretty good. I don't know if she's fully done, but... Mecha Johnny, thank you for the tier 2 5 months. Welcome back. But she finished the living area as well. Added the back door, which I think looks really good, by the way. And she did add the rest of the bar, which is funny. So yeah, looks great. I like it. Well, I mean, she has a kitchen. It's over here. Achoo! Bless you, Darth. And thank you for the binnies. But yeah, I love this. I think it's great. I can't remember if... I think I need to take this with me. Oh, 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 this is bad. This is really bad. What? Okay, we're just gonna keep that in mind for the future. That's a thing. Noted. Well, anyway, there's like a town hall or something gonna happen soon, so I do kind of want to go to that. Just to see what happens. I don't really know if I'm gonna stay. Because... we'll see. I wonder if Juno's around. Welcome back, Meowsles. And yeah, Taco Vendor, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You're amazing. I appreciate that support. Coming in hot for the hype train. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat, show him some love. You know what to do. How do hype trains work? Well, they get us all hype, and then we're hyped up for the support. And yeah. But who is train? Everyone. We're all the hype train. I was hoping we might be able to get a ride, but perhaps not. Tess is just that kind of guy. So anyway, chat, how is everybody doing today? How are we feeling? Are we well? Are we healthy? Are we happy? Are we cozy? Comfortable? Okay. A little sweaty. It's hot. It's reasonable. My throat's doing okay. It's more so my lungs that are the issue at the moment. I am doing a lot better than I was last week. So I'm hoping that maybe it's on its way out. I don't know. Maybe the pollen's going down. We took Oberon for a walk on Sunday. Oh god. Can't. It's so hard to stay in a straight line on this thing. And the ground, it looked like it had snowed a little bit. But it turns out it was just the cotton from the cottonwood trees. Just, it was everywhere. I took a picture. It's this garbage. This stuff. It was everywhere. It's horrible. I hate this stuff. It needs to go away. And I'm pretty sure that's what triggered everything. Okay. Alright, that sounds good. So yeah. I'm doing okay. I'm still using all my medications and stuff that I was given. The pulmonologist still hasn't called me, and I called back a week after my doctor's visit. And I was like, are they supposed to call me? And they're like, yes, it's still being authorized, which kind of worries me. Like, I don't know if they're just gonna be like, oh no, this isn't, it's not authorized, we can't approve this appointment or something. I'm worried about that. So they said they're still waiting for everything and they're gonna call me when the appointment's available. But it could take a couple of weeks. Or I think she said a few weeks, which it kind of bothers me. Yeah, it's not really an insurance referral because I'm not actually insured and I pay out of pocket. So if it is insurance that's holding me up and they're just gonna decline because I don't have insurance, that is gonna be an issue. That's mainly why I'm concerned. Oh god. Oh god. Can we go? Can we roll? Hello? Come on. That's the trouble with having a job like this. It's not exactly easy to get good insurance. Oh. Come on. But yeah, I am still coughing quite a lot, but it's not, I don't feel like I can't breathe anymore, which is nice.
You're kidding!
You're kidding. Yes, breathing is good. And honestly, it's something you sort of take for granted when you can actually do it without problems. It is extremely exhausting. Pride Month does start tomorrow, that's true. The weirdest part about all of it, though, for me right now is that the only symptom that I had was just the shortness of breath. There was nothing else really associated. Like I didn't have postnasal drip. I didn't have a runny nose. My nose wasn't itchy. My eyes weren't itchy. Like, so it wasn't like your typical allergies kind of situation. Yeah, it was just really an uncomfortable experience. Are they actually hosting this inside? That's weird. It's probably really crowded. Fine. Okay, so how did the metal detector scuff work? Oh my god, please. Please just go. Should I go in through the back? I feel like it's fine if I'm on duty for this. Duty on and go in the front. Does that work?
Hello.
Oh my god. I hate this. I hate this so much. Why? Ah! Ah! Okay, we got it. We got this. Boxing Elephant, by the way, thank you for the 26 months. Eh.
This justice role is not someone you're going to see on the docket every day. You may not see them in the city. This is more of an oversight role within the DOJ to discuss policy on a high level. The three people who have been appointed as justices to start are going to be Rachel Parker, Jerry Callow, and John Bailey. Below them will be the senior judges. These people will handle the docket work, the serious cases, serial assaults and killings, anything that requires a more experienced hand. You're going to have Fitzpatrick, Grayson, Adams, Braun, and Serge Cross. Serge Cross is back to being a judge.
Ron.
Holden. Reading the wrong set of names. Okay, so Holden and Serge Cross. Appointed judges. These judges do not need to run for re-election due to their more recent hire into the DOJ, not to do with their competency, is going to be Schwinghammer and Rosa Garcia. They are appointed judges. They do not need to run for election. There are a number of judges being sought as sort of appointed judges. We've appointed 5 of them from other jurisdictions. They come with, good experience, good perspective. You may see them around. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even remember all their names yet. So you'll see them around in the app, you'll see them in the judge section, and they'll be the ones that you may see holding open court. For those of you who may be around during the shift 3 AU hours, we've endeavored to hire a couple of judges to cover those hours, so no more barren landscape in that time zone.
Yeah.
Oh, and just, I know this won't affect a lot of people, but to the note on the 5-hour trials, moving forward on a docket case, there will only be 2 witnesses for each side on the day in court. So what this means is there's a big, drug trafficking case. You may have 2 cops who are like the star witnesses who did most of the investigating, did most of the research and all that, did the bust. The cops who showed up and got shot or helped process the scene or whatever, they'll just write statements. We may do depositions if those statements are controversial, but we'll have the statements written first. Same thing for like doctors with autopsies, things like that. And then the defense can look at those statements and decide if there's any they want to force a deposition on. But this should cut down immensely on the time requirement for docket cases. So, hopefully it's a bit more palatable for everybody. And I think that is it. All these appointments are subject to review at any time by myself and the Senate group. If y'all have any questions, you can feel free to ask now, or if you want to raise them to me later privately, that's fine as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Crane. Anybody have any questions regarding any of these DOJ changes?
Perfect.
Cassie, is there anything you want to add before I proceed?
No, but for the questions upcoming, if you guys can make sure that you guys keep it clear and concise when you do ask your questions, and hopefully we can get as many people as we can. Yeah, and if you're hungry, come over here.
Listen, as far as the PD changes, and obviously I brought members of the police department with me that you can look around and see. Standing to my right is my wonderful sheriff of the Blaine County Sheriff's Office.
You're good.
Along with also members of high command that we represent today, being the chief and the game warden. The PD has gone through a lot of changes in order to focus on making sure that it's in its best form after restructure after restructure after restructure. And I'm going to be honest, I'm sure the most topic that people want to talk about the most is corruption within the PD. Well, I got some good news for y'all. Last week, I've adopted a new policy within the police department where members of command, high command,
You're all informal.
receive zero tolerance policy when it comes to any acts of corruption, meaning even a hint of corruption can get them fired. They need to be upstanding citizens of Los Santos who try to reflect to be the perfect role model to make sure that we can stop this plague that's been happening within our police department. And those are changes that we're trying to push for. At the same time, making sure that accountability and transparency are the most important keys and factors in, this campaign we're going on.
Okay, so when are you firing Carmine?
You literally admitted to me last
Oh
night
my
that you
God.
stopped trying to kill me under the rug.
Shelly, save your questions for the very
Jesus
end.
Christ.
And
Chat, I'm gonna step away for a sec. I need to
feelings-
go and get my medications
I'm not
actually
gonna
because I haven't
acknowledge-
taken them yet.
I'm
So
only
I'll be right
acknowledge
back.
facts. So if you want to talk facts, I'm more than
It is a
happy to
fact.
talk about. That is your opinion, Shelly.
You admitted to me last night.
He's-
Wait for the questions.
Oh shit!
Shelly,
He's drinking. Come on, you guys are supposed to...
if you hear for drama, then don't let the door hit you where the Lord split you on your way out.
I mean, I thought we were here for accountability. It sounds like she's trying to hold somebody accountable.
Right, those are.
Winning it out. I'll wait for the questions.
When we talk
So-
about accountability, it means in the court of law and within the police department, not the court of public opinion. obviously, if Shelly wants to make a statement to the police about us after the fact, we're more than happy to look into her statements and to what Carmine allegedly did. But this isn't the time or place, and we all know that.
Yep, exactly. Because I'm not here to go in circles and spend hours talking about the same conversation. I'm here to address the issues and move forward together. I'm here to make sure that y'all feel safe when dealing with the PD. I know some of you will smile, some of you roll your eyes, some of you will be like, oh, here we go again. But if you never change that attitude, then yes, you'll be forever stuck in that mindset. I'm imploring all of you to give us a chance to make this happen. And I can't make this happen by myself. I need your help. I need your, I need you to work with me here, right? Because it takes two to tango. And we're coming here to answer any questions that we can provide with you today. Some of the questions that you might have today for us might be a bit sensitive to where we can't talk about it due to the fact that it could lead to somebody getting hurt. And I don't want that to happen today. We're here for resolution, not violence. I don't want y'all to turn to violence as an answer to your solution for your problems. The PD should be here to make sure that that happens. The PD should be here to make sure that if you are a victim of a crime, we do everything we can to not only catch the criminal, but also let you know there's updates on the case. Things like that we're working on. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'll also let the Sheriff Toretti here speak and the Game Warden as well regarding what they plan on trying to do and what else they've been working on for the PD.
I'll add too, look, if you don't trust the PD, that's fine. I get that. But y'all know me. I'll call shit out how I see it. So if you come to me with some bullshit that PD did and you want it looked into and you don't trust PD to look into it, tell me about it, bring it up to me, and I'll bring it to Bass or whoever I think will actually look into it. So if you don't feel comfortable going to them, feel free to come to me.
Yes, that's corrupt though.
Shelly, you can
So I
save your
just said you
questions.
could come to me or,
Right.
and I can go to somebody. So obviously, if you come to me and say, hey, Bass did this to me, I'm not going to go to Bass. I'm not fucking stupid.
I mean, my bosses are the senators, right? So if you truly believe I'm corrupt or I'm acting or abusing the power or the badge, the oath I swore, let me know. Or take it to the doctor or talk to Crane. I'm more than happy to have a conversation about any issues you have. Like I said, I got nothing to hide. I've had a past. I learned from it. I've made some stupid mistakes. However, it made me a better person. So, I'm more than happy to have a Q&A. What I'll ask is you make a line, and then you step up to the podium, and you ask your question, and then you go to the back of the line.
Hello?
All right. State your name and your occupation, please.
My name is Marty Banks. I am the owner of Xmart and a few other businesses. And I feel like
Harry Potter. Yeah, Marty.
I feel like the PD likes to make changes, and sometimes
Marty.
those changes will be really great in order to ensue balance and whatnot. But I feel like a common issue is relaying and being able to bridge that gap from shift 1 to shift 2 to shift 3, and it all seems to get lost in the communication in between. Do you have a solution to bridge that gap?
Thank you so much, Marty. Actually, you just gave me a very, very good question. All right. And the answer to that is I'm working on it, and I have a system built in within the MDW to have command reports so we can send out memos to all members of command to where they can read it as they sip their cup of coffee before they clock on and go out there and patrol to make sure that we're on the same page. So information from shift 1 to shift 2, shift 3 is all consistent on the same page.
I'd also like to add to that is pull back the curtain a little bit. But before the PD restructure, we had a massive amount of command and high command members. That led to a lot of voices being in the room and a lot of these mixed messages. That's why you kind of didn't get that consistent message between shift 1, shift 2, and shift 3. Since the restructure, a lot of command and high command members have been trimmed. The number is significantly smaller. And as many of you in, well, I'll just call it like it is, gangs know, The less people you have in the middle at the top, the more consistent the message can be across the board. The same applies to us within the PD as well. With less command and high command members, it's much easier for us to craft a message, craft an SOP, and ensure that it's followed 24/7.
All right, next. You're already in the way.
Good question. Good question.
Hey, so I would like to know what
Go ahead.
I would like to know what the police are doing to do community outreach to try to build trust instead of just all I ever see police doing is chasing cars and chasing crime. But what about the rest of us who
right here?
Just
it starts right here. Really good question. It starts right here. It starts with the communication with civilians. We have a couple of PD outreach events we're trying to plan with members of EMS, DOC, dispatch, and other civilians and business owners to make sure that we do bring both, parties to the table, right? We do have conversations. We do spend time together. We do events together. So that way it is a community effort.
Shift 3 also has a unit that's built around this exact same thing that's currently in its testing phase. I know not a lot of you are in what's known as the AU hours, but there's about 4 to 6 officers around then who are consistently getting out there for community affairs, and that's hoping to be expanded to other shifts as well once their test is concluded.
Yeah, I'd like to see a lot more of that on NA hours. That would be nice.
Will do. Also, free chicken provided by Larry's Chicken.
Lucky Plucker.
Thank you.
Larry's Chicken, Lucky Plucker.
Lucky
chicken.
Plucker.
Chicken. Go ahead, miss.
Damn, he really
Hi,
messed that up.
Ava Devereaux.
Hello, Ava.
Hi. I'm just trying to find out, what do you do when something happens and you do everything you're supposed to do, and then the police tell you to call this person to follow up, call that person to follow up, then you do, and nothing happens? How do I know that something is actually being done? Because of the recent situation that happened with me, and nothing has been done, as far as I know. No one's gotten back to me. A police car ran me over and left me for dead. And nobody has told me anything about what the status is of that.
Oh,
so you want trust, and you tell me to call you. I've talked to you several times, and there's no follow-up.
I mean, that respectfully sounds like something you should sue
the Marty
for?
question to answer is going to solve this issue to where there's going to be, like I said, a memo and a conversation that goes out to different departments, because things happen in different kind of time zones and different shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to figure out who was involved to track down to get an answer to get back to you, right? And like I said earlier, one of the main objectives is to have a police department that does checkups after an incident happened to make sure that the victim who's involved, has that closure, that they got something. They understand that it's being taken care of. So we're working on that.
If you don't mind me asking, ma'am, what do you know at least the livery of the police car that ran you over?
Everything happened very quickly. All I can say is that it was white. It was white, and the officer acknowledged that he hit me, and he just kept going. And he was one of many police cars in the chase.
I will say that this is obviously after the fact, but going forward for everyone, it's not just about trust, it's about accountability as well. To what Crane pointed out with the open court session, I think that no one in high command or command would doubt that officers who do such a thing need to be held accountable. Next time that happens to anyone, even if it's just bender where they don't exchange information, if you see him running like an asshole, go to one of those open court sessions, have a judge court order a command member at the time to get their ass down to the courthouse and answer for it. You'll get answers a lot faster as well, and you could also then have the judicial process working for you if you don't fully trust the police.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, trust me, Bass's heart rate goes up when he gets a phone call from me. So
just so you're aware, white liveries are usually, with cars going very fast, is usually with the HSPU. I would talk to Lily Pond or Brittany Angel. They're probably one of them, or Bones.
What?
They probably were one of the people that ran you over.
Okay, thank you.
Also, the SDSO drives white liveries as well, so sometimes people confuse those. Don't forget those.
He knows what he's doing.
So
hello?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Is this working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I, Chaz McTavish III, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Cut to the chase, son. Cut to the chase.
On September 14th, 2022, I was standing outside of Alta Apartments when I was approached by a homeless man. This man forcefully injected me with metamorphine. At first, I felt fine, but then began shitting, pissing, and throwing up simultaneously. I asked an officer passing by for assistance. Instead of protecting and serving me, he arrested me. I was then sent to jail while emitting blood from several orifices. I won't even go into detail into what happened to my orifices there. When I got out of jail, my father turned off access to his credit cards and my life was ruined. I've been forced to work fast food jobs instead of living a dank life in Vinewood. What would you say to a citizen like me who had their life ruined by the police?
Listen, that was way too dank for me. I'll be honest.
What?
No.
Sheriff Toretti?
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What exactly did the officer
the citizens
do?
were asking the question.
Wait,
he
is
I'm an
tested me for
officer.
drugs.
Are you the one who got arrested? You said September 22, yeah?
I think that was the date.
Yeah, it says you were warned multiple times to get out of the road outside Legion Square Bank. After multiple warnings, he was tased, cuffed, and processed MRPD. Is that the one?
Yeah, I think it was.
Disobeying a peace officer?
Damn.
I was high on metamorphine that was forcefully injected on me.
Wait.
He must have left that out of the report.
Gags.
I have one more brief question.
Sir, we're only here for facts, not feelings. Thank you.
Sir, at what point did the word dank come back into fashion? I'm just curious.
What?
When exactly did the word dank come back into fashion, sir?
I think you guys are proving your lack of concern for the citizens.
It's not true at all. It's not true at all. Listen. Just for you, I'll launch an internal investigation. And launch an internal investigation into this case. I'll talk to the officer involved and get back to you, all right?
I'll give you a real answer here. What was it? Chadwick?
It's Chaz McTavish III.
Okay. Holy shit, there were two more of you. Sorry, that slipped out. Okay, so look, here's the reality. If a cop runs up on you and you are in the middle of the street and he tells you to get out of the street and you don't, and you get arrested for disobeying, then yes, you could potentially have a case for appealing that on the grounds that you were injected against your will with drugs. But here's the problem. You'd have to have, as sort of a, this person did this to me, you'd have to have some kind of evidence that it was done against your will. And, I think you need to understand that it's a tough one, right? But regardless, I think these kinds of incidents can be mitigated by bringing them forward to the judiciary, especially in the new open court system, because instead of a docket that takes forever, you'll get resolution within the day.
Literally what I was about to
So
say.
my suggestion in the future would be to do that, and if
But
you're
like
not
10
happy
people
with
interrupted
that
me.
answer,
So
I would get an expungement because your
There's
crimes
that.
are relatively minor.
Also, going back to your point, we have been normalizing firing cops who are abusing their powers, cops who are definitely, using a badge as a way, as a vengeful thing, or being vindictive or malice in their actions. That's something we're definitely doing. We've gone through and fired 123 cops so far this past shakeup. There's been a lot of bad apples that have given all of us a bad reputation, and we're trying hard to fix that. And I think reputation is something that the department cares about, because the image of the department is important to make sure the public can trust us so we can work together. I can assure you're working on that.
Yeah, okay.
I'll also add on, this isn't to take away from what you suffered, but the incident you're referring to is about 5 months ago right now, which was well before the restructure. Obviously, we strive to be the best we can 24/7, but no system is perfect, especially half a year ago. And when you all are asking your questions or thinking about your attitude towards the police, I would encourage everyone to look within and think about your interactions with the police in the past month as opposed to within the past year. And I think that's a much better barometer on how the police are doing within this city.
What?
Yeah. I do believe that in the past, a lot of, dumb shit were done by cops. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure everybody here in the courtroom can share a story where a cop has definitely maybe have abused their powers or have done something to them or have, stolen an item or something like that. That has happened. Things are different now.
Okay, thanks. See ya.
Of course. Who's next?
Hello, my name is Marty Banks. I was the first question from before.
Hello, Marty. Welcome back.
This next question may be geared more towards Crane and legislation itself. Although I am speaking for myself, I've already faced my repercussions. I would just like to see better within the city and how things work. So I still approach, and I have approached. This will be my last attempt at grasping at it and see if anything will come from it. The terrorism law. Terrorism law. Sorry.
Timing.
Yeah.
The terrorism law, I think it makes sense. I think it made sense, at least, and in which hospitals included, and because the hospital was located over at Pillbox Medical Center, and then it was relocated, and now it's relocated again in the South Side, the heart of the South Side as well, not in the corner or whatever. It's basically right in the middle. And there have been time and time again where someone has been caught up in a situation where unfortunately a gang shooting will happen, and something will happen near or in or towards the hospital, and they'll get tried and convicted of terrorism. Will there ever be anything that fixes this problem? Because I've seen people that have been convicted of it for no good reason.
Right. So first of all, this Crane will have to give his input as well.
Yeah.
Second of all, officers that use the hospital as ways for advantage during a shootout should not be doing that in the first place, because you're bringing a threat to a hospital who's treating people who are getting hurt, right? So us officers should not be doing that in the first place by bringing more threat to people where they're supposed to be treated. So that's my answer to that question.
Hold on,
and
chat. Give me a sec.
obviously, our goal is to go through and take out all these compounds that a lot of gangs have too. So that's something we're trying to battle as well, where we have to think tactically, yet smart, and make sure we don't cause more lives to be in danger as a result when there's a shootout happening.
But don't you think you're handing a weapon to the doctors and giving them something to, wave at criminals and whoever, and trying to, give them problems and say you can't do anything about it because then you'll be a terrorist? Don't you think that
Context matter. If a doctor is taunting somebody in SMH, and then they get shot over, it's not terrorism. But if a doctor is trying to save a life and somebody stops them from doing it, that is terrorism.
Oh, Bass, that was he was actually convicted of exactly what
I was convicted for that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So here's the deal. I'm going to give you really direct answers, Marty, because I don't like bullshitting. Yes, there have been recent discussions since the DOJ restructure regarding either the rewriting of the terrorism law to disinclude medical terrorism, quote unquote, or to add a secondary law that also merges what I have discussed in the past with PD and others as sort of diet terrorism, named TBD. So yes, to your question, there is consideration on this front. Yes, I thank you for pushing this issue over and over. I understand it can be tiring. You'll have to equally understand and respect that it's also tiring for me to get the same answer 4 times in a row over a period of a year and a half. There are good reasons for that answer. I'm not going to say there aren't. There are things that we won't readily discuss here that factor into the things sometimes, and it may just be the best for everyone. I will tell you, though, that the incidents you are discussing have not gone unnoticed. I have had several conversations regarding the idea of doctor baiting. We've also had discussions, as you know, regarding 2 associates of yours who were getting charged with terrorism, which I, after talking to Bass, had those charges dropped because we didn't feel like what PD did was in good faith. So there are things that go noticed, and we are going to act on them moving forward. All I will ask is for a little understanding and time. Phase 1 of my restructure are the judges. Phase 2, I'm working with the Senator Davis on lawyers. And then phase 3 will be a look at laws and legislation. So just give us a little time, and I promise you we'll get there.
But also understand where the crime has been committed, though. Shooting a doctor in the hospital, I mean, it's a big deal. Understand the circumstances and the context behind the crime, because not every single crime is going to be applied where we look at it and say, you know what, it's going to be black and white. It's almost never black and white. It's a whole lot of gray in between to where we're going to figure out what is it that makes sense right here. And that's something we're trying to work on to make sure that we're not pushing bullshit charges that wasting the PD's time and the criminal's time. Let's get it right from the start instead of going back.
Okay.
But Marty, if you want to follow up on that with me privately, you can do so as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's
Thank you, sir.
also not shoot doctors. Let's try not to do that. Let's try to not shoot a doctor.
Okay.
Yeah. That's fair.
Where did he go? Bass?
He's over here. He's over here.
He walked over there for a second.
He's hiding from you because he's a coward.
Toretti, would you like to take this next question maybe while Bass is indisposed?
No, I'll wait for Bass.
All right.
Okay. I got some clarifying questions if she's gonna be waiting. Never mind. It's all good.
Ooh, you got this, Shelly. Nothing,
Can you hear me now?
crazy. Remember,
Can
I
you hear me
promise.
now?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Am I loud? Am I good?
No, you're good. Am I good? Hello?
Shelly, go ahead. What's your question, please? I would love to
Okay.
hear this. I cannot wait
Okay.
to hear this.
Here it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Oh,
Your Honor,
God.
I do not have a question yet.
Can you
Rather-
hold on one section?
Rather,
Sorry, I just can't be sober for this. Go ahead.
rather, a statement. Public intoxication! The man standing before me, Samuel Bass, has been accused by multiple people for acts of corruption. I spoke to a news reporter who had been stabbed, an ex-cop whose throat was sliced, learned about a man who was ocean dumped by Bass. Then there's my story. Bass admitted to me last night that he stabbed me for revenge. And then he blamed it on gross negligence, and there was nothing I could do.
Audible gas.
My life was ruined by this man's corruption. I'm not innocent, but I tried to make things right, and I wasn't given a chance. And now I'm stuck living this life. But for him to stand there and say, my past made me a better person, and not face any sort of consequence, well, I've been through hell and back. Or shame, I say. How can any good, honest civilian ever trust you, or the police department you lead?
Why should anybody ever trust anything that comes out of the mouth of a terrorist? That's what you are,
Because
Shelly.
I tried to make
You
things
bombed
right.
the Trooper Police
Yes,
Department.
and so did the mayor.
You held
The mayor was right there with me.
Criminal scumbag.
You are a terrorist. You tried to tear down the city.
And I told you
You're the
everything.
opposition. In fact,
And you
if I had
knew.
my way with it,
And you guys
I would've-
covered it
I would
up.
have had you executed
You
at the
are the
Department
most
of Correction
corrupt
inside
person I've
prison.
ever met, Bass.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bass. I thought people could change.
I've given Shelly multiple chances. I've allowed her to enter my second family, being the Los Santos Police Department. I gave her a home because I believe in second chances. You know what she did?
Yeah, who's had more chances?
She had orgies and burger shot. Cheated on me with Jeffrey
And
Place.
that was so
That's
long
the kind of
ago
woman
now.
that had my back.
You know what?
Back in Parsons.
You know what?
You leave her at the pit.
I'm tired of listening to your lies, Bass.
Because those are facts. And you don't like handling the truth, Shelly.
No. No.
Shelly.
You've resorted to drugs and drinking alcohol. I feel sorry for you. I think you need help.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you remember that conversation you and I had?
Yeah, I do, Tessa.
Did you ever follow up on any of the advice I gave you?
Did you ever
Audible gossip.
following up with me?
Honey,
It
you
goes
gave me
both ways,
two.
Tessa.
You gave me 2 days within statute to investigate a months-long thing. You dumped that on my desk and gave me 2 days. I told you to contact an attorney, which I don't think you ever did.
Yes, I had an attorney, Norman Adams. He knows everything.
Did he do anything?
What? Sorry, what'd you say?
Did he follow up on anything? Did you ever get an appeal going? Did you ever get any kind of court
Tessa, we
progress?
talked to everyone. We talked to Bundy. We talked to Winston Walker, Bundy. No one would listen to us.
Why, when
no
you
one
finished
wanted to do
talking to me, who is above those officers,
We finally
did you not listen to my advice?
Well, your advice
Why?
was let it go. Your advice, Tessa, was let it go.
Gagged.
Because you waited
Yes, it was.
so
Yes, it was.
long. You
That's
waited
what I said as well.
so long in the investigation to do anything with it.
I wasn't even. I was convicted. Let's see, and there was, I think, 3 weeks left on the investigation. Something like that.
When you and I talked,
Look,
it was 2 days.
I asked for the case to be reopened.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a classic example of there's always two sides to a story, and one side likes to gossip more than the other one. It's just the simple facts. That's all Shelly's done over here. Is just spread lies and rumors and gossip.
Oh my God! Stop.
I would
Not
like
here
the
for your
police to be
feelings.
charged for corruption for this.
Shelly, you're found guilty of terrorism. You're a terrorist. You're lucky to be alive.
I've
But
already
not
said
found
I'm not
guilty.
innocent, but neither
It
are
was a
you.
plea deal.
Stop deflecting, Bass.
I'm not deflecting. I'm here to talk about PD issues, not personal problems.
How is it a personal problem when you're literally covering shit up? You're not giving
guys,
people a
this is
fair
PD
chance.
Town Hall, Shelly.
You're not giving people a fair chance.
Shelly,
About
I'm giving you...
equality.
Shelly, I have given you chance. Can you ask one more question, and then other people are waiting as well behind you.
Ask him why he doesn't love you anymore.
Is there someone
Next
waiting?
question, please.
There is. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Next.
Who's next?
You keep going. It's all good.
I'll
Okay.
No, get over here.
Okay.
I mean, also, let me just interject real quick. The public can decide who to trust more by, like, putting both of your names in the search bar on the docket and just deciding who has more cases. Like, that's the fact.
If I had my phone, I would text a photo out of the image from the pier. The day it happened, Bass. The day
Shelly,
you tried
let
to
it
kill
go.
me.
Let it go.
Why am I gonna let it go, Bass? That's exactly what you've
Let
been
it
telling me.
go.
Let it go.
Next question.
Let it
Why
go.
would I let it go?
Because it's in the past.
Oh,
Be present in the moment.
I
Does
have to be
the
punished, but
phrase
you don't.
present mean
You don't, Bass.
should be grateful. Me, you wouldn't do that.
be present in
What
the
am I
moment,
doing,
Shelly?
Cassie? I'm just speaking my truth.
Anybody got a beer?
All right, that's all I have to say. You're corrupt, and no one will.
What the fuck is happening? Just hit the gavel.
I'm gonna end that little interaction on this
like
note
a-
here.
it's like a
Even if you
telenovela.
take everything Shelly says at face value, even if you do want to Google search Shelly versus Bass here, I'll throw my name into the fucking ring here. Search my name. See how many cases you have on the docket to me. I am widely regarded as one of the least corrupt, if not the least corrupt people. Lance Moulton.
Pay attention.
Thank you. Sorry, I just didn't know.
Yeah, no worries.
Just got hooed.
I don't give a fuck about if I'm getting who. That's the point. Is I'm not high profile. I don't have all these cases on the docket. Ask any member of command, high command, hell, even ask the rank and file. When I was ranked for chief of police, I ran on an anti-corruption campaign. I'm not saying you gotta trust me. I mean, I'm in the same uniform as Bass up there. But hey, don't come to him. Come to me at least. I've pushed cases against members of high command before. I'm not afraid to do it again. If you don't trust me, then how about Tessa over there, the game warden? Do you think that she's maybe a little more trustworthy than
One of the
Bass?
purest people I've ever met.
She does incompetent investigations.
Okay, well then, look.
You're just mad you got found guilty.
Great.
That's absolutely. My daughter holds me accountable, and that's something I want in my family. Okay, I want my family to go hard on me.
Hey, Papa Door, you got any questions?
Yeah, he's about to have a question after I
All right,
finish
come
up
on.
here. So look, even if you don't trust the man up there, why don't you trust me? Why don't you trust the sheriff that's behind him? Why don't you trust Tessa, who's in the wheelchair to my left here? Come to us for the report. I can guarantee you we'll take it seriously.
I was waiting to say that.
You know, I think there's a fundamental
no, we
issue.
can't, because we have this thing to officer discretion, and I will gladly tell the commissioner to go fuck himself if he commits a crime.
Also,
Damn.
can I just interject? I don't know if y'all were
Fuck you,
hearing
Malcolm.
or listening earlier. He very clearly said command plus, not even a hint of corruption. So I don't know what the fuck you think's gonna be happening, but it ain't that.
Oh, I could also, if any officer's corrupt, we're gonna fire him. I've had to fire 2 actually for corruption.
So just, I have a question. Just to clarify, you're saying it's a lot easier to fire command.
We have normalized firing people in the PD. It used to be pulling teeth trying to fire one cop. Now it happens because we believe it's the right thing.
Yep. Sir, sorry, apologies for keeping you
Can
from
I
your
ask
question.
my questions?
Yes, yeah, if you want to step up to the
Go ahead,
podium,
sir.
ask
Go
your
ahead, sir.
question, yeah.
There's been a lot of accusations here, lots of things that you are evil man. Do you actually value the lives of civilians?
Absolutely.
No.
That's all.
Do you value more than your officers?
I value every single person's life here because I care all about you.
Well, if that's the case, will you stop responding to boosts and pursuing people to go to 911s?
Absolutely. In fact, I stopped responding to boosts. I've been making 911 calls and traffic stops. My main priority to make sure that whenever you call the police, we're there. We don't ignore it.
Will you stop protecting cops that are corrupt?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I fired Gunner.
Wait, hold on. You did that in the past?
Gunner's dead. Oh my God, is dead.
Well,
He said
I
stop.
fired him first.
Everybody, he died.
I
All right, come
fired
up
him
here.
first.
Come up here.
Good. He didn't.
Who's
I
next?
fired that.
Contact
said
that
that?
is
Push that guy
Maybe if
through.
you didn't fire him, he'd still
Guy
be
in a wheelchair,
alive.
go through.
Someone help the guy in the wheelchair.
Hey, Bass, can I make an announcement for people that will move their vehicles to park legally or I'm going to get them towed?
You're not towing my fucking car, Rudy Chalk.
I'm not trying
It better be parked legally, Crane.
I'll fucking shoot you.
It is. It's in the senatorial parking spot. Take it up with Davis.
Can you not like disperse the town hall meeting over some parked cars?
Literally 4 cars.
Listen. Okay, just. Oh, is it 4 cars? Fuck it then. That's fine.
It's just 4 cars.
Selective enforcement, Rudy. Build the gap to the community.
He's got him towed, Crane.
People get mad.
Okay, Crane, I'm gonna go tow him then. And I'm making a single announcement. Yeah.
Hey, can y'all shut the fuck up so I can ask my questions? God damn. It's a courtroom.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
Have some
sir.
decorum.
Ask your question. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So first things first. Wheel recognize wheel. Tessa, you the one. Okay. I trust you. Okay. The rest of you though, I got some clarity I need. Y'all are talking about corruption and shit, but what does that mean? How do you define corruption? So the people know.
I define corruption as the abuse of the authority of the badge for personal or monetary gain.
Personal or monetary gain. So you're not talking brutality.
Speak up.
Corruption.
That's excessive force. That's different. It's not corruption. A heavy hand is not corruption. That's more of excessive force. That's more of a training thing.
All right. How heavy a hand is too heavy a hand?
It just depends on what's going on.
I mean, look, sir, no two situations are the same. You got to cross these bridges as it comes up. If you want a generic definition, that's a guideline moving forward. It's the intentional malice, keyword intentional and keyword malice there. That is abuse of the badge or your authority. Could that include excessive force? Yeah, absolutely. If they've been trained and they're still fucking up, then yeah, at that point I would say corruption. But if you got a new cadet who's a little more hands-on because they haven't been taught better, that's not intentional corruption. That's just someone being a dumbass that needs to be taught otherwise.
Yeah, nah, I'm gonna be real. The cadets are teaching you out there. I've had better policing from like cadets these past few weeks than like fucking like state officers.
Who
like,
do you think taught those cadets? No offense, sir.
Not the stadies I'm dealing with. Listen, all right. So questions. I'm trying to be productive. I'm not trying to be up here bitching and moaning about specific incidents. I want to pull from experience though. Y'all started caring about this shit, you said like a week ago, right?
I mean, it's been kicking up, but the restructure was 2 months ago for your
all right, but y'all are on this like anti this bullshit recently. That's a new thing, right?
I've been on it for a year, but yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because like 2 days ago in the cells alone with an officer, he told me that he could pull his gun on me, shoot me in the head, and then convince all his peers that I did it myself.
Yeah, this past 40 minutes has been.
That's not okay. That's not okay.
I believe it. That's probably true.
You should probably make a report
Well,
on
who
that.
said? Who? So give me details. Who said that?
I'm gonna save that for the court case and for the music. All right, but right now I'm making a point about it. Okay.
When was this?
No.
though?
Music. What?
2 days ago. But it's to make a point. Okay.
What
that
happened
shit
exactly?
Because I was alone with that officer.
What's your name?
Sam Ketch. Now that shit happened because I was alone with an officer. And now I've had previous incidents with other officers who they were alone with me. I had an officer in this room who I will not name. They were alone with me. They stole the hat right off my head and then drove away while I was screaming in the street in my wheelchair, begging for them to come back.
drug dealer.
And they said, nobody will believe you. So
Wait, was that Cross? Was that was Cross? I bet.
Look. The point is,
I bet that was Bloom.
y'all can't be trusted to be out on these streets alone. So, not just a question, I have a suggestion. Partner your motherfuckers up. Have y'all on the streets checking each other every fucking day.
France, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Protect your dumb ass.
Chat, you know what to do. Show them some love.
Believe it or not, we found it that whenever you partner somebody else, they're more bound to do more corrupt shit together.
Then partner them up with people they fucking hate, man. It's a job. You shouldn't be out there being buddy-buddy with the best friends that's gonna cover your ass.
Sir,
he's gonna change the world.
I don't need you to tell me how to run the police department. I don't need you to tell me how to run a police department. I
That
don't
is
tell you how to run
literally
your
what you're
business,
here to
your
do,
life.
motherfucker.
No, I'm here
That
to
is
give you
literally what
feedback.
you're here to do.
I'm here to give you feedback,
Okay,
right?
if I can, excuse me.
Look, son, you sound like you watched 21 Jump Street 4 times.
Your
You know
Honor.
how everything works. Like, cool it down. Let's all just take it back a step, okay?
I'm trying
Your
to
Honor.
be productive here, yo.
If I may, I have some insight, and so what I heard from you just now was that you are intending on pressing charges or a lawsuit against the officer.
Yeah,
Is that
but that's
correct?
reactive. Yeah, that's
Yes.
reactive, though.
I think that a lot of this stuff can actually be resolved through the judiciary and the courts, and a lot of people tend to just write it off. They don't want to sue, they don't care enough to go through the process, and then they get mad when nothing gets done.
Correct.
So, okay, don't interrupt me.
Nah, I ain't a do
Okay.
nothing.
Listen, do your court case, get them convicted, and then bring it to us. Okay? Because what we have to do is an investigation. If you bring us a guilty verdict on a lawsuit, we then have the judiciary backing us up. Okay? Go
Yeah, I
through that
got you, Tessa.
process before complaining
you.
to the officers involved. Okay?
No, I
Because
got you.
that
But
is
my
how you
point-
get people held accountable.
Well, my point
Mom,
is,
check
like,
Twitter.
that's all reactive. I'm looking for proactivity here. I'm looking for, like, preventative measures and shit. Like, y'all gotta, I don't know, y'all gotta do more.
What? That's
What
the
do you
process, though.
What do you want more?
I
What do you
don't
want more?
understand. I don't
I mean, stop
understand.
these problems before they fucking fester. Like, you got.
You want a perfect PD? Then
No,
give
I
me a
don't want a
perfect
perfect
fucking
PD,
city
but I don't
then.
want a gun pointed at me in the cells twice.
Okay, here's the other thing, sir. Look, you say you want us to stop them. We're not mind readers, right? An incident has to start somewhere.
Yeah,
if
and
you're
I'm
not,
gonna
if
do
you're
that.
okay, but if you're waiting for your day in court, that is your right, and that is one way to handle it. But the PD internally, we're not held to beyond a reasonable doubt. We're held to, do we think this guy should be a cop? If you come us and do a report, you said yourself you want to wait for it to come out in court. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but then that guy's gonna be employed until that court case. You want something done right away? Report him, and we could do our internal investigation, and maybe we
Man,
can even get him
motherfucker, I will
fired
talk
before
to
the
y'all,
court
but I'm just
case.
saying I'm not trying to do that shit right here like everybody else bitching and moaning about specific fucking incidents.
This
Do you
guy's
want me
a
to be like
bad
Shelly?
Hold on,
Goddamn.
hold on.
You're literally doing that.
You just did that.
No, motherfuckers, I'm using my experience to make a point.
But you literally did what
piecing
you
my
said.
suggestion.
You literally did what you said.
You just did that, buddy.
All right, whatever. I was
Closing
trying to do
rant
something
ended
different.
with I had a gun pointed at me twice in the cells. Like
Yeah,
that was
'cause
your
y'all
closing
pressing me,
point.
man. Shit.
Hey,
Not pressing you.
press this.
The old,
Okay.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Don't
First,
do
I'm
that.
gonna interrupt you.
Ready? Don't do that.
You're
Don't do
doing
that.
a
Ready.
good job asking
All I'm
questions.
saying, Catch, is trust the process, go through the proper procedures, report it to the police, understand that sometimes we wait for a guilty verdict to come out for something to be done. Because otherwise, we don't have any evidence. We just have your word against the officer. Okay? A lot of the time that happens. But if you go to a court of law and you get them convicted of something, you're basically forcing our hand. And it gives us a better ability to enforce something on that officer. It gives you another nail in the coffin. Okay? So trust those processes. You can bring it to us ahead of time and we will look into it. Okay? But sometimes it takes time. So just understand that. I have a case from you that I am currently looking into. There hasn't been movement on it, but there is stuff being done.
Is that the ranger that didn't know a snail was an animal?
I'm not going to confirm or deny.
Hey, wait. Can I ask a question?
I'm not running bits here. I'm talking about what the fuck?
Sir, Mr. Ketch, can I ask a serious question?
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you own 30 BMX bikes?
Because I give them out to people who ain't got anything.
But you don't give them away, or?
Oh, that is what I do.
Oh. Business slow.
No, I don't. What? Never mind.
You still got 30.
Man, I'm in a wheelchair. It's not easy to cart around BMXs in a wheelchair. I don't ride the bike. Man, these motherfuckers do not listen.
Listen.
Look, okay. Maybe I got a little ranty. Point is, suggestion, please partner your officers up. I don't feel comfortable with most of them when I'm alone with them, okay? That was just the suggestion I wanted to make. Maybe I got a little too
appreciate your
personal.
feedback, and we'll take that into consideration going forward. Thank you.
Police don't care. Give the man a pacifier too. Maybe that'll make him.
Carmine, shut the fuck up.
Hey, I don't feel comfortable going against you by myself. How about that?
Okay, you don't feel comfortable going against a man in a wheelchair?
You can have a gun.
I ain't.
Yeah, Alex shot 3 cops in a wheelchair.
Who's next?
Let the record show that.
Hey,
nice.
Omar on the wire was in a wheelchair.
Pull up the footage.
I just had a statement of admission. I feel overcome with guilt, and I want everyone to know I did it.
Oh, God.
I stole Samuel Ketch's hat at a traffic stop.
Did it? That's right. That's my man. He did it.
I did it, and I stapled a parking ticket to a tree so it would be out of reach for him.
I'm gonna say something.
I need a community service program for cable. For cable? I mean, Gable.
That's right. He's
just one second after Gable.
go ahead.
What punishment can we come up with, Crane?
I'll punish him.
Yeah, it's Penny will take care of it.
Penny.
Yeah, let her handle it.
Penny, can you punish him, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Right now, right here, right now.
No.
Yes.
Oh, God, no.
There's gonna be a lot of community service happening in a minute.
No, go outside.
Kneel.
Go outside.
Okay. Hey, while this is going on, can I have everybody's attention? We're gonna have Nancy Drew go ahead and give a little update, and then I also will after that.
Okay, I'll come out.
All right, come up here, Nancy.
Wrestling.
What's happening around here? What's up, Penny?
Xavier's being a pussy boy.
Woo, Nancy! Hey guys, can you all be quiet for a second? Hey, thanks. There's a lot of people here today who are really trying to make a difference, and if y'all could just please focus and please give people the benefit of the doubt that they're trying to make a difference here and they're trying to do things better for the city. The whole point of this was so that we can make a difference. And if y'all come up and you keep being petty and you keep not listening, that's the reason these meetings don't happen. And then y'all complain that these meetings don't happen. Okay? So please focus, keep on track. This is for the betterment of the city. It's not please stop trying to make this a comedy show or be the main character for a minute. This is about the betterment of the city. Just chill out and listen, please.
Hey, you all got food? I'm gonna pass out.
Nancy gagged. But yeah, if you guys could just
grab this.
10, 15, and then we cut it. I don't want this to go too long. I think it's going great so far. We just keep it short. So if you could just let them know.
Hey, what does gagged mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, you do.
Here, come here. It's quiet now. Come
Can
here.
you say that? Malton, when you guys say that?
Hey, Treddy, let me introduce you to our new judge.
Yeah.
How you doing? He'll probably die the next couple of weeks.
Excuse me, sorry.
How's it going?
So just to let you all know, we're not trying to keep people here all day. There is still a city police. However, we do have time for a couple more questions. We're just put a rough time frame on it. We'll probably be here for another 10 minutes. If anyone else has any questions or wishes to say anything up at the podium.
Hey, I have a
Which
question.
one?
That one right there, the bald one.
Oh, scratching my leg.
Hello, Your Honor. I'm supposed to meet you.
Hey,
Go ahead.
My name's
Okay,
James.
thank you. So I would like to get some clarification. Today I became I received my first DUI. And
Congratulations!
I'm a little confused. Thank you.
Sorry. I thought you were going to say something good. My bad.
I've done
I received the DUI because I smoked a joint and then I drove my car. I feel like that's not enough to actually be affected. And I was never drug tested. I feel like I would like some more clarification on what would actually be grounds to be arrested for
Can you answer that? Okay, thank you. Good.
Hey, so you said you smoked a joint and then you got into a car and drove?
Mm-hmm.
And you got a DUI.
Yes, and I got 25 points on my license for that.
Right. So what's the problem? You smoked a drug and then you got in your car and drove under the influence.
Officer, the same officer who arrested me for that was driving as he was drinking alcohol as he drove me to the south. I feel like it's a little unserious.
Okay, report him.
Yeah,
we're not talking about that.
And I would love to have that conversation with one of you after this. I just feel like there's a lot of double standards.
Well, two wrongs don't make it.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is if
yes. What is happening?
Your original question was how that you got a DUI for driving under the influence. So, I mean, you got a DUI. I mean, that's basically it. You admit it. You smoked.
I think
some weed.
if you arrested, well, what's the actual limit? Because I think if you arrested everyone who drove after smoking one joint, you would be arresting half the city.
That's right.
That's what we're supposed to be doing.
So here's the thing. Okay, if you believe the officer was intoxicated, was drinking,
what do you
performing
mean?
arrest, you can appeal it, and then show the officer was not in a sober state.
Bro,
you make that arrest, and maybe you can appeal your charges to the DOJ. Maybe talk to Crane about that. But that is the only solution I can think of. Maybe Crane can add more to it.
Ma'am, if you want to take your complaint, you can come over here. I will take your complaint.
Yeah, the sheriff will take your complaint.
Yeah, DUI is really bad, and I would never do that.
And nobody gives a shit.
Goodness.
Right, Cassie?
Please state your name and occupation always.
My name is Meg Kyle Cruz. I'm one of the three owners of the best gay club in the city.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh wait.
It's gonna be a complaint about me, isn't
Listen,
it?
I'm not trying to, be no main character here, nothing like that. Listen, I just want to know, how are we, the citizens, meant to trust those in charge of the PD when some of you in charge, standing before me, have corrupt and have caused harm to citizens in the park? Why are we allowing such people to be at the top of the food chain?
I like this part.
Just because somebody make a mistake, we shouldn't crucify them for the rest of their life. Then,
I literally saw you leave someone for dead at Chumash Pier.
That never happened.
It did.
They had a medical come down there and render aid to them as soon as possible. So let's talk about the facts, right? And on top
the facts
of it,
are what I saw.
Our system is very forgiving. It gives people a lot of second chances. Let's give people that opportunity to, to redeem themselves and show that they've learned from their past mistakes and they're willing to show it by, taking the right action, right, to lead our city into a better place. Why does it matter at the top? As long as we can try to come together and make the city a better place, right? We should be focusing on that instead of the past.
I mean that the past does matter because you are one of the people in charge and you have a history.
History of what?
And only certain people get to be punished.
We're not going to get anywhere by going deep into the past rather than focusing
I'm not
on
going in
the
the past, but it's like how can
you
we
are,
trust
though.
you?
You are.
But how can we trust you guys, the PD, when the top is fucking rotten?
I already answered that question, but oh god, just answer it.
Can I ask you something, Meg?
Hmm?
You just said you are now the co-owner of a business. Is that correct?
Yeah. What are you gonna?
Do we then look at your criminal history and take that into account and take your access away from everything that you have?
I mean, but I'm not one arresting people.
Yeah, but you have a business.
It's different from arresting people. Trying to clean up the city, throw people in jail. I'm running a business alongside two other people.
Going back to your question, give us a chance. That's the bottom line. If you're not willing to give us a chance, that's on you. But things
I
are
was
changing.
just answering her question.
Right, but like I said, there's changes are coming, and change already happened to reflect that that's our attitude and that's the direction we're going. So if you don't want to buy in, that's up to you. But we're gonna go with or without you. We're gonna move forward to make sure our city is better And we have a police department that is trained, focuses on protecting civilians of Los Santos, and does everything it can to serve you and protect you.
Okay. But I'm just saying you can't expect everybody to trust you when, there is a
I'm not asking for that. I'm going to earn it. I'm going to earn your trust.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask for your trust.
We will see.
The point of these meetings is to earn your trust.
Thank you for listening.
I think given what the announcement I made, we probably have time for one more question if someone wants.
Abused animals.
Okay, well, we have time for one more question probably if someone wants to ask that.
I think everybody's just trying to proclaim themselves.
Hi, yeah, Leona Lion. So I had a whole situation. I'm not going to get into it, but basically, what I want to know is what you guys the police, are going to be doing to ensure that police officers are following SOPs. I believe that there are good cops out there, but maybe sometimes things slip their mind and they don't do things by the book. And I have experienced that firsthand. Are there continual education trainings within PD to prevent problems from happening, or anything similar? Any requirements like that? Because it's my impression that you guys just kind of train people and set them out, and there's no further training. I don't know. So that's my question.
Really good question. Thank you for asking that question.
Good question.
So that's a really good question. So to answer your question, yes, we have an upcoming academy.
Same question over and over, just different wording. Yeah, yeah.
Making sure that our standard is not only consistent but the same across the board. So we are working on not only doing more hands-on training, but also trying to demonstrate that examples we're looking for. So our police work.
Just, I don't know at what point things got so out of hand, but
arrests happening to you because
I try to beat it into people that they need to get an attorney and focus on that line of RP rather than trying to rely on the PD to do it all for them.
We also don't know of an issue
because we simply don't have the resources to do it, and the lawyers are there for a reason. They have the time. They're there to do it.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna ding them up or teach them how to do it right, blah blah blah, right? However, if we aren't, us as Command Plus on that traffic stop, and you feel
and the best way to handle it and get people held accountable is to take them to court,
maybe report
and drag them through that process, and then they probably won't do that same thing again. They really, a lot of cops hate court.
Right, and then we could kind of take it from there. Not everything has to be 0 to 100, right? Just because you report something to us doesn't mean that we're automatically going to be going after the cop's job. As you said, there's a lot of good cops out there. Sometimes they just make mistakes, but we don't know about those mistakes unless you, the citizens, let us know about them.
Like I said, I can assure you any complaints to Command Plus will be taken with the utmost seriousness. We're trying our best to make sure that people that are violating your rights or they're causing any issues while having any conversation dialogues, that if they do anything that is out of bounds, we reel them back in, make sure the punishment is very fitting, and if they continue to become an issue, we fire them because we don't want that standard in our police department. So I can assure you that changes are happening.
All right, thank you.
Who's next?
I mean, given the time constraints that were laid out, I
Because
guess.
I mean, so many of these issues could have been resolved had people appealed their charges, gone through the court process through like a civil case, like suing a cop.
Thanks for being here. Please do not shoot any doctors, and be kind to one another.
Good answer. Good answer.
Very brave.
And getting medical reports for stuff that happens to your character, that's super important too.
To show up here, even though if you're wanted to my right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
If a cop beats you in the cells, go get a medical report. Bring it to an attorney.
And it's gonna feel
sue that cop.
Different than what he used to.
And then bring the results of that lawsuit to high command.
With an open mind, open attitude.
At that point,
always listen to feedback.
there's nothing else we have to do other than just say, "Oh yeah, that he shouldn't have done that," and then we deal with it. We either fire him or punish them or
I really want to just hone on because
whatever happens,
Let's have a conversation. And let's try to resolve it that way. So that is my message to everybody here.
I feel like people at some point just decided they wanted it then and there. Like, I have a thing. This person did this. Punish them. But it's not.
I just want to say
it's
one
not
thing.
That simple.
If you guys did have a question and your question wasn't answered, Bass, Malton, and Toretti will be here after this town hall for you guys to ask questions yourself if you didn't want to go in front of everybody. You guys are still able to ask questions even after the town hall meeting. And, obviously, thank you guys again for being here because I do think these are really great for the city. And I thank you guys all for being civil and here. The whole time.
How long was that we were staying? Cupcake?
As long as we're needed, Sheriff Toretti. Don't you worry, Miss Cupcake. As long as we're needed.
Yeah,
we'll
Toretti, you
make sure
told me that you'd be
we're
here
around.
for as long as you needed. Until every question was answered.
We're committed to the people of Los Santos. Am I right?
It's gonna be a late night, so he'll be here pretty much.
Thank you, everyone. If you have a warrant, you probably have 60 seconds. Fair warning.
Angels, wink.
Never
Are you
wink at us.
flirting with us?
Never
Is,
wink.
is
I'm
Violet,
implying that-
Thank you.
is Violet Van Housen here?
Yeah,
she is.
can
No.
I called you.
50 seconds, 49, 48.
I love you, Cassie.
I love Cassie.
Bye,
Cupcake.
I love
You're
you guys.
So beautiful, and I'm the
Give me a
toughest
dip.
bitch. Watch your back.
Buck 12.
Fuck 12.
If your car's illegally parked, it's
Tessa gets a pass on that. I know no one really.
Oh, shit.
I don't know.
I have Violet.
Move, you nut job.
That was one of the town hall meetings.
That's pretty rough for
If
you
my car's
guys,
been
but,
impounded,
I
I'm
just
going
wanna
to shoot a
say
cop
I'm a
today.
very old man, and I have
Yeah,
direct
it was
experience
fine. I
with
walked past
the
the
type
corner map,
of
like, I didn't do
corruption
anything
policy
too
you guys are
crazy.
employing, and it is
I
very
had to speak my truth, Cassie. I'm sorry.
I know you
So
could
I
have
have a
done
lot of
worse
faith- I
for
have a lot of
sure.
faith
I'm
in what you
sorry. I
guys
had to
are
speak
doing.
my truth. I'm very
Oh.
upset with the
Toretti
police.
isn't going home tonight.
And Bass
Neither is
specifically.
Tessa.
There's a little
Neither is
stump
Bass.
there, ma'am.
And I
Hey,
appreciate
you want some
you
help,
for not
Tessa?
You might
going
need some
crazy.
Yeah.
I know you could have done worse.
I'll try to help.
All
right, let's
get
do
out
it.
of here.
Thank you.
All right,
To go
let's
up
do
there
it.
and punch him in the face.
There you go.
Let's try it again.
Go with the back wheels first, Serge.
Oh,
Yeah, you might have to use your feet first.
So yeah, guys, thank you guys again for being here. If you guys have questions, feel free to walk up and come up to Bass, Walton, or Toretti. But yeah, good PD
Oh,
Town
that's-
Hall.
that's me.
Thank you.
What is happening?
Thanks, Cassie.
What is happening?
I'm not steering it.
It might not be meant to
Neither
be.
am I.
but
Wait,
let's
you're
see.
not? What
No,
do you
hold
mean
on,
you're
hold on.
not?
I'm not. I'm just going backwards.
There you go.
Oh.
Now don't go
Oh,
off the
by
side.
process of
Oh, oh.
elimination, you must be Judge Jackson.
Thank you.
Yes, correct. Nice.
There you go. Oh God, that was an adventure.
Nice.
Oh, jeez.
I really appreciate you being here today. It meant a lot to me. So
I come from the Atlanta
No.
Public Courts.
The Atlanta.
Yeah, the Atlanta Public Courts.
You sounded
D1.
Canadian there for a second. Are
You
sure
did
mean
sound
Alberta?
Canadian.
Yeah, when you brought up the
Not at
bikes,
all.
that was pretty
What do you
good.
think about the
Make
Hawks?
sure you don't mean the Alberta.
This was gone for 7 days.
Not the Alberta Public Courts. Although there is an Alberta.
Yeah, what?
what do you mean?
What do you-
What?
what do you-
Same as
I
Alberta.
just want
What
to
do you
say thank
think
you
of
guys
the
again for
Hawks?
being here,
Oh,
and I hope
yeah,
you guys
happy
had
to
fun.
help. Happy to help.
I mean, other than
Yes.
Trae Young, what else do we
I mean,
have?
look, she
You don't
can-
even
What else
take
is there
your
to think of?
your
You think they'll
AirPods
draft
out
well
when you're
this
talking
year, or-
to us?
No, because
What are you listening to?
Yeah, I don't think they'll draft.
I put it on silent
Did you hear what Spo said today?
so I could hear you guys.
Okay.
But I just want to say thank you guys again.
They said if
Okay, it was great.
No, hold on, you'll like this.
Also, Bass, I think Shelly's waiting for you over right there. So,
Shelly needs to watch out because I'm angry.
oh.
The
Okay, well, hey guys, I think
Oh,
this
great.
was
Don't
success,
do
and
that.
I think it was great.
I need blood pressure medication. Okay, after what Shelly's trying to pull. After we had this woman is making me go on this roller coaster of emotion. All right, I had a conversation
Hey.
with her in the. How
you doing?
I didn't say anything, but I spoke my truth, Bass.
All right.
Shelly,
I'm
I thought
alright.
we talked about this. I don't understand.
You okay?
Did I
You
waste
not
my
feeling
time
too
in the
bad?
captain's office?
Yeah.
Did I waste my time in the captain's office? Tell me.
Oh God. Sorry, Molten. Hold on.
No, you're fine. I'll let you back up.
Talk
What did I
green.
say?
I'm not.
What did
I'm
I
not
say that
helping you.
wasn't true? What did I say that
Jesus.
wasn't true?
It's not
All I
about
did
that.
was speak the truth. Oh,
had a
so you
deal.
wanted me to lie.
I had an idea, right?
I would.
And it's probably a crap one.
You went back in the
I don't know what you think.
I can't trust you anymore.
Right. What about a civilian-run independent police commissioner? I appreciate the judicial exists, right? You know, the judges are there as like the final law, you know, over everything. But in some places, there are like civilian organizations that hold PD accountable. So they're like an independent complaint commissioner. They take the cases, they investigate them, they report to, you know, powers that be.
When I talk to you,
I wonder if that's something that would actually work, because they are civilian, they're independent, they would investigate complaints made against, rather than, I think from what I heard today, a lot of the issues are people don't trust the people who are, investigating the distrust, if that makes sense.
That's not what we agreed on.
If they were
You know-
like completely independent people.
I think one thing that I think people forget about is that they have the opportunity to go to an attorney and get somebody who is not involved into the investigation.
Yeah, but how much can they investigate?
Just
You know,
kiss
on the-
already.
if someone's saying that the chief or the top person is actually corrupt, how much can they do to actually help that investigation?
Honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about the people at the top. We are all committed to not doing anything stupid like that
No,
anymore.
I appreciate that. I'm just thinking, it's
demon.
it's just that
Yeah, that's
just
an
a
idea
branch,
that's
it's just
been
like-
floated
it's just
around
al- it's
several
almost
times.
like- yeah, I think so.
We've thought about it. We've tried several iterations of internal affairs, but frankly, I've
Yeah,
been
but they're all
involved
still-
in almost every single one, and none of them have been very effective. The thing that I find most effective is actually just trusting the process, taking the officer to court, getting them charged, and then bringing the results of that court case to members of their high command, and then
Yeah.
leaving it to them.
I understand that. It's getting everyone else to
and
see,
that's-
to be on the same page.
Well, that's the issue, is nobody's willing to do that, and I don't know why. I don't know at what point we stopped encouraging that, but people need to start suing officers. That needs to start happening yesterday. And I don't
Yeah.
know why people don't do it. People don't go and get their medical
Ruined.
reports. They don't go and get any evidence that was done. They don't make police reports with dispatch or other officers that aren't involved. They don't.
You can't expect anything to happen if you don't do any of that.
They don't, and that's the issue.
You
People
can't just
will
walk
not
up here
follow
and say,
up.
Oi,
They
me
will.
versus you, give me money.
What they'll do is they'll come straight to me, they'll make a complaint, and then expect me to do everything for them. When
Yeah.
the real thing is they need to go to a doctor, they need to go to an attorney, they need to get something put on the docket, they need to go to other officers, they need to
You
get a
wanna get
FOIA
past
request. You need to get out.
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, wait, you killed it. An amazing job. Thank you for backing me up. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So when you're done, can I speak to you?
Sure.
Well, thanks, Tess. I hope you're feeling better anyway.
Yeah. Does that make sense though? Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
kinda-
Yeah, it was just it literally popped into my head. I thought, I have no idea if it's been done
Yeah.
before or not. But
It
obviously, I
hasn't,
guess it has.
to my knowledge. I don't think there's a problem with doing something like that. I do think that,
Just how effective it might be.
yeah, in my experience with high command in this, I've noticed that a lot of civilians will make up their side of things and tell me
Absolutely.
something one way when it actually happened a whole different
Yeah,
way.
because a
I
criminal's
get a
gonna lie
ton
at
of
the end
false
the day.
reports. I get, officers will lie to me, but I usually can get to the
Mm-hmm.
bottom of those lies. I know how to investigate things. But again, that's stuff that an attorney could get to the bottom of as well.
Yeah.
And a judge would be able to get to the bottom of that. Those things would come out in court, and
Down the road.
it shouldn't be fully planted on our shoulders. That's the
That's
issue.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
I think
if someone
that's been
comes
the
to-
issue for as long as it has.
If criminal A comes up and says, right, I've got this case, I was hit by a police car, whatever, and they're going to go straight to you or someone like that. But I was just thinking if there was someone in between who just can filter through that dross and be like, no, hang on, you're taking the piss. Someone who is truly independent, can't really
Yeah.
judge them for anything. Someone who can literally just say, even if it's just a lawyer thing, it just like you say, if people knew who to speak to in getting a specialist just to filter through the crap. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
think
hard.
it's
It's tricky.
not a
I can
bad
appreciate
idea.
It's tricky. You can just see all the
I
just
would
feel
like
all
to
the negative
people
vibes.
to have people give the new judicial process a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
I mean,
see how
maybe
that
with
goes.
the open
And-
hours thing, that's definitely going to
Yeah. And if that doesn't work effectively, and we're not doing what we need to do, then we can revisit. That's my thoughts on it.
Cool. Awesome. Right, okay, well, hope you feel better anyway.
Thank you.
Don't think Pillbot's found his legs yet, but fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Alright, cheers, Tessa.
Alright.
Want to know how I go about doing a scouts program with you?
Okay. Would you want to do it as a group with your other friends?
I don't know when they're available.
Okay. Well, you can do the Scouts program with any officer, who's a ranger. If you want to arrange it...
I don't know who the rangers are, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, there's myself, there's Avery Stone, there's Jeffrey Bundy, there's, Scarpetta, there's Gregory Johnson, Flop Dugong, Conan Clarkson, Ziggy Bugs. But I do think that we've been having some activity problems with several people right now, so if you would like, you and I can schedule something for maybe a day when I'm feeling a little better. I just had spinal surgery, so
No problem.
I would like to take people out on a hike, maybe get Aries in them as well. And maybe we do some trail cleaning or something.
Again, try speak to Aries and see when he's free as well. Should I wait for
If you want,
to
I
contact
can-
us or?
Yeah, I can contact everybody if you'd like.
Okay. No, it's just like we'll see. 'Cause I don't, your
Yeah, when
recovery,
are you
etc.
normally available?
I'm available most days. It's a little bit hectic right now with all next month, etc.
Okay.
But I can do most days, yeah.
If this next month is a problem, I have no issue waiting beyond the 30 days. If that's going to be an issue.
I would prefer to do it this month because I will be out of the city for 2 months after.
Do you know when that will start?
July 1st.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can get it done
I'm
before
taking
then.
a big break off the break.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, just if when you're recovered and you're free and available to schedule a date, just
Yeah,
get
I'll
in
give you guys
contact with
some
me.
days and times and see who,
That would be
who
great.
can be around.
That would be great. So
And you can bring friends if you like. I don't have any
Okay,
issue with that. Doesn't have to be just you and me.
Okay. So what does the scout program entail? Then you said cleaning.
It's kind of a
Trails?
community service sort of thing. Generally speaking, if it's court ordered like ours, it will be community service heavy. But it's kind of a program we use to give people their hunting license and fishing license back.
Okay.
So think of it like, have you ever been to driving school?
No.
Oh, okay. It's
I
kind of
know
like
what
driving
driving school
school,
is.
but for hunting and fishing.
Okay.
So it's 30 minutes, maybe to an hour of just, dealing with some trail things or cleaning, just stuff in the parks and whatnot.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, just let me know and
Okay.
Alright, thank you. Appreciate it, Tessa.
And to be clear, I'm sorry for going harsh on you in the meeting here.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I was just kind of backing up Shelly a little bit 'cause she is my fiance.
I respect that. I told Shelly several options that she had that day, and she didn't follow up on them, so
She
I'm
told
not
me
really
she let
sure,
it go.
I'm not sure what she really expected, because I was more than willing to help her out, but she never did reach out, she never did follow up on things. I told her to get in contact with her attorney and get a lawsuit going, and I don't think that ever happened, so I'm not sure where the disconnect was.
She told me she let it go, and she said she's now learned from her mistakes. So it sounds like it was on her, which I didn't know before I went up.
Yeah, from what I understood, I got dragged in very late into the whole thing, and I had about 2 days within the statute of limitations to do anything, and that
She
is
left it out
not enough
late.
time. For me, that is not enough time.
Yeah, I understand. I agree.
Because we've got 60 days to mess around with things, and there's a reason for that.
Mhm.
So, if it's... I don't know.
I understand. It sounds like she left it too late, and then the fault is kind of on her at that point.
And I think
she let it go.
I think a bit of that was also on her attorney at the time, because when she got left in the prison, I don't think her attorney was doing what they were supposed to, and
Her attorney was Adam.
I wasn't aware that she was even in there. And I only found out the day that she got let out by Crane, which, was an issue. Obviously, she shouldn't have been in there, but, it's... There's more than just black and white in a lot of these situations. And, it's not just PD at fault every single time. And we try to not let that happen, but sometimes these things happen.
Obviously, you guys can't talk about it if there was, but I really do hope there was like an internal investigation about what occurred that day at the Tree Mash Pier. Because I know Bundy interviewed me and Ricardo, who were there that day. I know you can't disclose that, but
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to.
Okay. That was a lot. It looked like a setup, and things got violent, and I got arrested as well.
Okay. And was Shelly involved?
At self-defense. Yeah, she was set up there by Bass.
Okay. I don't know if she told me the full scenario about that. Was
Yeah, I
that
don't
in
know if she
relation to her case?
Oh, that was when she was on the run.
Okay. That might have been different then, because I wasn't really aware of that.
Okay.
Well,
there's probably a lot of
maybe
stuff
she-
that went on with Shelly.
Listen, there was a lot. And that's
Yes, I
why
know.
that's why being given 2 days to look into it and understand what was going on was overwhelming.
Yeah, if I had knew the context more, then I probably would have said what I would have said, but I probably wouldn't be as harsh,
Yeah.
And I understand you're sticking up, for Bass, and you gotta do what you gotta do. Don't hold that against you, Tessa.
Well,
yeah. I wish I had a bit
I've
more
told
context from
Shelly
Shelly.
from the start, even when she was in the PD, I've given her advice on things and she just doesn't follow it, which is frustrating. Because I want to help her, I genuinely do. And I've held my dad accountable for things that he has done. I haven't always been able to, but I will, and I'm willing to. So just understand that, moving forward, that kind of stuff isn't going to fly. And if I see it, I will personally call it out.
Okay.
So, and I will advise you, if something happens with an officer, especially a high up commanding officer, do your due diligence, get an attorney, get every piece of evidence you can, and then get a court case going. Because that is how we hold people accountable. That is the best way.
Of course. All right. Well, thank you for letting me speak to you, and thank you for this conversation.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Have a wonderful day, guys. And,
You too.
Be safe
You
out
take
there.
care.
Bye.
Good morning. I didn't mean
Hi.
to butt in. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
How'd the panel go?
Kind of how I expected.
I'm gonna
A
guess.
little frustrating at times, but
Yeah. You're lucky I wasn't here. I was gonna probably walk out with a strike pointer 5.
nah, I think it went better than a lot of the other ones did. I think people just need to get over the stuff that happened in the past because we're trying to move in a different direction, and I understand people's reservations, but people also have to understand that it shouldn't be squarely on the PD.
Oh, sure.
And we're working towards a better future, and they need to understand the process and what they need to do on their end. And I felt like it was a lot of people coming with little complaints here and there for, like, you know, individual instances. But a lot of those complaints, they should have appealed. They should have gotten a doctor's report on what happened to them. They should have gone to an attorney at the very bare minimum. But they don't do that. They go straight to high command and expect us to do the full investigation.
Yeah, there's a level of compliance with, we have a part to do, but to the victim, typically the victim who are usually upset with the PD, the victim also has some kind of a due diligence to help provide. And if the best we could say is, hey, if you can provide this for us, it will help us do our job, and they don't, and then that falls back to, well, the PD failed. There's a level of working together that I think people forget. And I feel like a lot of the withholdings people have from the past aren't willing to give the PD a chance now. And I don't think we'll ever see people, I guess, you know, for lack of a better term, flip the script on how they feel about us. But if it means that I could leave some kind of a footing to let people see the positive side to how we're changing, then I feel better about myself, whether they see it or not. I worry that most people just need to give it an opportunity and won't. So.
Well, we'll see.
I'm optimistic. How you doing, Malton?
Good. Carmine arrested someone on DUI earlier. Do you know anything about that call or who assisted him with that arrest?
Are you asking both of us?
You specifically. I doubt Tessa would know.
I literally just got on duty and drove right here. I didn't know. Yeah, truth be told, Malton, I haven't seen Carmine in a couple months probably. It's been a little while since I've seen him.
Okay, fair enough. Never mind then.
Apologies.
No, you're good. If you two are done with your conversation, can I speak to you in private, Tessa, or in the corner at least?
Yeah.
All good. Tessa, I'll catch up with you in a little bit. Malton, good to see you.
Yeah, good.
I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
All right, look, I already came clean to Red. I'm gonna come clean to you a little bit as well.
Okay.
I'm trying to track down who this other officer was who might have assisted Carmine on that whole like DUI thing that might be able to corroborate it. But I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Tessa. Carmine has had a lot of fucking chances in this PD pre and post restructure. I get that we have to do an investigation and we still should at this, but even before this, like Sweets is talking about how he has grief over Gunner's death and he's getting like a week suspension for like the PBSO command report that's up.
Yeah.
That man should be fired. Just bar none, straight up my recommendation, even not taking into account this latest potential DUI incident. That man needs to be fired, and Bass might have a little bit of a soft spot for him for reasons I cannot fucking fathom, but I think that if you and Toretti and Libby think he should be fired as well, then he'll probably agree with you all as well. I know you all have a process that you have to go through. You know, I know very well what the red tape is like, but I also know how sometimes inaction or things can take weeks or months. So please, all I'm asking you is if you think he should be fired as well. I know Toretti always does. Please get with Toretti. Please get with the chief of police, and please submit an official recommendation to the commissioner that he should be fired, because I think he's had more than enough chances in this fucking PD, and I think he should have been gone yesterday.
I think you actually do have a very fair point, and you and I actually have a history with dealing with Carmine, and
yes, my
I
thoughts
personally have
exactly.
given him many chances. You know, I've dealt with him dealing with like there's been some officers spreading lies about him in the past too. And you know, I've tried to have his back when that stuff happens, but when there's provable evidence and admissions of certain things, it's really hard to look past that. So I don't know. It's a tough one because we did want to give him a chance, but I do agree that
He's running a mile with your
there's
inch.
yes. So
And like I said, the main thing I want to avoid is, you know, all these one-on-ones. It's like, well, Bass thinks he should maybe get a little more leeway or another chance, right? And I think if you all think that, then fair game, right? Like I'm more than happy to toe the high command line. But what I'm thinking might be going on here, I don't know what Reed's thoughts are. She probably doesn't run into him that much. But what may be going on here is you all may want to have like a harsher tone when it comes to Carmine, or outright firing in the case of some of you. And you all need to like actually come together and discuss that, because it sounds like it's just like Freddy and Bass have a conversation. Okay, well, you know, let's give Carmine another chance. Tessa and Bass have a conversation. Okay, let's give Carmine another chance.
Yeah.
Whereas if you all came together and it was Tessa, Reed, and Toretti have a conversation with Bass and say like, okay, this is where we're at, he might see the totality of everything that's going on.
okay.
That's
Have you
do
already
your
talked to
process.
Toretti about this?
I just had a conversation with Toretti.
Okay.
He wants me to try and track down the SDSO officer who was involved with this latest DUI. I mean, that's easier said than done. We all know how the fuck that works with it. I'm gonna see what I can do. I can't make any promises, but even this incident aside, I told Toretti that my official recommendation was that he should be fired, and Toretti agreed. But at the same time, I'm not wanting to put words in the sheriff's mouth. So please have that conversation with him one-on-one, or have the conversation with high command as a whole. And please give serious consideration as to what you all want to do with Carmine, because he's more than had his chances with me, at least. And I imagine with some of you as well.
Well, yeah. I almost never deal with him anymore because we don't cross shifts anymore, but I hear things. I hear rumblings.
I do think that the town hall did get into a little bit of a shit show at the end there, but I think an important point that was made by someone that maybe fell through the cracks or everyone didn't hear. He might be going around addressing himself as commander or commander, and with the message that Bass is trying to put out about our zero tolerance, a man going around addressing himself like that. That actually is a stain on the rest of the PD. Yes. So maybe a title clarification is needed if nothing else. But we all know what a fucking weasel Carmine is, and there's not a lot that I take at face value. But the things I don't have any doubt in my mind is that he's going around introducing himself as command or low command, and that he has absolutely no grief or remorse about anything that he does, which is also why I'm a little miffed that Sweets couldn't see through his bullshit. But that I'm getting off on a tangent now. I've made my recommendations clear, and I just hope that you all do something with it.
All right, that sounds good. I'll see what I can get moving.
Thank you.
It sounds like Ketch wanted to have a chat with you. 1311.
Oh,
the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give him a call. Thank you.
Be careful with him.
Is he?
Bit of a liar.
All right. I mean, I'll take his report. Do you need a ride back to Mission Row or anything?
No, I think I can manage.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, we do need to do that.
Well, I was because if you want to jump over the car with Aspen and I real quick, we can go repair.
No.
Or we want to do that Friday.
Tomorrow.
You want to do it tomorrow? I asked Silas to talk with him, and I said that I would have up to 3 hours available
that's
for him.
fine. We'll do it right after the meeting or whatever.
And then I'll talk to Silas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take too long.
Yeah, it is gonna take a while.
I gotta make this one phone call and then I'm.
Wait, why are we talking to Silas?
I'm talking to Silas. One-on-one.
I'll do my best.
Nah, it's okay. This one's way too hard to get through.
It is. We should really figure out something for that.
It would be nice. Accessibility is ridiculous.
Where's the Norman go?
Hi, Tessa.
Hello.
Hello, Tessa.
I'm okay.
How you doing? How you getting along? You doing alright?
I'm in some pain today, but I'm okay otherwise.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had spinal surgery.
Oh, is that what Pillbot did?
Mm-hmm.
I must say, I absolutely love your top, by the way.
Thank you. I figured it was fitting for the town hall.
Honestly, you're not wrong. That does seem like a very fitting top to wear.
Did you guys have any input on anything or any?
We couldn't come. It was like gave us too many headaches here.
Oh yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was honestly, it wasn't that bad actually. It was better than most town halls have gone, I think. But I just hope people will give us a chance.
Yeah, I mean, a change is not going to happen unless people give a chance, right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. We just wait
All
for
right.
Judge Garcia, I think her name is, Rosa, to change her license.
Oh, okay. What are you gonna change it to?
Something that references my old street racing days.
I see.
Yep, I'm EMS now. I've turned a new leaf.
Uh-huh. A
I'm a
likely
government-
story.
What?
I would murder him.
Once a racer, always a racer. Trust me.
Listen, just because I take racing lines in an ambulance doesn't mean I'm still a racer.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I knew it.
Yep.
Goodbye.
Bye, Tessa.
Oh. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know what to do with my day. It went about as I expected it to. A lot of people coming forward with a lot of old history and concerns about the whole process, but I think we're trending towards something better. Like a better way to deal with corruption and problems in the PD. And Crane going over the legislation and stuff is definitely going to help. So once he's gotten to that point, I think some stuff's gonna get a little better for everybody. Especially, like, I agree that the terrorism stuff definitely needs to get looked at. There's some issues there. Hey, can I get a ride? That'd be nice. I told Mom no, but then I realized it's a bit far.
It is kind of far.
To put MRPD?
Yeah.
Just a little.
Just a little far.
I don't know why I always think it's a little closer than it is.
Because it seems like it's pretty close.
Let's say if you're like riding a bike, you know, it's not that far, but in a wheelchair it's a little bit far and your arms will actually become jello.
Why are you back in a wheelchair, Tessa?
I had my surgery yesterday.
Oh. Did that go good?
I think so. They said no complications, and I'm in a lot of pain, but just dealing with it.
Okay, okay.
Do they not give you pain meds or anything?
Oh no, they did. It's just not really
helping much?
Not exactly.
Go back.
My surgery was very invasive.
How long did they say it would take you to recover for?
Well, he said 48 hours would be when I could actually start doing things, but we'll see.
Too bad. Could be much worse.
It'll probably be a bit before I'm at my full faculties again.
Yeah, but there's plenty of things you can do without patrolling.
Yeah.
Plenty of things. Did you see that you finally got your first salary?
No, wait. Shut
Yeah,
up.
paid it out
I didn't.
A couple weeks ago. You did.
When?
Wait, did you get back pay?
A couple weeks ago? Double check. Double check, because
I'm gonna have to check, because I have a lot of money.
Well, I gave you $1 million.
Oh, so she's rich and doesn't even notice.
Am I crazy, chat?
I think that's the case. Tessa's just so loaded she doesn't even notice when $1 million gets deposited.
Literally.
How does
I'll
that
check.
feel, Tessa?
I'll check and I'll let you know, because I
Okay.
feel like
For me to check, I think it was about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
When I went and paid
I'll
everyone
give
out,
my
I think.
logs.
Yeah, because if I have to go through
It
the
was
logs,
supposed to be $1
it's
million?
gonna take me a lot longer. Yeah,
Into my account or the Rangers?
your account.
Okay.
For the ranger stuff, you just have to let me know when you guys are low, and I'll go and up it. Okay. Go find Bass.
Yeah. He's in a pursuit, Shelbs.
Damn
Channel
it.
3.
I wouldn't want to put that burden on you, but I honestly didn't leave because of you, Annie. You're fantastic. I'm sorry we didn't get to ride together more. I mean, you could definitely hang out with me. I mean, like.
Is it Bauer or Bowers? Bauer, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Ringo.
Wait, Treddy told you that? Treddy said we can't be friends.
Will do.
Then why would you say that? Treddy said that SDSO can't hang out with troopers. I'm married to somebody from SDSO. Are you telling me I can't hang out with my husband?
Almost, Tessa.
I'll get there, Willie.
Doing this. He's already banned me from the meetings, and now he's saying that I can't talk to people from SDSO.
When are you gonna be all better, Tessa? Those animals are probably starving without you out there.
Well, I just had a surgery yesterday to help with pain. It was a spinal surgery, so I'm back in the wheelchair for the next 48 hours. I'm at the 24-hour mark. So, hopefully, with any luck, things will be better within the next week or two.
Week or two. Have you thought about changing your diet?
No.
I swapped to Divine Dillas and 4.2 liters
Get back out there.
of Dr. Peppers. And,
Oh.
yeah, it's been pretty good.
To talk to me.
Okay.
You should try it.
What?
Could you help me up the stairs?
Yeah.
Like in the wheelchair.
Hey, Ringo.
Yeah.
Sure. Can you help us up the stairs?
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you get your car, honey?
I don't think this is gonna work.
Yeah, didn't you need to talk to Treddy about your car?
Oh, I think I did.
Well, you
Can somebody get the door?
Yeah, we got it.
What if I pushed you pushing her?
All right. Yeah.
Whoa!
There we go. Oh.
That was good.
Okay.
That was a good one.
Come on, Tessa. There you go.
Oh,
is that Ringo?
Yeah, it is.
Good. You ran
Thank
over
you
my
very
foot.
much.
Hey. Ringo, Captain's office. Yes, sir.
I don't know, actually. I think I might be.
Annie, you probably should just go out without me.
All right.
Hi, Annie.
Hey.
Okay. Well,
Which is kind of crazy to think about, really.
I need to talk
I mean,
to
you deserve it.
Do I? We don't even know if Mary has access to it, like a lot.
Well, I mean,
maybe she'll never have access to that ever again.
well,
What happened, Tessa? You need money?
you'll have it just
Well,
in
I
case
just
she
I have to
does.
check to see if I got the paycheck.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you want to go home?
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, nothing in the last 14 days. We got a pay slip.
See the next 4 days. If you need help, let me know.
Hello. Nice
meet you. I'm Chris. Chris Cross.
Huh. Might have to go see the bank. What the heck?
Pretty good. I'm ending it now. While we're both.
Yeah, us too. Us too. About to drive up to SDSO and park it up.
It's my first day back.
How do you feel?
Good.
Good, good.
Had a good time. I'm back now.
I wonder if she had the wrong
Ooh, officially back.
number.
Yeah.
Doesn't it feel good coming back from an LOA?
It does feel pretty good. Today was, I mean, I didn't do too much, to be honest. It felt pretty nice. Did a little, oh, I did.
What did she send to Conan?
Yeah, Rose, I was gonna ask you, how's motor treating you? How's that going?
It's really good. I've gotten all the the chain of command set up. I pushed through I think 6 certs in the last 2 days.
Oh shit.
Got 2 more pending. It's really good.
Yeah, that is really good. I know people are always asking for motor and stuff, so it'd be nice to probably hear those calls get answered finally, huh? And not have to do them all yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well,
There's lots of people that are way better than me on motors. So I'm very excited to see
stop.
them out there.
Oh, stop. You wouldn't be in charge of it if that's true.
Just I think I just spent the most time on the bike, honestly.
Experience is what matters, though, isn't it?
True.
I don't know. I think you definitely.
She's great.
Yes, I think she definitely earned it. Not that my opinion matters on that, because I'm just a deputy. Anyway, yeah, just want to say hi to you guys and introduce Jonna, because I don't know if you guys have met her before. So.
Well, it was very nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Nice to meet you again.
Again.
With the price situation, it isn't fair to me.
It's okay. As long as the door gets locked, it should automatically close on its own after a bit. It's only open on my end. Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know what they're talking about over there. I don't want to intrude.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, Game Warden. I didn't see you in my mirror.
Oh,
Do
that's
you need help?
okay. If you wanna.
Do you want to go up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Hi,
leaving
Pop.
and Jonna yelled and said, "Oh no, you closed it on Tessa."
It's okay.
Okay, right here, good?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Hup. Yeah. Perfect. Boom. Oh wait, I don't need to sign in. Meow. Jesus. Clean up. Clean up your messes. Mm-hmm. Well, the gun's not exactly garbage yet. It's still good. Yeah.
Hey, Tess.
Oh my god.
Want me to get the if you get if genuinely if there would have been a third time, I'm going 42 anyway, but I would have just gone 42 right there and then. Can I talk to you in the comms office, please?
Yeah.
I want to get your thoughts on the action I've taken with the Carmine situation. If you've seen it at all.
I had just taken a look. Actually, hold on.
So after speaking with Ringo and Bison doing his thing and speaking to Carmine, the disciplinary action of a suspension is basically for the conspiracy, right? But the compassionate side in me is seeing an officer who is dealing with grief, and it's taking a large toll on him mentally. And instead of actually dealing with William Gunner's death, he's in straight up denial and is hyper focused on creating a fake scenario where a command member has tried to kill someone. And that's his sort of like mental scapegoat. So I'm basically going to be reaching out to a therapist that he has to check in with upon returning to the PD. I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm not entirely sure how I feel at this moment in time. So what exactly did he say? Like, what did he admit to doing?
Carmine was basically like, no, the wording of wanting to hurt Stubble was taken out of context. Apparently, the hurting him was more not the wording of stabbing him, I guess, was more meant as a backstab, like wanting to find out something about him, digging dirt out on him, and backstabbing. Ringo was more on the side of that it sounded like a man who is going through like emotional turmoil, and the words that he was stated he didn't really mean.
And who was it that initially reported this?
Han Velsing.
Okay.
Who was eavesdropping in on the conversation.
Okay, so he overheard everything.
Yes.
And he had relayed to you or whoever
To me.
that he heard Carmine say he was going to stab someone.
Yeah. Stubble. By name.
Okay. I don't think your assessment was wrong in any capacity. I think that was pretty genuine, and I do think that a suspension like that was necessary. Because if he is grieving to a point where he's, saying stuff he's gonna regret, he needs to be off duty. We deal with grief in different ways. I've been dealing with a lot myself, but I'm not going to go out and hurt the people who are causing me this grief. It's not how we solve things, and I'm not going to threaten to do that. It doesn't matter. We do have these laws in place for a reason, and if he's conspiring to do something like that, it's a problem. And I wasn't there, so you or I, we're just going based on what we've been told. And for this situation, we have a sort of he said, she said. One person's saying it was said one way, the other is saying it was meant differently. We're never really gonna know. Who was he? He was talking to Ringo. Is that correct?
Yes, Carmine was
Okay.
talking to Ringo.
And Ringo said sort of similar to what Carmine said.
Yes.
Okay. Then that's sort of what tips the scales for me.
Yes.
So I think your assessment was fine. I think Carmine, in general, is somebody we're gonna need to assess on a higher level, just because he has had a tremendous amount of chances in this PD. I've personally dealt with it. You know, Malton dealt with it when he was in command. Bass has dealt with it a lot. It's just, it's an ongoing thing with him, and I don't know, given this stuff we just had the town hall about, if his behavior can continue to be excused. I don't know. So that's a conversation I think we need to talk about with him. Because he gets a lot of chances. But I will say, I have had people misconstrue what he said before. I have had people come to me and say, you know, he tried to murder someone. And it turns out he killed someone in self-defense who was attacking him. So sometimes people will make stuff up, and perspective matters, and us doing investigations like this matters. So I will keep that in mind and take that into account. But if he continues to be a problem, we're going to have to think about things.
Yeah. The way that I said it to him is, I don't want William Gunner's death to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for you, Carmine.
Yeah.
I don't want that. Like, if you're trying to honor a dead man, don't don't use him as a reason to just end your fucking career. Like, I want to see him do better, and I've worked with Carmine for a hot minute in DPD. I know he can be a good cop, but you know, again, I personally, I feel like there's going to be a time where he's going to cross a line, and that's going to be that. There'll be no questions asked.
Yeah. I think that's where he's trending. Whether or not this incident is it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, should we be proactive or reactive?
Yeah. So, I think your assessment was good. I guess the TLDR is, you did good. I'm good with that. I think everyone else should be. But there's probably going to need to be more conversations about him.
Okay. If you need anything, you can hit me up, right?
All right.
So don't hit me with a gun.
I can't make any promises.
All right.
I'll be good. I'll be in here for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going 42. I'm going to go have beer.
Goodbye. Doing fireable things sounds exactly like how you honor Gunner. That's fair. Hold on, my cat is bothering me. She needs food. All right. Yeah, Carmine's an interesting case. Because I like him. I think he does a really fun thing for the PD, but at the same time, some of what he does is 100% over the line. So I don't know. But at the same time, given given that I had cops straight up come to me and like cops that I trust come to me and completely misconstrue a situation to the point where I was considering like murder one on him at one point, only to find out he was being held hostage, attacked, and actively had a gun pointed at him. It's interesting to think about, like, when you investigate stuff that Carmine is doing, what are the other officers doing in that situation? You have to pause for a minute and think, because you can't take everything at face value. Sometimes Carmine does stuff.
I tried to go off duty, drink a few beers. Apparently someone didn't run a gun. That came back to a murder.
Oh my god. No! Why?
I don't know.
God, why?
I was like, call a senior, and apparently tried to call Carter. He's busy getting surrounded. And I'm like, okay, if there's no fucking seniors around, give me the name, find out who it was, put it on my desk, and I'll deal with it.
Who was it?
I don't know. That's a thing. It's either Time Reducer, Bass, Brian Knight, Aspen, Oxlong, Lucas Lavender, or Dan Faley.
Oof.
Yeah, big oofers. If you want to chase it up, it's Harvey Holden. Otherwise, he's just going to be in contact with me whenever he has the information.
Go off duty. I'll take care of it.
Sure, I really don't mind.
Well, how would you
email me.
How would you handle it?
Someone that forgot to run a hot gun that came back to a murder charge, probably fire him. I'd demote him to the UPD pool is what I would actually do, because that's some basic dumb motherfucking shit. If that's like a first strike, demote him to the UPD pool.
What if it was Bass?
Would I get in trouble if I faced up?
Go have your drinks, dummy. God.
Hello?
Hey, Sweets is going off duty, so I'll handle whatever you got, okay?
Is that...
Hello?
Hello? What happened, Tessa?
Oh, Sweets is going off duty, so I told him I would handle whatever you had.
Okay, we're up at the STSO. We're either looking at the MVW being a disaster or somebody being negligent as far as a murder weapon.
Okay. Have you checked the locker for it?
No, we have the gun. It's just the person who had the hot gun wasn't charged for the murder, or even put on. It was a second-degree murder, so he had not charged for the murder.
Okay.
So it's either they didn't run the gun or someone overwrote the evidence because it's the same identifier.
Okay. Are you gonna find out who was processing?
There's a lot of names to go through, and I don't know if exactly I have the say to call up a lot of these people, because a lot of them are high-ranking officers.
Okay. I'll have you called anyone yet?
Well, I decided to run through the evidence to see if that gun was ever found, and I haven't called anyone yet, but I am at the STSO, and I tried to call Carter, because he's a senior, but he is busy right now.
Okay. Let me look into it and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Can you give me the report number?
Yes, so the hot gun was found in 83766. And the second-degree murder is going to be an investigative report, and the number is going to be 82880. if you run that gun, the one that is serial is 7369XVK642. You'll notice when you search in evidence that it only goes back to that report because the person who put in the casings overwrote the casings from the previous report.
Okay.
So
So
I don't know
possible
if it's
MDW issue.
MDW issue or negligence, but still both really bad and need a solution.
Yeah. Okay, I'll look at it and see what I can find out.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Harvey. I'll let you know if I find anything.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Hello.
Hey, Tessa.
Okay. So first of all, we have incident report 83766. So let's see. We have this gun was on Holden. And that gun was on James. Okay, so let me just write this down. So Holden had 7369. James had 2956. Okay, and then we have a murder report 82880. Okay, so this was Holden's gun. There were gunshots. This was from the 20th, and this was yesterday, the 31st. Oh, well, that's today, I guess. Okay, so James Randall's blood was found on the scene. Bro. My friend Holden is crazy. He has a need for marijuana. If he doesn't get it, he becomes violent. We were at Smoke on the Water and got his medication, but he refused to take it. I was far away from him, but he shot me in the head. He shot everyone. He shot No Pants. She was crazy, saying, "You better defend yourself or I'm going to kill you." So it seems like it was a self-defense situation that turned manslaughter, maybe. Because he didn't stay and talk to police. So Aurora was involved. Was anyone else involved? Okay, so Corky Callahan. Two witnesses on scene said the shooter was Holden Maddox, who used a gun stolen from... Okay. Person in possession of a weapon involved should be charged with second-degree murder. I feel like we had enough here for a court case. I don't know why that didn't happen. We literally had the witnesses say it was Holden. Why was he not... What? Okay. That's fair. It's Holden. Okay, so our list of officers are here. He might still be able to be charged on the docket. However, that pulls double jeopardy into play. So, unfortunately, I don't think so, given that he already had the gun. He was already charged for possession of the gun. I don't really know, to be honest with you. I think we could probably try. But I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, APOC, too. I don't really know. Dang it. Oh, okay. Well, fine.
Hey, Tessa.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm not sure what the answer to this question is, though.
What's up?
So I had a situation where we have the evidence from a murder, a second-degree murder. The person was arrested, but they were not charged because the gun didn't get, I guess, maybe run. I'm not entirely sure. If we didn't charge them with the second-degree murder, is it still double jeopardy to then push something on the docket or do anything with it?
Were they already charged with possession of the firearm?
Yes.
Then yes, it is.
Okay.
Because once that's your piece of evidence,
That's
kinda
kind of
where it
what I
comes in.
thought. I just didn't know. Okay. We just had a
Yep,
pretty big
no,
screw up. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do about this.
All right. Well, you have any questions or concerns? Let me know. I'll be around for a little bit. So.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Yep. Catch you around. Bye.
No, I'm. I don't think it matters if it was a different scene.
Hello, sweetheart. Have I told you that, you look great today?
Thank you.
Yes, I love you. I love you so much. You're the best daughter I ever had in my entire life. I pray to God every single day, telling myself, man, so lucky. I got a daughter like yourself in my life. I could be such a proud father.
Did you do something bad?
No, I just wanted to remind you how much I care about you. I want to show you appreciation. That's all in love.
Okay. Well, I love you too, and I appreciate that. I have a question about a situation involving James Randall and Holden Maddox, that happened possibly today or yesterday.
One just happened right now. Talk to Sonny. He's a lead investigation. That's my son. I didn't want to get involved too directly, but I tried calling Shelly. Sonny Sweets.
Okay. This was for...
This happened like 20 minutes ago.
Stealing a trooper charger?
No, we have now on call about James Randall potentially trying to kill somebody. And that person that was calling it was Holden.
Okay. This is a different situation.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, you're talking about a trooper charger. Yeah. I was part of that where I got shot. Yeah. What about
Do
him?
you know who processed Holden?
I don't know. I was shot and sent to the ICU, and then I woke up the next day.
Okay. Well, just to give you, what I'm dealing with right now, apparently someone didn't run a gun he had. Possibly. And it came back to a second-degree murder.
Why?
So, your name was on it. I thought I would just let you know. I just didn't know if you knew who processed him.
No, me and Brian got shot in the car. I don't know who processed him. I gotta go look back and check. Let me ask Brian.
Okay. Because my understanding is it... I'm pretty sure it's double jeopardy to go back and charge him because he got charged with possession.
Let me think about it. Let me think about it, yeah.
But does it matter if it's a different scenario? Like, I don't know.
I gotta think about that. Let me think about it and come back to you, Tessa. Just give me some time.
Okay. I'm gonna call some people who were involved in the scene to see if they know who processed him.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye. Okay, who else was around? Time would be a good one to call.
Hi, Tessa.
Hey, just quick question. Yesterday, or possibly today, I'm not sure. There was a scene where Bass and Brian got shot. There was a trooper charger stolen. Do you know that one?
trooper I don't. I was at Autos, and I was getting my vehicle fixed before I was going off duty, and James Randall went inside my vehicle and stole it. And I shut off the tires. They pursued him until they crashed out, and James Randall got out of the vehicle and just shot Brian and Bass.
Okay. Do you know who processed Holden Maddox on that scene?
No.
It wasn't you, though?
No, I went off duty after that situation.
Okay. Thank you.
There's
That's
something
all
I can help
needed to
with,
know.
or no?
Did you put a report in the reports channel?
No, I can get that done.
If you could do that, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, time. We had Bass and Brian, probably didn't process. Jeffrey Boyardi probably isn't on duty. We had Aspen. Ooh, Aspen would be a good one to call. I don't have her number. The MDW should feel faster. There was a update because if you search reports, there's a recent checkbox, and it keeps the recent up until like a month, I think. So when you search, it only searches the last however long. But if you uncheck this, then it'll search the entire database. So it's no longer keeping all that stored. And it's making things run a lot quicker. Nice change.
Hello.
Hey Aspen, it's Tessa.
Hi, Tessa. What's up?
Do you recall a situation with James Randall and Holden Maddox yesterday or today, maybe?
Where they shot Bass and Brian.
Did you process anyone?
I processed Holden.
Okay.
Oxlong processed what's his name? Sorry. James Randall. I did speak with him because James Randall had a warrant at the time. That I guess didn't pop up when like he was processing him, essentially. You know how it usually pops up at the bottom. Which I told him that's not really an excuse, like we have to double check everything. So
okay.
Yeah. Was that what you were calling about?
Yeah. Did you run any guns or anything?
I ran Holden's gun and came back to nothing. But I was actually gonna look into it a little bit further. It's Mama's gun. Which I put it on her profile that Holden had it in the incident. Because she has a legal firearms weapon and like she always hangs out with them. So
okay. I think something may have happened in the MDW.
What happened?
Well, here's the thing. That casing and gun do come back to a second-degree murder.
What?
So if you did run the gun, and nothing came up, my guess is that when someone put in the casing, maybe overrode the other one and scuffed things out, which I prefer over you not having run the gun.
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened exactly, but I am looking at it. I'm trying to figure out what happened, but it does appear that the casing got overridden, unfortunately. So
Yeah, because when I ran it, it only came back to the one that we just did.
Yes. And I think because whoever put the casing in, put it in.
Is it one of those incidents where they're like deleting all of it?
I don't think it deleted all of it. I think it just overrode the casing, which meant that when you searched it, it only came back to that report.
Yeah.
Instead of coming back to both, which is an issue. Normally would be a problem, but in this case, it led to a second-degree murder not being charged, unfortunately. I don't think it's your fault. It sounds to me like you did what you were supposed to do with the gun.
Yeah.
It's just one of those unfortunate mishaps. And I did speak to a judge. I asked if we could still charge, but I think it's gonna be double jeopardy. I'm still working that out with Bass.
Okay.
We'll see. But at the end of the day, it sounds like you did what you were supposed to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Even like I went to go run it now, and it even comes back like the report numbers are still the same.
Yes, which if you look at investigative report 82880, that's the one it's supposed to come back to.
Okay.
And we have witness testimony that says Holden did it as well. So I don't really know why that wasn't looked into a little more.
Yeah, it's literally the same. What?
It's a weird one.
I
think
see what
they put the wrong thing in the wrong field, and then it just saved over what was on the other report. Meaning anyone who searched that gun would only see the one entry, which has your report number on it.
Bitch.
Yeah, so possibly a training issue. I'm not sure if, maybe someone just didn't understand or I don't know.
Shelby, did you die?
What?
Shelby starved to death. I was so in tune to talking to Tessa. Shelby died, even though there's food in the glove box that I told her like an hour ago.
Oh no.
Okay. This is fine. This is fine.
All right. I'm gonna keep looking at it to see if there's anything we can do, but at this moment, I'm thinking that
think there is.
It's gonna be one we have to write off.
Yeah.
Which
sorry about that. If
personally,
I ran it and it came with back, because my thing was I was like, this is someone's gun. Mama was like, I basically looked to see if it came back to anything, because I feel like Mama's been like, giving her guns out.
It's possible. This one is not as bad as it could have been. The person that died, it says in the report that they said something like, you have to defend yourself or I'm gonna kill you. But that's James Randall's statement, so take that how you will, I guess.
He also said that about, you killed my friend and I will defend myself, and then shot Bass and Brian, so.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but we do have witness statements saying that Holden did it.
Was some of the Aurora wasn't even on that scene. I'm trying to think like who would have touched that, because it's 12 days ago, so it wouldn't even be in like the peripherals, basically.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why nothing was done with those statements. Like, why didn't we raid him? Why didn't we,
I don't know. Credit game is coming. Yeah, that's an odd one.
Because he shouldn't have had that gun for that long.
No, especially if there was a witness statement saying that he had it and shot it. Also, it's on Mama for never reporting her firearm stolen, which was marked in her MDW that, like, she's to start reporting them more, like 2 months ago. Because, yeah.
Well, I think Mama's statement even said that Holden was shooting.
With her gun.
I just don't understand.
Yeah. Could have been during the MDW, like, change today that it happened.
I don't think so. Because I personally have overwritten evidence like that before on accident. It's very easy to do if you're not really paying attention.
Yes.
Wish I could explain that a little better, but I think if you put the same identifier in the thing and you don't write the report number in it, it's just going to be the same identifier. It's not going to have, like, the details of it.
Yes. I believe if there's no, like, different, like, nothing different about them, I think they just override.
Yes. And I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I think so. Damn. That could have been good.
Yeah.
That was like
It should have been handled beforehand, though. Like,
case.
we had Mama and James saying that Holden had shot, so I don't know why a warrant wasn't put out, or I mean, even just a bolo.
Do you think that this is one of those incidents where it's just Holden and James and it's just, you know, it's just them?
It could be. It just wasn't treated with the gravity it should have been.
Yeah.
So
mean,
I
it
don't really
seems
know
like-
what to do with it, but I think it was just a mistake. Do you
Yeah,
know
it's also
who
a
would have put the
cadet.
casing in?
The casing for the report that you gave me, or the new one?
The newer one.
The newer one might have been Jeff and maybe Lucas Lavender, potentially.
Okay. Because it could just be a training thing where we need to teach people how to put the identifier in properly. Because if it's just this one report, it could be many.
Would it be, but it would be on the
And
original report, right?
Yeah, we would want to talk to both Aurora and the person that did it on the other side. Because they're both doing it that way.
Yeah, I only put in the weapon because that's the only thing that I handled. Okay. Based on the casings from, like, the from when they shot down Bass. I'm trying to think, because it has the report number on it. It's the one that was overwritten, like, basically overwritten the old one. So would it be the way that Aurora put it in prior?
Oh, it would be both.
Would
So it would require both ends to put in the same identifier, I think.
Oh.
Because if she had
So they're
put her own
processing it the
unique
same
one
way.
in, it wouldn't have overridden hers. Right? And same goes for the other side.
Yeah, I think they might have both put, like, the brackets of one
yes.
and
They both just copied the identifier and then pasted it in. They didn't put the report number, which you're supposed to do, before putting in a description.
Yeah.
So like both sides messed up, I think. She did and whoever put in the other side.
Yeah, because I know at least, like even for me, the report number is always at the end of the description, not the beginning.
Well, let me
I think that
test.
might be-
Let me test it. Hold on.
Try doing something to it, and then I'll look at the other one. 'Cause at this point, it's too late, I think. Yeah. Yeah, basically. We're just figuring something out.
Oh, wait. Actually, I shouldn't. I'm gonna have to go and fire my gun real quick. I don't want to override anyone else's evidence.
Okay.
I'll call you back and
All right.
I'll let you know my test results.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because if it's something that we can do, then I can at least, like, we can
Yeah.
throw it out.
This might be something we need to announce. Like, if this is a widespread issue and it's overriding report stuff, we gotta correct it with training. So I'll see what I can do. I appreciate it, and sorry for the call. I know it's
Oh no,
disheartening, but
Oh no, it's okay. I'd rather get like, I mean, it happened. Yeah, it sucks, but I'd rather try and get it, like, so it doesn't happen again.
yeah. Okay, I will get to the bottom of it. I'll let you know.
Appreciate you, Tessa.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How's it going, Tessa?
It's going okay.
Wait, is that Walter fucking Christmas?
Tessa! Oh, there she is.
Hello. Hold on, I need to fire my gun.
You need your
gun. How are you fucking in a wheelchair again?
I had surgery.
Wait, you wanna fire? What's happening? Tessa? Okay.
Hey, disregard the shots at Mission Row.
Oh boy. Flop, what did you do? Oh Jesus. Oh.
Is there a way in here? Yes.
Oh.
One second. I'm focused.
Okay.
I have to prove something real quick.
All right.
There was some evidence that got misdocumented, and I have to fix it.
See.
Because it led to a second-degree murder not being charged.
Ooh.
So, unfortunately, I have to fix it. No, that's not right. Yes, I'm going to create 2 test reports. Casing. Okay, so this is going to have a unique description. Casing 1. We'll just put it like that. So see how this in brackets or in parentheses is what I wrote in description? If this is the same thing, if I just paste this in without... Here, I'll do it, for example... If you do it like this is correct. You have to write the report number at the end. So here's what's going to happen. We will do the same thing. Now what I'll do is I'm just going to paste it, and I'm going to call it casing 1. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder. If you change the description, perhaps? Okay, so casing 1, test 2. It overrode. Okay. Yep. So you can have, okay. So you can have the same identifier, right? But if you put a new description, it'll override. So that is correct. Like if you don't do anything with the identifier. Let me test this with how I did it the second time. So if I do it like this, it comes back null because it's the same thing. But if I do casing 1 test 2 with report number, it does a new thing. And then if I open it back up, it overrides. So that's an issue. Because it should say casing 1 test 2 on both of these. But it should just say casing 1 and casing 1 on these. No, this has been a glitch for a long time. It's not even really a glitch. It's kind of like a known issue, but we're supposed to work around it by properly documenting our stuff. Unfortunately, that's just not how it goes. And people don't understand that they need to put something in the identifier and the description that's unique. Yeah, I gotta... That's a PD-wide announcement, I think, that needs to go out, because most people don't know. It seems. So you don't really have to do it with guns, though. That's... that might be why Aspen did that, because with guns, you don't really have the same gun on multiple reports. It should just be on the one report. So that's never really been a problem. And I don't think I've ever needed to mess with it. It's more so with casings and blood and stuff like that. Okay, well. Sorry, Damien.
Yeah, you're good.
So, So I think, yes, both did do it wrong, right? Aurora and whoever put in the second casings did it wrong.
Tessa.
Hey, Aspen. So I did a little testing, and it does seem to be the case. So, what happens is people will paste in the identifier, and if they don't put anything unique in there, along with a unique description, it will override the original. If you both paste the same exact thing, it'll know which, like it doesn't show anything. But if you both put the same identifier but a unique description, it will override. So we need to make the identifier and the description unique every time we put in data.
Okay, so both have to be unique for it not to override, basically.
Yeah. So I don't think I'm going to roll out any punishments because I do think that this is like one of those situations where our system worked against us. But I am going to put out an announcement about it, I think. Because I don't think it's very well known.
To be honest, I don't think anyone knew because we've been all trained to do the same thing, you know? If it was like a bracket instead of like the squares, I get it, but...
I've done it before to a report, but it didn't matter because they were connected reports. So I kind of knew it was happening, but I didn't really know like how to replicate it. But I just did some testing and that was what I figured out.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna roll heads or anything for it. It's not a big deal. I mean it is a big deal, but not a I'm gonna fire people, push them to UPD, do anything like that. That would be kind of overkill. Unnecessary.
I agree.
Alright, I will see what I can do to get this information out to people so that we start documenting a little differently.
Yeah, agreed. I did also let someone know just to see if anything, like for now, like see if there's anything that we can do.
I don't really think so.
I don't think so either.
I think it's one of those things we just kind of have to accept and move on.
Which is really weird because you would think the report number would be different every single time, but I don't know. This is so weird, but yeah, I'm gonna try.
Yeah,
Time to put out an announcement, Tessa.
I always put the report number in the identifier. That's just how I've always done it.
Yeah.
So that
I usually
honestly
do
is the easiest.
Identifier, who's like, it's usually the identifier and then report number. Which even so that would be like different, but I don't know. Do you think maybe something with a state ID would be better? Like if we start adding state IDs at the bottom, or no? It would have been the same either way.
Well, I mean, I do it in both. Like, I'll do it in the identifier and I'll put the report number in the description. So the report number is plenty in, like, the interest of keeping things unique. We don't need state IDs, just the report number. Because that way when someone's searching the evidence and it comes up, they can see what report it comes back to really easily. Because it's in 3 places on that evidence.
Yes, I noticed that. All right. Maybe it's time people start putting like their call sign in it too, or something.
Maybe.
We might have to start adding a call sign or like, you know, like a gray. Or...
We might be able to get something automatic done on that front. I'll see what I can do about that.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Just something.
Honestly, processing officer on a suspect would be great. Just bottom line, because I had to call like 3 people before finding out you processed him.
Yeah, we've been
Just knowing who did what is easy for me.
we've been I don't know, in the reports, at least for some of us, sometimes when I also train people, I've been telling them to put who processed who. So at the bottom it's like suspect charges, and then there's like Holden Maddox's charges. I processed him with a guilty plea, and then James was Oxlong.
Okay.
He usually will, like, in at least my reports, and if I actually know, or like Oxlong's, or some people, they'll start putting it there, but it's not like a full PD thing.
Yeah.
Because I hate having to track people down, to be honest.
Okay. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for finding it out too. And
no problem.
We'll try. We'll try to get there.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
What a gosh dang mess.
Yeah.
Okay. How can I help you, Damien?
Polito Pets is fucking dying.
What?
Everything's grumbling around me.
Are you okay?
No.
Why? Talon, by the way, thank you so much for
Babalu
the
doesn't know when
15-month
he's gonna
resub.
come
Welcome
back.
back.
I lost Q and Babalu probably for a very, very long time. And I don't know what to do. I have so much shit. I can't handle anything myself.
Do I need to take a bigger role in it?
Maybe. Because we have
I don't
so
have
many
an issue doing
fucking
that.
Yeah. Yeah, we really fucking...
I wasn't aware it was that bad.
I didn't know that it was until he and I spoke last night. And I'm just like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can work on things. You and I talk later about some options, and then we'll go
Okay.
from there.
All right.
Because I don't want you to feel so overwhelmed that you have to leave it too.
Yeah, I mean, I
I don't want you to get to that point.
I appreciate that. Like, it's it's just a lot.
That's fair.
I'm gonna give myself $1 million bonus.
Okay. Let's call Harvey back.
Hello.
Hey, Harvey.
Hey, I forgot I needed to actually speak with you earlier, but you were at the town hall thing, so obviously you couldn't speak. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going through a dilemma.
Can I just update you real quick?
Sure.
It was a MDW error.
Yeah.
So what we found out is a lot of people apparently are putting the identifier in and not putting anything else to make it unique, which overrides the evidence, which I kind of was somewhat aware of, but I never had an issue with it because I just put the report number in both. Apparently this is a lot of people doing it.
Yeah.
So
I was
you
doing
and
it with like blood only on accident because I wouldn't really think about it, but all my casing projectile have always had report numbers in it.
Yeah. So we gotta do some kind of announcement. I will get that sorted out and help people, but it is looking like this is gonna have to be written off. I don't think I want to punish people for something that many people in the PD are doing incorrectly.
Yeah, I was even thinking the same thing because it was
a-
only
it's a
very recently I
training
realized
issue.
what the only recently have I figured out what the assigned evidence button did was, and that was like 2 weeks ago when I found that out.
The what?
The assigned evidence button, the button above the regular evidence, where you just paste the identifier and it puts out the last puts out what that description is from what was written somewhere else.
Huh?
So if you go to add new evidence, you can see create new evidence and assign evidence. If you put the identifier and assign evidence, if there's evidence that exists with that identifier, it will apply it. I only found that out 2 weeks ago.
So you could just make a duplicate?
No. So say you shoot your gun, right, and you take that evidence and you put the identifier in there with the description like Tessa's casing, and then you go to another report and assign and add that exact identifier, it'll have the description automatically added as Tessa's casing.
I think I'm gonna have to mess with that and see what you mean, because I don't think I'm understanding. Do we need to use
I can
that?
show you.
Is it like helpful or?
Yes. So when I've been using it is if you go into evidence and search MRPD mailbox, you'll see that guns that are dropped off in the mailbox get added to evidence without a report. So what I've been doing is I've been assigning those evidence and then renaming the description to say what the gun is and who it belongs to. That's what I've been doing. That's how I've been using the button, at least. There's a lot of things in the MDW that are just there that people don't know about.
Yeah, maybe we need to do like an MDW class or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's the update. So what did you need with the other thing?
Oh, so I'm having an issue. I'm getting like Adam Sandler. Like people want Happy Gilmore from me, but I want to be Uncut Gems, if that makes sense. Punch Drunk Love is probably a better example.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
So I'm getting like Adam Sandler or Jim Carrey. You know, people always think I'm the butt of the joke, but maybe I don't want to be the butt of the joke anymore. Maybe I want to like step up and help the SCSO thrive. When I said I wanted to do that, I was just told that, oh, I'm not leadership material and that I'm kind of an idiot and stupid and will never be leadership material. And I just feel like I'm just expected to just continue to be the punchline that I am, which I am. I will admit, I am a bit of a punchline.
Who's saying that?
People that mean well. So like earlier I said, I don't think it was today, but earlier I said to Stubble that I'm gonna, step up now that, people are getting poached to the troopers. And he said, no, you don't need to do that. It's a little tongue in cheek, it's not meant to be offensive. It's just like, you don't need to do that. Or I told Toretti that I was gonna step up and be a leader for shift 2, and he said there's no need for that. And he called me an idiot.
Toretti?
Yeah, well, I was being kind of an idiot about it, to be honest.
Okay.
I said,
well, let me just tell you this right now, Harvey. Command and High Command don't need you to tell them that you are going to step it up. They need you to show them. So you need to actually step it up and do what it is they are looking for. I don't know what that is with Toretti. I don't know what he wants. So that's something that you're gonna have to probably work out for yourself. But it sounds like he doesn't respect you. So
no, he does. I like I said, I was kind of being an idiot.
Okay.
My text messages were like, Turdy, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna help, I'm going to stay with the SCSO, and he said, thank you. And then I said, I will, step up and be a leader. And he said, there's no need for that. And then I said, if the SCSO has like, 30 of us, and I'm one of those 30, if there's 10 of us and I'm one of those 10, if there is no more people in the SCSO, then I am no more on this. I was just like, being a little jokester about it the way I do, which probably didn't help my case. But then he said he's blocking this number and called me an idiot in the town hall.
Yeah, Harvey, I don't think he respects you very much.
Like at all? Like even if I didn't do that?
Well, okay, honey, you want to be below someone who calls you an idiot for joking around?
Well, I like the SCSO. I don't think I'd fit anywhere else.
Okay. Well, I guess the decision ultimately is up to you how you want to proceed, but I think from my perspective, and I obviously haven't seen what happened, I just think you should value yourself a little more than that.
Well, look at this way, right? Owen, right? I think it's an SCSO thing because Owen approached me yesterday and he said, "Hey, you want this?" And he gave me his one of one Funko Pop of him. And he said he doesn't want it anymore. And I was like, "Oh, you must really like me." And he said, "No, you were the closest thing to me from the trash." Which I kind of know he's lying, right? He wouldn't have just given me his one of one Funko Pop. I think it's just we show, appreciation very differently in the SDSO. I think somewhere down secretly, Charlie respects me, or he wouldn't have me in his department.
Maybe.
And on the flip side, there's realistically 2 departments to go to, and I, as much as I respect Libby and respect Dark, I don't think I fit the mold of what LSPD is.
I think you just gotta figure out where you fit in. And what Toretti wants from you. Because I don't know if he's giving you a clear directive on what he would need if he wants you to step up, and if he doesn't want you to step up, I don't know.
I don't think he wants me to step up.
But then what do you want?
What do I want? I think I need to figure that out, but I want to be able to be taken seriously when it's needed. Like I have a lot of, ideas and things that could help the PD as a whole, but I don't feel like I have a voice for those ideas. And then there's times where I just want to, like, I don't care about rank. I don't want to lead things. I don't want to be called to a 37 alpha and have to make a decision on, like, whether we open fire or not. I don't really, there's other people who are more tactical than I am that are better suited for those positions. When it comes to logistical things, or like, how do we fix this issue with our, morale or whatever, I feel like I would thrive in helping out with there. I just don't feel like I have a voice for those kind of things.
Okay. Well, I think you just need to find your voice. And continue just doing what you're doing. And, I think you're doing fine. So I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah.
76
I do want to apologize too, Tessa.
Why?
In the peak.
Dang it.
Hey, you motherfuckers hiring? I'm just kidding. It's me, Bloom. I'm 41. Hey, Bloom. What's up, ho? Oh, you know, getting on motor. I'm a cop. Bloom, you just missed it. We motor chase. It lasted like 10 minutes, man. God damn it. God, I'm sorry. I'm a phone guy. I was talking to a suspended officer and telling her how disappointed I am in her or something. Ooh. Oh my God, my best friend Tessa. I'm on the way to go find her. I saw her. She was in the shooting range. There's probably been an accident. Probably, maybe. I'll check on it.
Turning on the radio was a good idea.
Yeah, she's in the shooting range.
Tessa. Tessa.
Help.
Oh my God, can you imagine what would have happened if I didn't know where you were because I was looking at you earlier? You'd be stuck here for hours.
I'm okay.
I saved her.
Need you guys to Mission Row PD.
I just need somebody.
Tessa's,
I don't feel so good.
Tessa's starving and
Thank you, Bloom. You're a hero.
I did this.
Source ID 7652, my MRPD.
Tessa's dying! Can you step on it?
We're right at the corner.
I'm not dying, please.
Oh my God, Tessa, stop dying.
If you have to, shoot the locks off the doors. Just get in here. Okay, I'm coming to get you guys. I'm coming to get you guys. Okay, just chill. Don't shoot the locks, please. Carter, how
Why
can
did
you
I have
stay
to be
calm in a time like
Kiki?
this? Because someone has to stay calm. Okay, one of us has
Freaking
to
out
stay calm.
doesn't fix anything.
Bloom, you keep freaking out. I'll stay calm. I'm gonna keep freaking out. Both of us freaking
Thank you, Bloom.
Not a problem. Someone has to panic.
Yep.
It's never me either. I never panic.
Do you need backup freaking out? I can do it too. Get down here right now to the shooting range. We need to freak out.
Oh my God, Tessa.
Thank you, Kurt, for showing mild complaint. But here's the thing: you thought about it. You took off your helmet to then panic. So really, your panic level isn't that high. It's like you're on like a 3. Well, no, because that implies that you put more thought into it. Thus, you're not panicking.
Oh my God.
There you. Well, now see, no, you've thought about it even more. You put it more. Oh God, I don't think 689's.
689. I don't think you're gonna make it. I think Tessa's gonna be gone before you get here.
Oh, no. What?
I got this. Kurt's preparing a eulogy. Okay, all right, guys. Here we go. I got the medics.
Please.
Help.
Hey.
What happened, Tessa?
I forgot to eat.
Okay, do you have food?
Put her down.
No.
Don't put her down.
So let's not shoot Tessa, please. Okay.
Does anyone have any veggie options?
I have cake and popcorn.
Like
and
I said,
sushi.
she dehydrated and starving.
It was a shooting accident.
Okay.
No, it wasn't.
I left Tessa down here alone on the phone. I should have known
I'm
not to leave her alone.
I'm sorry.
I need to get closer for. Hang on. Alrighty. Oh, were you able to grab that?
Oh my
Hang
God,
on.
she's not gonna make it.
God
damn
it! I can't watch Tessa die.
Alright, have one now.
I'm not dying, you
I can't
dingo
just watch
dog.
you die, Tessa.
Help.
689's here. Why are
Alright.
we freaking out?
Just gonna give you a glucose tablet, Tessa.
She's gone.
Alright, you ready to be helped up?
Yeah.
Is the food close?
I like how Harvey comes in here looking for evidence. You fucking evidence goblin.
He tried to
my
find
God.
the casing of the person that did it.
He tried. Just right now, it's good.
Oh hey.
Oh Christ.
Strange, you're here just in time. She I
Do you
saved
need
her.
food, Tessa? Do you want food?
I think she just got it.
I got some.
I just saved her.
Thank you.
Oh.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
This is no time to freak out. This is
I
a time to celebrate.
appreciate all of your assistance.
Okay, can
and,
you eat so that way I know
panic.
you've eaten?
She's eating right now.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay. Can you drink something as well so I know you're not gonna dehydrate later?
Come on.
Okay.
It's a celebration.
Okay. All right. She's okay. She's hydrating. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Don't know
I'm-
what that was. It didn't look like you were dehydrating. What was that?
I gave her a rainbow slushie.
Cool in the
Got you.
gang.
Okay.
Is this
Kind
like
of just
a
You making
wheelchair
fun of the
that
way I
didn't-
drink?
I didn't get invited to, or
Well, no,
We're
no,
like
Tessa.
kind of
I
wheelchair?
would not.
You're making fun of my sheets and drinks, Carter.
I'm not. No, it was just.
You judging her.
It was unexpected. Is what it was. Okay. Was
hear
not
judgment.
expecting the. Wasn't. Well, it's not judgment.
Oh
I mean,
God,
it's-
look at her. She's gnawing at the food.
Okay.
Why are you judging her?
I'm not judging.
I feel
Not
much
you. This
better.
I was bloom.
Carter, now
Okay.
now
That's
ever since Carter pointed it out, I can't stop looking.
Sorry, Harvey.
Yeah. So. Okay. Everything's good here. We call this code 4.
Yes, we're code 4.
Thanks to me.
Okay. All right.
Thanks to Bloom. Thank you, Bloom.
Not a problem, Tessa. I'm always
Alright.
here for you, buddy.
I'm here too.
Look,
Jesus
they're here.
Christ.
They panicked really hard. Okay.
They sure did.
360's 10-8.
All right. Well,
All right, Tessa.
All right.
I think I can finish my thought now.
Okay.
All right, ladies. Let me walk you guys out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carter.
6A9 is also 10-8, but I am celebrating, so.
Fuck my life. Charlotte, can you carry me?
Let's call it 10-6, if you know what I mean.
Okay, so. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on a lot of painkillers, and they mess with my appetite pretty bad. So I didn't think I was that shaky, but I guess I was.
Yeah, it happens.
It's hard to tell when you're not standing.
Yeah. The thing I wanted to apologize for was I went up to Bundy and you and Bass, and I was like, I came in there with like the STSO is in shambles, but I'm not leaving. I'm not even gonna transfer. I said, no one asked, but I'm not gonna transfer. And mainly I say that mainly because I really like the STSO and the culture that is there, but also because I'm afraid that if I even think about it, that Tardy will just like execute me and kick me out to the UPD.
Jesus.
I barely made it in. So even thinking about going to a different department, I feel like wouldn't bode well. I might just wake up in a yellow vest again. Like, I really like the STSO. But
Hey.
the reason I'm apologizing is because I actually don't know what exactly the direction you want the Rangers to be. Like, what is your ideal Ranger?
It's kind of a good question. I don't really know. We have sort of a mold that we try to strive for, but there's some Rangers that don't quite fit. And I recognize that. And I've brought in some people who were relatively new. I've brought in some people who might have been questionable choices, but I did them for reasons, and they're my own reasons. They were Clarkson and Ziggy's reasons as well. The main thing that I have always strived for with the Rangers and state in general is I want them to be established people. I want them to be people that when I go out on the street and I say someone's name that's a Ranger, there's recognition there. The person I'm talking to can say, oh yeah, I know that person. I know who they are. They did this for me. I had some interaction with them that was memorable, and it didn't even necessarily have to be a good, memorable experience. It just had to be something that set them apart from everybody else. And I was looking for people who were good officers as well. And that typically comes with experience and tenure. But not always. There are gems that come through that, I can see that they're going to go far. So that it doesn't have to be like a time thing or an experience thing. It kind of just has to be what matters to the individual. And then obviously I like people who like to actually do the ranger thing and be a part of our department. Because if that aspect isn't there, why are you here? That's kind of where I have always felt. And people meme about, the Rangers being in the city all the time, but I think people also underestimate the amount of stuff that goes on in the city comparatively to the north.
Oh yeah, I try to do Northern Patrol, but then it's just like
there's just nothing. Most
there's
of the time, there's
and Sandy,
nothing.
and that's it.
And that's not our fault. So I don't fault any of my rangers for that. Of course, when there is work up there, I do like to see them go up and do it. And I generally, if I announce I'm going to a call, they will jump on it with me. That kind of thing. And not even just with civilians. I want that recognition. I want it with other officers, too. So there's a lot of criteria that I personally look for with the Rangers, and not all the Rangers fit that mold, and I recognize that, and that's okay. But I was experimenting with some people and seeing what worked. And I do think a lot of that worked out. Initially, some of it kind of was a little hairy, but I'm happy with where the Rangers are right now.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie. When I got the message from Tori that said I'm blocking this number, two thoughts went through my mind. One was, yeah, that's reasonable. I was kind of being an idiot.
Well, what did you say exactly? Can you read it?
I'll read my text here. I will not doom. The SDSO will continue to be the best department. I'll make sure it stays the best department. Okay, Harvey, thanks. I will step up for shift 2. I will lead shift 2. No, it's okay, Harvey. We're good. If Big T has a million number of fans, then I am one of them. If Big T has 10 fans, I am one of them. If Big T only have one fan, and that is me, if Big T has no fans, that means I am no more on this earth. If world against the Big T, I am against the world. And he responded with, I'm blocking this number.
Oh.
So you can see why I thought, yeah, that's reasonable, because I was kind of being an idiot. I was, my intention with that is that, he's got a lot of his, core people, Columbo, Bones, Silas, Svensson, Divine, all leaving him, with nothing. I was just trying to hey, I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. In my own creative way, albeit a bit obnoxious. And he responded with unblocking his number. But one thought was, that's fair, that's reasonable. The other thought was, do I just become a ranger now? I don't want to leave Toretti. I don't want to leave the SDSO. If I was speaking really truthfully, if everyone in the SDSO left and it was just me left, I would still stay in the SDSO. I think Toretti gave me a big opportunity, and I really found my footing, and I found my mold. And much like Gable, once you go in the SDSO and you leave, you come back. I feel like I would always come back after some time.
I think Toretti is going through something that he doesn't know how to process. And I think you might be a part of his, I don't want to say therapy. Like, I think he might be hurling some abuse at you because of the way that some of those people left him. He's having a hard time handling it and processing it. And maybe he misconstrued what you were saying on the phone. You know, tone is hard over text for everybody. And he
Well, I
might
only
have
have
thought
one
you
tone.
were being facetious or like joking around about it. And you gotta understand, I don't think he finds this situation he's in very funny. So I don't think you intended on hurting him in any way, but he might have taken it that way just because he's kind of fragile right now. And I don't want to make excuses for him because this is just me seeing what I'm seeing and trying to understand it. But from an outside perspective, he's probably lashing out because he is hurt. And in a way, I feel bad, but I wish he wasn't being abusive right back because that's not a productive manner in fixing what happened. And I don't know if it's something that he just needs time on or if he's going to just continue to be that way. But if he does continue, then you might need to reassess where your loyalty should lie. But that doesn't mean I'm saying you need to leave him. I'm saying that you should try to help him. Be honest with him. Tell him, you know, hey, this kind of hurt my feelings. And see where you can kind of go from there.
Well, Shelby told me the best thing I could do is just not speak sometimes.
Okay, well, that's a bit rough.
Yeah, that's why I originally called you, because it's like obviously my tone there was kind of jokey in my own way. You know, I deal with grief very differently than others do. But I feel like even if I was like, yo, it's ready, things are looking pretty bad. But if you need anything, you know, if you need me to step up anywhere, please let me know. Like I could have been like that. He probably would have been more receptive to it. But I feel like with most people, if I'm like that, they're be confused because they just expect me to be, you know, the way I am. Just a
Yeah.
silly little guy.
Well, I do still think he's hurting right now, and I don't know if he really means what he's saying. So, my recommendation is be who you want to be the officer that you want to be, not what he wants you to be. Because you need to be happy, and your focus should be on what you're enjoying. And it doesn't really matter what department you're in. I think, honestly, I think you're doing a great job. You know, you've taken up helping out DOC and whatnot. You should just focus on doing your thing. Give Toretti some time. Be there for him when it looks like he needs it. But if he doesn't seem to want it, then I would leave him be. And I'm not sure. I think at the end of the day, he's hurting, but if he doesn't give up on that, eventually he's gonna hurt other people. I think it's starting to happen to you.
To be honest, Tori's always been like this to me. This isn't the first instance of like me trying to cheer him up, because I walked into his office the day after Svensson left and said, "I'm not leaving," and he said, "Get the hell out of my office," and punched me in the face.
Did he think you meant I'm not leaving your office?
No, I was doing the quote from The Wolf of Wall Street. Told him I wasn't leaving. I'm not fucking leaving.
Okay.
Charlie's always been like this. This whole department was built on fucking with each other, almost to the point of bullying, but like in a healthy and productive manner. So like, it's not unfounded for people to just, fuck with each other.
Is it starting to get to you?
Is it starting to get me? No, I'm just wondering, like, where do I go from here? Because obviously, I don't care about rank, but like I said on the phone, I do have ideas, but I just want to be taken seriously, and I feel like I don't have a voice to do that.
I'm taking you seriously.
Well, here's the way I treat departments, right?
Sounds like Shelby took you seriously.
Shelby has been very good. There was a time where I was being targeted by a member of the LSPD, and she sat me down and she said, "Hey, don't try to fight this on your own. If you have any issues, you come to me. I'll solve it." And I really felt like, the SDSO really had my back, and it still does. Because at the end of the day, like, the reason I like the SDSO more than the other departments is because I trust everyone in it, everyone who's even still in it, to have everyone's best interest in mind and know when, like when I was in the LSPD, back when it was under Bass and Malton, I couldn't trust most of the LSPD to understand, me to an extent. Like Aspen, she understood me. She knew that what kind of person I was and how I treat my humor and whatnot. And she didn't like how other people were coming at me, like saying, "Oh, he's this way." She's like, "No, you just don't get it. He's just very dry." Like, now Aspen's in the SDSO. No surprises that someone who looks out for other people ends up in that department. So as much as people fuck with each other in there, it's a really good department for that. I can't say the same for what the previous LSP is now or what's before, but the one it is now is good. I just don't think I fit their image.
Okay.
I trust Shelby and I trust Silas, so he's is going to greener pastures. So it's just gonna be Shelby, I guess. But I trust Shelby to be able to look out for me and stuff like that. So I don't want to leave the SGSO.
Well, I think it all just kind of goes back to what I said initially, and it's just don't tell people what you're doing, show them.
All right, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna step up and show them without saying it. I'm also, when it is time for me to, step up or show them, to not do it in a dumb way like the way I did to Toretti today.
Well, just be yourself and continue to, strive for better things, and I think you will get noticed.
Thanks. Just as a side note, just because I'm really curious, doesn't mean it's going to influence my decision one way or the other. Would I make a good ranger in your image of rangers?
Hmm. I hadn't really thought about it, to be honest.
I thought about it once or twice, but whenever I do think about it, I'm like, I think while I might fit the mold, I just don't know if the mold fits. I don't know how to say that. Like, I think the Rangers are too small for me. I like small to hearts, but I think they're too small.
We are very particular, I think. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, everyone else, I had a lot more time and thought put into that kind of question. So, give me a little bit of time to think about it.
I'm actually afraid about even asking in the first place, even though I just did, because I'm afraid that I'm gonna wake up and Terry's gonna be like, "Oh, you want to be a ranger? Well, get out and burn all my uniforms and make me wear the yellow vest." Like I said, that was my fear earlier. I said that if I even thought about it, that he'd just kick me out.
Well, he doesn't have
So
to know.
what if? It's a what if, It's not like I'm actively going to do it. I already made the decision that, regardless of how people are receptive to it, that I will be the future. We got losing Rose and Bones and Columbo and Svensson, and eventually at some point, I'm gonna have to step up, whether they want me to or not. They're gonna have a bottom of the barrel eventually, right?
You're not the bottom of the barrel. Is that what you feel like?
It's a mix of, like I said with the Adam Sandler analog, people put me in that barrel, but I also put myself in that barrel where it's like, Bloom. I don't want to be a senior. I don't want to be a sergeant. I don't want rank. I don't care about it. I just want to be able to just do my job right. But also, I think that people expect less of me because maybe my specialties are in things that very niche things, like not everyday things, right? I don't drive car good or comm good, or I'm not tactical with positionings on where should go where and what, when, and why. I can't even spike a car. Those are all very qualities that people kind of need. But like,
You think I can do any of those things?
I think you can do whatever you put your mind to, Tessa.
Okay, well, respectfully, I've put my mind to improving my driving for a very long time, and it just is not happening. So, I will never be a shooter. I will never be a driver. I hardly ever try spiking people because I'll just die. There's a lot that I'm not good at, and I struggled with imposter syndrome for a very long time. So much so that I felt I didn't deserve this position. Ever. It's taken a long, long time for me to accept my role. And there's still days where I don't think I should be leading this PD. But I am. And I have to be where I am, and do what I'm good at. And that's all I can offer. I have to find people who can help me where I struggle. And delegate those tasks to people, because we're a team. This police department is a team. We might have different uniforms and whatnot, but I'm happy to help whoever, and I like to think that whoever is in a different department would be willing to help me. So I don't consider you bottom of the barrel. And I would like for you to try not to, because that's imposter syndrome. You have your strengths. There are things you are good at. So focus on those and continue to be yourself, and those things will help you. If there's areas you want to improve, practice makes perfect. My driving improves if I drive more, but it's a process. It takes a long, long time to get good at stuff like that for some people. So, if you have stuff you want to improve on, try it. Try improving. Take feedback. Learn from someone good. I found myself at one point in a shootout taking advice from Mr. K. I got FTO'd by Angel. And when I was driving in the car, she made me get out of the driver's seat. And, I took that, and I realized, what I was doing was not right, and I tried to learn from her, and I listened to her advice. And I think I got better for it. That doesn't mean I didn't want to vomit when she told me to get out of the driver's seat.
Oh yeah, that would. Yeah,
But
that would.
I still look back at that as a learning moment. Because I'll never be Angel. But Angel will never be me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take your advice and mix it with Shelby's a bit, and I think that's the direction. Which is, I'm gonna take Shelby's. Sometimes just don't talk, and I'm gonna take your show with your actions, and I'll be like a silent bandit.
Okay.
And
do what makes you happy.
Everyone in the STSO makes me happy.
And roll with it. I think you can manage it.
Yeah, I just hope that I don't wake up tomorrow and get told, "Oh, you want to be a ranger? We'll go play in the woods," and get told to take
You
my
and I are
uniform.
the only two people who know about that conversation. And I'm not about to go and talk to Toretti. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the SDSO, but I'm just gonna approach it differently, right? Silent, but deadly.
That you're gonna need to find a new description for that.
Like silent, like I just, I don't say things like Shelby told me, not say things, but deadly, and that I get things done.
Harvey, never mind. Just silent but deadly. That's what you are.
Yeah, silent but deadly. Yeah. Yep.
All right.
And before you know it,
Go
3
get
months
him,
from now,
Tiger.
I'll be a senior because all the other seniors will have died. Not from me, but like from going to trooper or something.
Okay. All right.
Maybe if he offers me promotions and I just say I'm not gonna take a promotion. I'm gonna be a deputy forever. He's stuck.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be a deputy forever.
All right.
Thanks, Tessa. I think I needed that talk.
You're welcome. Jesus Christ, Harvey. Yes, IFAX. Gosh dang it. Okay, who else? What do we do?
Hey,
Woo!
Tessa.
Oh God, you're alive.
I'm
so
yeah.
glad. Okay.
Hold on. You're checking on me?
Yeah, I was worried. I saw you went down.
no,
Are you
you don't need
okay?
to worry about me, Tessa. Oh, that's so sweet that you called me.
Well, yeah, you checked in on me. I
Oh, you
figured I'd
didn't have
check
to
in
do.
on
Oh
you.
my God,
and
that's so
yeah,
sweet.
and thanks for your text.
Of course.
Yeah, I had my surgery.
honey, boo boo child.
Don't call me that. I had my surgery yesterday, so hopefully, I'll be out of the wheelchair soon.
I was there. Remember, I was there for the surgery. I stood outside the doors and everything.
Oh, I was on a lot of painkillers.
Even before you. Well, I'm the one that guided you in. I was like, "It's that room right there," and Rev was like, "Yep."
Oh.
Yeah, I was there.
Well, they gave me those short-term memory drugs when I was going in, so I
high
don't
command
really
drugs.
remember those. The high command. What do
Name
you
one
mean?
member of High Command that has good short-term memory.
True. Actually, true.
Yep.
That's fair.
Hey,
okay.
man, you really didn't have to call up on me and check, but you did, and that means a lot.
Yep.
That means a lot. Dan Faley is texting me in all caps saying, "Hang the fuck up."
Oops. Okay. I better let
So,
you go.
I guess I'll call
Goodbye.
it. All right, Tessa. Hey, be safe out there, bestie.
Okay. Oh. Goodbye. Oh boy. All right. I need. Okay, so announcement about the identifier thing. And talk to Damien about Bolito pets. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Okay.
Oh, hey, Tessa.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Oh, Jesus,
Oh,
Lily,
Jesus
careful.
Christ, Tessa, Are you why? okay?
Watch your legs. She just got them
I'm
lengthened.
sorry.
Oh, let me get that. There you go.
Are you okay?
God. Yeah. Oh my God.
Sorry.
How are your legs doing, Tessa?
Well, I can't really
she
feel
gets
them
multiple
yet.
surgeries every week. Well, they got lengthened. I heard. I
What?
was outside the
No.
surgery room. You got leg extensions?
No, I
that
had
not what
a
happened?
well, I had a spinal surgery where they put screws in my spine, and hopefully it fixes my disc issue that I was having. And I don't think I got extendo legs.
Well, maybe I should. Maybe,
I can't.
yeah,
I don't
maybe
have the
got
feeling
wrong
fully
info.
back yet, but
Yeah, there was just a lot of noise going on in there, and there was like a Papa John's delivery in the middle of it, and Riv was making all sorts of noises. I don't know.
what the heck?
Yeah, it was just Riv and
927
Pillbot in
is
there.
1042.
I don't even know what we were hearing, to be honest.
Crazy
I think
stuff
they
by the sounds
mentioned
of
your
it.
legs.
Oh God.
So,
Excuse
well,
me.
anyway,
Well,
I
my
hope it
legs
went
are
well.
fine.
Glad to see you're getting your medical treatments and stuff.
Thank you.
Ma'am. All right, take care, man.
You too.
Let me check. It's processed me. I process it tomorrow.
You bravoed.
Don't worry about it.
I got scared.
I didn't eat. That's all.
Do you need food?
Do you need some food?
I won't say no.
I don't have any food.
Have some cake.
Thank you.
Huh? How did the Excuse me. I love your shirt.
Thank you.
I love it.
I
I'd
wore
take a
it to
photo
the
to
town
show
hall.
Tails, but she'd probably frame it.
Honestly, I think that'd make another good photo. You just
Oh
kind
my
of aim
God, Flop.
What?
Did you want to aim a gun at Tessa?
No, I'm saying if Tessa aims a gun and has that, I think that'd make a great photo album.
Oh, that would be
That
a good
seems
photo.
dangerous.
I mean,
That's all right. We can take the bullets out of the gun. You know, you can unload a gun.
This is true.
I know proper gun safety. Okay.
That's okay.
I feel like there's a level there of proper safety, but I still feel like aiming a gun
Yeah,
at someone
yeah.
might be a problem. To be fair.
I mean, it's okay, Flop. You just did.
Well, I just did because
But they had
Fontaine
a
just
gun in
claimed.
their hand, so it's okay.
Fontaine just overreacted, pulled her gun, and aimed and said she's going to go shoot someone. And I said, Fontaine, put the gun away or I will shoot you.
Did she?
No, no.
She's going through a lot right
Did
now.
you shoot
Flop
her?
couldn't save her finger.
No, I did not shoot her. She put her gun down.
Oh.
She's got to go to the hospital. A suspect just bit off her finger, and she yelled at me about reattaching her finger. EMS wouldn't, and I said, I legally cannot, and you need to go to a hospital, keep your finger on ice. You have to sterilize it if it was bitten off. I'm not going to reattach a potentially
I know
infected finger.
how we could have fixed it. You just get someone to bite off the other finger and take her focus away from it.
Yeah, you know?
No, you go for a pinky toe because everyone's so. Oh wait, no, that's right, the leg.
I'm actually being facetious because I got shot at one point and somebody said to Fontaine to shoot my other arm to stop the bleeding or even out the bleeding, and she did it. So, you know, I kind of got issues with her.
Well, that's very sweet of Fontaine.
I'm gonna go process someone.
Sorry if I don't feel very sympathetic.
No, that's fair. Hey, Dan. Hello.
She never apologized for that neither.
You know, Fontaine's done a lot. But, you know, she's somehow still here. Regardless, I didn't really get a chance to ask you. I was at City Hall earlier to ask you, but I know you were in the middle of some stuff. Did everything go good with the surgery?
Yeah. Nothing crazy happened or anything, although I'm not sure about the operating room. It sounds like there was a pizza delivery. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm in some pain today and I am on my painkillers, so I'm not out on patrol. But I am doing some desk duty stuff and just kind of taking it easy because I figure there's not much else for me to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not the kind of person that wants to just lay in bed.
Well, you're going in for 4 years, so I mean that's a long time. I could change that.
I gotcha. Well, I guess I'll ask you, because it's kind of my forte. Do you need help with anything?
Not at the moment. I think I'm all good.
Okay.
Had a crisis earlier. There was apparently
What I
a
could charge you
gun.
now?
No, it wasn't anything like that. It was a gun we thought didn't get ran that came back to a second-degree murder.
Is this the one with Holden?
Yes.
Okay, I heard he was wanted for questioning for a murder, so.
Yeah, so when you go and put a casing in, when you're putting in evidence, what's your process for that?
When I do a casing, I put the entire, just everything that comes back from our system when we run it, I put that entire thing into the identifier. And then when I go and run a gun, I will take the serial and I will run it through our system. And what I will usually do is where the computer spits out the identifier, I'll remove the identifier part and I'll remove the end part and just keep the actual serial that we have when we run it through the system.
Okay.
So there's
That's
possibility.
correct,
Okay.
When you put the identifier in there, do you put anything else?
For what?
Or do you just paste the identifier and then go to the description?
I paste the identifier and then go to the description.
So you don't make the identifier unique?
Oops, sorry. So I mean, it depends. Sometimes I do. Usually I don't, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
Is that not the right way to do it? Has there been something that I'm unaware of?
It's not just you. I'm finding out that it's almost everyone. And it's really bad. So when we have multiple casings, when you across like multiple reports, when you paste that identifier, if you don't make it unique, it will override whatever's on another report and therefore make it not show up in evidence search.
Okay.
Which is super bad because that's what the person that was processing Holden did. They had the casing there. I think someone else put the casing in evidence, so they overrode it. But this person searched stuff pertaining to the gun and only found that report, not the murder report, because it only showed the one.
Okay.
So they had no idea that there was another report.
So...
And I think that might be happening a lot.
Forgive me? I remember this being a problem when I was still in SCU. We had a big meeting about it. We had to start going and announcing it at the meetings. Make sure that you were making things unique. Because I mean, apparently, I guess in that case, then it's got to be happening with blood. It's got to be happening with a lot.
With everything.
So, yeah.
It doesn't really matter with guns, because you don't really put this like multiple guns on multiple reports. Because it's usually just the one gun. But with casings, blood, things like that, you're overriding other
howdy
evidence.
Okay. So when I was in SCU, we made an announcement about that, and eventually, keyword eventually, it got fixed. And that wasn't a problem for a while. And ever since that was kind of announced that, hey, we can kind of go back to the way things were, I kind of proceeded in that way. But someone a while ago recently was on radio and said, make sure you make the blood unique, otherwise it'll overlap. And I thought about it, and I said, I don't know if that's true. Because I don't know. I thought that was taken care of. I'm going to make an announcement at the meeting today.
I'm going to make an announcement. Don't worry about it. I have a thing I'm going to write up for it.
Okay. That's fine. Interesting.
So don't do anything yet. I need to get information out on it.
I got you. Just so you know, I've been showing up to the shift 1 meetings. I'm only sticking around for the meetings, but I'm kind of taking notes so that in case anything from shift 1 needs to be announced in shift 3, I'm kind of passing that stuff along so that we have more to talk about in shift 3. But respectfully, as much as the meetings are, I always try and, you know, prioritize the important things, and then we go to kind of the more not so important things. But I want to make sure that our meetings are still fruitful with information, because I want people to feel like that they're showing up for something that might be of value.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of bouncing between meetings and hopefully passing along information a little bit more clearly. But if you're going to make an announcement about that, that's going to be good. If there's anything that you need me to bring up with other people, we could do that. I feel like this is going to be a hard thing to get people to remember to do.
Yeah. It's a training issue, and I don't know how to fix it otherwise.
I think the best way to fix it is ripping the Band-Aid off, letting everyone set in panic mode for a minute, and kind of get people to understand, hey, no one's necessarily in trouble, but moving forward, this is how things need to happen. So, especially with cases, I wonder how many, respectfully, I wonder how many investigations have fallen through now over that. Because that could be...
No idea.
There can't be a number on it, but that's detrimental.
Yeah, because personally, I have always put the report number. I'll paste the identifier and then go to the end and put the report number on everything, no matter what it is. And then I'll do the same on the description, generally. Because it needs to be in both, in my opinion.
Maybe that's the way that we should proceed. Like in terms of training moving forward, I think we should get into that habit I think that would make the most sense and the easiest way to break the habit. You already do it on the description, do it on the identifier. Doesn't matter what it is, just do it on both. You can look ugly, doesn't matter. We're gonna guarantee a unique piece of evidence in the MDW if it's in that report.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you need me to pass along anything, I guess anyone later on in shift 3, I can try and set up maybe a meeting a little later in shift 3 where people aren't around, just to remind people and kind of do what I can to make sure all of shift 3 is at least informed.
Yeah. I might have to take some time tonight to write things out and figure it out, so hold off on doing any kind of announcement, and I'll get everything sorted.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate you bringing that up to me. We were doing that for a while with the identifier when the issue was happening.
I think a lot of people were, and just training goes out the window sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, it's similar to the driver's license thing with DOIs and right. But I was putting the report number in the identifier when the issue happened and SCU announced it. And that's how we combated it. And looking back, I don't know why I ever stopped doing it, to be honest. I'm gonna remember that moving forward, though.
Yeah, just be careful with it.
Yeah, it's all good. Well, awesome.
No, got nothing else.
Well, that's good. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes it's nice to know that there's nothing else falling apart. But that is something that does need to get brought up, so that'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, awesome. I don't think there's anything from me. I think everything else is good. I'm running motor for shift 3, which is good. I don't know if Rose talked to you about that or I don't know, but I'll be one of the leads for shift 3. Yeah.
Congratulations. That's good.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually got a good group going. We got Candace for shift 1, Muller for shift 2, I think Bloom for shift 2 as well, and then I'm shift 3. So everyone's kind of got a shift. We're going to set up meetings. Yeah, it'll be good. So hopefully we'll get people in and out for motor. Try and kind of keep an eye out on it. I'm just telling everyone, if you see dumb shit on motor, let me know. And I kind of want to make sure motor's utilized smart and not utilized poorly. I don't want motor to be a nuisance in a chase. I want it to be utilized more for the benefits. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I think Rose is doing an extraordinary job so far with keeping everybody informed. And I'm hoping to pass that through with shift 3. But yeah.
Oh, I did have something I wanted to bring up to you, because I was doing it with a few other people.
I'll take my strike points now. I apologize. It won't happen again.
Well, we'll see about that. So it's just something that I think you need to hear from me, because I'd rather you hear it from me and not somebody else. And it's just about your performance. And it's feedback that you really genuinely need to hear. How do I say this? Okay. I think you're doing a really, really good job, and I'm proud of you and how far you've come, and you look great. You look healthy. And I, for one, like your bald look.
Oh.
Hello, Tessa. I hope
Hi,
everything
Henry.
went well.
Hello.
Oh. Hope everything went well for you yesterday.
You did. Thank you.
How long is your recovery for?
Well, Pillbot said the next 48 hours I should get feeling back in my legs, but whether or not I'll be out on full patrol or anything anytime soon is up in the air.
No, you shouldn't be on full patrol for a while. We need to protect the Queen of the Fort. It's okay. We'll take care of you. Ain't that right, Fly?
Of course.
But I'm here if you need me, so.
Yeah. I'm working on that presentation, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be great.
I was just
we-
finishing up Flop's positivity audit.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
the
God,
the heart attack audit. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
It's
It doubles as a physical.
Oh God. I mean, I guess that's maybe I hope a good thing.
If you pass out from like blood pressure or have a heart attack or anything, that's how I know you're not okay.
This is true. Okay. No, I appreciate it. I do like the bald. I think I need to grow it out eventually though. You know. I'm just kind of.
How many heart attacks did you have? Tessa positivity audit.
Well, I kind of started the conversation with how I'll gladly take my
Hope
strike
Smasher,
points.
by the way,
So
thank
I
you for
kinda
the
went into
38
it
months. And Land, thank you for the
with a
4
positive
gifted. I
insight.
appreciate you. And Y Block, thank you for the 2 months.
I
Wolf,
did
thank
it.
you for the biddies.
I thought I was in trouble.
Dukes of Hazzard,
God.
thank you for the 2
Low-key,
months as
deep
well.
down, I'm like, oh God, I
Avalish,
must have
thank
really
you for the
messed up.
25 months. I'm sorry, guys. I've been
I
so
forgot it.
occupied with everything,
I
all these
forgot, like, a
conversations.
small
I haven't
detail
really
in a
been as
report or
focused.
something.
So thank you so much. Chat, let's
It's
get
okay.
some love
It's okay.
for all these
You're
people
doing,
who
you're
came
doing
by
great.
and showed
At least you
support.
didn't end up like me the other day.
Thank you, guys.
Where
Genuinely.
somebody was in the ICU and they needed a cop
Yes,
to go
RP
and get
is
a statement
happening.
from somebody because they were held in the ICU for questioning.
Also, we're super close
They
to
were apparently the victim.
900.
I was unaware because in the
I'm just
report, the
saying.
debrief just had 3 question marks. So I went into the report, the room. I said, "Ma'am, forgive me. I'm going to be Mirandizing you though, because I don't know how you're involved. I don't know what's going on. You'll have to forgive me." And I Mirandized her. And then she told me that she knows who killed her boyfriend 3 months ago, and it's the same person who kidnapped her the other day. I said, "Okay. Well, I'm glad you're okay. What do you know?" And she said, "Well, I don't remember. I don't want to say you. I don't want to say anything to you." I said, "Ma'am, I'd like to remind you that you're Mirandized and that right now you're obstructing justice. If you know and you were kidnapped and other people were hurt or injured in the process, that is not a good look." So my little statement turned into a 2-hour-long conversation with somebody in the hospital room where she proceeded to take numerous phone calls and start screaming about what happened, and then came back to me and said, "Well, I don't remember much that happened." So I almost had to arrest somebody. But I guess on the benefit to that, I got what I needed out of her. So that's good. But
that's good.
A 5-minute victim statement turned into a 2-hour-long ordeal in a hospital room.
I call that a rabbit hole.
Oh, it was a rabbit hole.
And between me and you, Flo, these rabbits are getting out of here. Hey, Tessa.
Huh?
No, nothing.
Oh, okay.
Flop, I gotta tell you.
Sorry. I zoned out.
I know. I talk in circles. Paragraphs.
It's okay.
I'd be great for the Rangers. I'm just saying. Great for politics. Put me in front of a podium.
Hey, Flop. We gotta get this hockey unit going.
Listen,
get a hockey unit. There was a rat that held a knife to me yesterday. With rabbits. It started a cult in 5 minutes. We need a hockey unit.
Huh?
A rat held a knife to me and Bundy. Yesterday.
What did you do about it?
Oh, well, I was going to stick my cat on it, but it had a knife. Then it had like 4 rabbits. It recruited 4 rabbits in the span of 5 minutes.
It's a rat.
It's a cult leader. That's what it is.
If that thing was going to hold you hostage.
Okay, you know what, Flop? I have to see you.
Why didn't you punt it across the room?
I'm not going to do
steel-toed shoe.
I am not going to do that. That will be terrible. Let nature handle it, because nature is scared.
Nature should not have a knife manufactured in a fucking factory, Henry.
Well, look at this shit.
Tessa, do you know about this? Rats holding up cops.
Shut up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you see that?
What is this? What is this?
Aaron Okami, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Jesus.
I appreciate it.
We need this hockey unit. I'm making a presentation. This is gonna be a presentation.
Oh, man, Mr. Waddington coming in with the 5 as well. Thank you so much.
We will tell Tessa later.
Well, you're whispering.
A hero.
In front of Tessa. Yeah, you were right in front of Tessa.
No,
You
look,
can't.
she's
You
not-
can't just.
She's not even paying attention.
I mean, it's probably because my yes or no's take 15 minutes to get to the yes or the no. And honestly, I don't blame her. I don't blame anyone. I don't know how people sit through the PD meetings. Okay? I talk so fucking much. She's probably zoning out because I'm here.
Hey, what did you say, Paul?
Jesus Christ. Get out of my face, Henry. Get out of my fucking face. Get out of my face. You haven't brushed your fucking teeth. Get out of my face.
Yeah, we used to be stripper toe together. Why are you treating
We
me
were.
like this?
Treating you like this. What do you mean? You're
thought we
zoning
were
out. You're not even listening to me anymore. Henry, we used to be tight.
Boy.
We used to be fucking tight. What happened?
We still are tight. You just
What do
tried
you
to
mean?
marry me.
That is untrue.
You did.
Land coming in with
Before you
the
married Ziggy, you
final
tried to marry me
5
because you were alone.
for
You think I remember that?
900
Yes.
total. You guys are amazing.
I don't
I
like that.
appreciate it. Thank you so much for that push.
Anyway.
Hey, Tessa.
Hey,
Tessa,
Tessa.
you okay?
Hey,
Huh?
Tessa.
You okay,
What did you
Tessa?
say?
No,
Henry was complimenting you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much. You're the best thing, like butter on bread. That's pretty good.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Henry, there were so many compliments you could have made there.
What?
Tessa, you're like butter on bread.
What? You cannot beat that combo. I mean, you goes with toast. You know, butter with bread. You know, it's like a PB and J. It's just the best thing ever. You know, since sliced bread. Mm-hmm. Now I want some food. I got some food. I'm hungry.
No.
Maybe a cookie and some milk.
God damn it, Henry.
Getting my mouth watered. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, by the way, Tessa, for the evaluation. I will.
Maybe some barbecue ribs.
Okay. All right. Henry.
What?
Down here making me hungry.
Maybe a little hamburger with cheese.
Eat this all at once?
Are you judging me right now?
I am not judging you.
Okay. Maybe
How could this be misconstrued?
Don't judge me.
How-
I'm a growing boy, okay?
Okay.
Is this
I'm growing
problematic in
still.
any way?
Fair enough.
Still haven't hit my growth spurt.
You will eventually, I promise.
Are you sure?
Soon, yeah.
Soon TM.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Oh.
Oh.
Well, listen, Tessa, if you need anything. If you need anything, at all, please call me or contact me or whatever.
Hang on. Yes, Ellie.
Be honest, how did you feel about that compliment? Tessa, what are you saying? Tessa!
No one's ever around to help me. I'm so alone. I'm so alone.
Tessa, every time
There's no one. It's almost like I can hear someone that's around to help, but I just don't hear them when I need them. I'm so alone.
What do you mean?
I'm spread too thin.
All right. It's fine.
My rangers are never there for me.
Are you kidding me? I was always there, Tessa.
I'm yanking your chain. I don't actually think that. I'm teasing.
Okay. Thank God.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, Tessa. If you need anything, seriously, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to Tips because we were supposed to ride like 3 hours ago and we've been spread. So I'm going to go hang with him. But if anything comes up, give me a buzz.
This is another way of saying you're toasted.
Ew. He is on husband. He's been gone for a month.
Pretty sure, I'm sure Ziggy's dead.
I don't think he's dead.
He's not dead.
He's definitely dead.
Ziggy would be like the last person to die.
Yeah, fair. You want to grab your car? You want to ride for a little bit?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Belsing, good to see you as always. Wait, Belsing, what?
Hey, Tessa.
What's this guilt trip?
Hello.
Tessa.
To be
Oh
fair,
gosh, please don't run over my toe. Ah, my toe. Ah, my toe.
Why'd you walk into me?
What do you mean I was stationary?
You were
know what?
walking over here.
Yeah, because I need you to get your attention.
Nope.
Okay. Tessa.
I'm sorry.
I got a
can't kill
phone call.
Is your toe okay?
Yes, my toe is fine. Thank you so much. Okay, Tessa, I got a phone call from somebody. I just just out of the blue. There was a rat that held a knife to some individual. I think we need to take care of this rat.
A rat with a knife.
Yep.
King.
A rat. Yes, a rat with a knife.
Okay. Listen. It was probably someone wearing that one mask, and they probably had some kind of knife, and they were just saying they're a rat. You know how that is.
No, Tessa. It was actually a rat that was forming a cult. I'm not going
A
crazy. I
cult?
swear. Yes, I swear I'm not going crazy,
Oh
Tessa.
my god. I don't think rats start cults, okay?
It started a rabbit cult.
The rabbit thing again? Really?
What do you mean
Who you been
the rabbit
talking
thing?
to?
What do you mean who I've been talking to?
You sound like Bundy.
Listen, Tessa, you don't want to believe me when I say this?
Well, it sounds ridiculous, King.
I don't think it sounds ridiculous enough that you won't believe. This rat, we took in this rat, and I don't know if you noticed the gnaw marks on the water cooler. And a rat tried to eat it up, just gnaw on it, but it started a cult. It was trying to take over
we've
the
had a
ranger
rodent
station.
problem there for a long time.
It tried to take over the ranger station.
Okay, that's what they do.
What do you mean that's what they do? It stole
It's
money
a
from me
rodent.
too.
Of course it's gonna look for somewhere warm. And if you guys wouldn't stop leaving your gosh dang snack bars and have their wrappers all over the place, it might not attract the rodents so much.
I tried to clean up my mess.
But they're so crumbly.
Listen, Tessa, please believe me when I say
You guys
this.
are messy eaters.
Okay, I could take that. I could take I'm a messy eater, but I try to clean up my desk. When I'm at my desk, I'm doing my studies on hawks right now.
It only takes one little crumb.
Tessa, please believe me.
I think you're listening to some people that, are telling you jokes.
What do I need to do to prove to you that a rat had a knife?
I don't know. Bring me a rat with a knife?
Well, a picture solve everything?
No,
Or you think it's going to be you think I photoshopped
it probably would be. Or maybe you put it through one of them AI thingies and it's all wonky.
I would never do that, Tessa. I wouldn't lie to you. You know, it's okay. Everything will come to light when I'll make this presentation for the Hawk unit.
Okay.
I think it will be. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. Okay, Tessa.
Okay.
I'll show you. You know, I'm not going crazy. The mountain's not getting to me. I'm not going crazy. I know what I'm talking about, Tessa. I'm sure I know what I'm talking about, Tessa. Please, just believe in me.
Okay.
It's starting a cult, and it's with the rabbit.
There's no rabbit rat cults going on. You're just being ridiculous.
It's running rabbit.
Okay, it's probably just a bunch of rabbits because it's peak mating season, all right? And the rat is probably just hanging around because we're leaving food out.
It was following the rat. The rabbits were following the rat.
Okay, well, I don't know.
It's okay. I'll keep on with my studies about hawks. We'll go from there.
Okay.
Nature is scary. All I gotta say is nature is scary.
It do be kind of scary.
And these hawks is going to be even more scary. Actually, I'm gonna put out a wanted poster for this rat. I'm gonna be on the lookout for this rat. We need to get this rat down. It's taking over everything. It's going to take over the world.
That's nice.
And I'll get some eyewitnesses too. I'll bring eyewitnesses to you, Tessa.
Okay.
We're not delusional. We're not crazy.
Well, sounds like you have an investigation on your hands.
I do.
Come to me with receipts.
I will. I'll let you know. Give me a couple days tops, maybe a week.
You got 1 hour.
1 hour?
I'm just kidding. You got however long. Don't matter.
Okay. Are you going outside or are you staying in here?
I'm going where I please.
Oh, I was just asking. I was going to open the door for you.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just kind of rolling around.
Okay. Well, don't hurt yourself anymore. Don't run over anybody's toe.
I make no such promises.
All right.
So fast. Funk. What's going on out here? What do we got? Who's that? Oh man. Thank you again, chat, for 900 subs. I appreciate it.
Cleo is not a cop anymore. She's a crazy criminal.
She Joker moment or what?
I wouldn't say it was a Joker moment.
Ow. I just pistol whip a door open? As a matter of fact, I did. I'll do it again, too. So when you're in a wheelchair, the only way that you can actually get around is, because when you try to go through a door, they get kind of stuck, and you can't go through them. And, it's kind of a nightmare. So the only feasible way that we can go through is to pistol whip the doors open so they break. And then they stick open.
Oh,
Hello?
hey Tessa. Okay, we're gonna have Ranger Court when I get everything settled and documented and everything. We're gonna have Ranger Court.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay, I gotta pull somebody over that just crashed.
Get him.
Yeah, I will.
Sight him.
I
Okay,
will.
bye.
Bye.
How far from MRPD can you get before someone notices? I don't want to be that unhinged because I do have PD equipment and I'm not dressed for duty or anything. And I'd rather not put anyone in the uncomfortable situation of having to contain high command. I have to be mindful of my position over people. Because it makes them feel awkward if they have to be like, should you be on duty? We could probably get a really long distance away. JKG, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. What's this? Hey! What are you doing?
Ah! Again, Tessa? Why are
Don't
your legs
worry
gone
about
now?
it. I had surgery yesterday, and you know, I can't go on duty.
Wait, you're not a cop?
Well, I'm on duty, but I can't be out there.
Is that why is that why you're allowed to wear such inappropriate work attire? Are you kidding me?
Read the shirt.
You haven't seen me in so long and you flipped me off.
Maybe you deserve to be flicked off.
I've been working at soup kitchens.
Oh.
What?
How'd that go?
Well, you know, I'm a good noodle. You know what's cringe, though?
What?
I had to wait a month to start my expungement, and then the expungement also requires another month. That's 2 months.
That's not cringe. That's completely reasonable.
Do you know how much I could
Do you
get
know how
done in
long?
2 months?
Do you know how long you're gonna have to be clean if you're gonna be an officer? Exactly.
As once I get the expungement, there's no record of me
The
ever
barrier of
not being clean.
entry is high on purpose.
Listen, I'm gonna be Charmin Ultra Clean, okay?
I don't think you should compare yourself to toilet paper.
Yeah, but Charmin.
Yeah,
Wait, is Charmin
but
the one that clogs your toilets?
I don't think so. I just think as like a general rule, comparing yourself to a brand of toilet paper is just not.
Why? It's dependable.
Yeah, but you know, being associated with poop is.
But think about it, right? You ever go? I'm sorry if this is too forward, but you ever go into the bathroom and then there's no toilet paper and you're like, ah, shit, fuck, ah, fucking shit. There's no toilet paper, and your life's ruined because you're on a big date and now you're stinky.
What? I mean,
if you don't have toilet paper, you're gonna be stinky. That's just how it works, Tessa. Unless there's a cat.
do they not have another
in,
stall?
Unless there's a cat in the bathroom too.
What?
Don't high horse me. You never use some
No,
fur?
never would I ever. What the heck? Gross.
Shit.
Yeah, you're telling me.
I actually had to paint the toilet brown because it was quicker than cleaning it.
That's disgusting.
I'm sorry, we don't all have big mansions high up in the sky. What's that theme song? A deluxe apartment in the sky.
What?
Is that Fresh Prince?
No.
What's the one I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't watch TV is what you're gonna tell
No,
me.
not really, no.
You stay in the wilderness and look at rivers.
You're so dumb.
I'm not dumb.
Okay.
Listen.
Well.
See, Tessa. What would you do without me, alright? You get Kiki to, like, answer my phone call?
You still need to do that, don't you?
I do. I need... Listen, I need all the people that are most dear to me to vouch for me.
How is she the most dear to you?
I could say, but I don't think you'll like it.
What do you mean?
You know those, like, stories where it's like wrong place, wrong time, and it's like in another life maybe we could have done laundry and taxes together?
What?
You know, like two people that should be together, but life says otherwise.
Or maybe the fact that she was taken at the time and also is a lesbian?
Well, you know, Scott Pilgrim said,
Jesus Christ.
I'm in lesbian with you.
That's not how that works.
Shoot.
That's not how any of this works.
I'm in loitering with you?
You just want to loiter with her?
I'm just gonna break out every L word.
Okay, well, so you had a thing for her?
You know, I have a thing for everybody. It's completely platonic.
Oh.
Why do you think Guire was so handsome?
So you just are attracted to everyone. Is that your deal? Is that your thing?
Asexual is when you're attracted to nobody, right? Or which
yeah.
What's the one? Okay, so the opposite of that.
I don't know if there's a word for that.
There's gotta be a word for that. Demi? No, demi involves you have to be in love.
Yeah, that's like...
There's gotta be a thing, but I don't know. Is there a way to get up there?
I don't know where you're... No.
I'm gonna find a way.
Of course you are.
I can figure out anything. Ooh! Ooh! There's still something I need to show you.
What?
There's something I need to show you.
Okay.
You're too slow on the wheelchair.
You gotta take me somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Well, right now,
Safe.
not now. Stop making that noise. What is that? God.
I'm
Never do that
crying.
again.
I'm crying. I hope you don't have kids if that's how you react to someone
You sound like a whale.
What's wrong with a whale?
They're loud. Don't do that.
Whales are... Oh, don't cry. I'm not allowed to cry.
Just don't cry like that. That's better. I can deal with that, I think. No.
How about when I'm a
You
cop,
sound like
I
a
get
siren.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I get a custom siren. It's just me doing that. Whoop, whoop.
I have a horn that does that.
Really? You ever watch Cart
Yeah.
Narcs?
I've heard of it, I think.
That's gonna be me.
That's the kind of officer you want to be?
I'm gonna be the officer that deals with the dirty stuff that nobody wants to deal with. You know, the stuff that they think they're above, but I know we're not above. Because I care about the city. Like bikes getting stolen. Somebody comes up to me and says, "Officer, that man took my bike." I'm gonna get it back.
Huh.
Ah!
Hello.
What? Hi,
You spooked him.
I mean to scare you.
Sorry. What's your name?
I'm Avery. What's your name?
You want to be a reference?
Oh my god. You're disgusting.
I'm not disgusting. You know who offered to be a reference
Who?
without me even asking?
Who?
Birdie.
What kind of reference do you need?
To be a cop. You know me, right? You know me?
What's your name?
Shit. I can't tell you.
His name is Richard Whiteque.
Don't look me up in your
Are
iPad.
you the guy who kidnaps people?
No! No! No!
That sounds like you.
I don't do that anymore.
I still think we have met before.
I don't do that.
I can't.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
She's laughing because what's the first thing that came to your head?
That's how you're known.
I am a good noodle.
I mean, we could change that impression. We could,
And
you know.
every time you guys refer to me as that man, I start to realize maybe I can't change because nobody will let me.
What do you want to be known for?
He wants to be a cop.
No, he said Cartner.
Whoop whoop. Carts go over there.
Okay, I mean, I can get you known for that instead.
Oh no. PBS. So, Bloomy Woomy.
Oh, that was funny.
Anyway, hi, Tessa.
Oh my
Why are you
god.
in a wheelchair again?
I had my surgery yesterday.
Ooh, was it successful?
I think so. They said that I'm gonna get feeling back, within 48 hours. But it could take longer.
Okay. Also, is there a fox on your shirt? Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, I love it. It's such a cute shirt. Okay,
Thank you.
Well, I hope you start to feel better, and then in 48 hours, you're really, really better. Get all the feeling backs.
Thank you. What is that? Who is it? This is the military?
Somebody for you?
Where is it?
Where, Tessa? Where, boss?
What happened?
It's okay. It's okay. No one's here. You're safe. What did you see?
The explosion?
I must have been looking the other way because I didn't see it.
It's not the military?
No, they're not coming for you.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Oh, Richard! Oh, he's gone. Wait. Okay. I will give you a good reference if you'll give her a reference about giving me a dolphin, like how great I'd be with my dolphin.
Oh, he knows all about sea creatures. Pretty sure he's part whale.
She said I cry like a whale. Listen, okay? Diets are hard. You don't gotta make fun of me.
I wasn't calling you fat. I said the sound you were making sounded like a whale.
Oh.
Try it again. Show her. Okay.
I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I could see the well.
Yeah, with Brendan Fraser, that was a good movie.
Well, that one is about being fat, though. That one.
No, that one was about repairing his relationship with his daughter. Who didn't deserve it, by the way. The daughter was an asshole.
I haven't actually seen the movie. I heard it got good reviews, though. So.
I mean, it's really a performance movie. I'll never watch it again, but Brendan Fraser was good in it.
Okay. I don't know if I like performance movies.
Avery,
Yes, ma'am.
what you here is not just looking for references for the PD.
No, I have 5 women already. It's okay.
Oh, you do? Okay. I was trying to help because I think Avery would be a good one.
Are you trying to hook me up, Sarah?
No. That's not what that was.
What do you mean be a good woman?
What?
I have 5 women already. I have 5 women.
No, not like that. He's got a bit of a history. That's old news, obviously, because he's working towards, fixing it. But, his stipulation on his expungement was unique in that he needed, some ladies to vouch for him and his character.
Oh.
And,
Specifically women?
well...
What did you do, Richard?
Well, I mean, you already brought it up a little, right, hun?
What?
You said I kidnapped people? But do you know the specifics?
Begins an alleyway with the van for something?
Alleyway? That's not my MO, or was my MO.
Okay, well, what's your MO? I don't know all the specifics.
Women.
You just kidnapped
Jesus
women.
Christ. This is so much
Balcony.
worse than it sounds.
Women, balcony.
You throw women off balconies?
Yeah.
No.
How is that worse than it sounds? No, that's pretty bad.
No, I don't do anything except point a gun at them and say, "Get out in 10 seconds or I'll shoot." But I've never shot. So gravity.
Okay, but
So
you're
you know-
reformed now, and you're never gonna do that again.
Exactly.
He hasn't done it in a while.
It's been like 42 days or something.
Oh my goodness, I'm really impressed. Congratulations, man.
It's like an addiction. I have my 2-month ship.
Wait, how did you get a 2-month ship? It's only been 42 days.
I'm not good at math. That's why I want to be a cop.
That's accurate, actually.
And I just thought, as a woman who hadn't been thrown off a balcony and who had a pleasant conversation here, I thought, maybe you'd be a good person on the list to vouch for him.
Well, so far it's all been cops, so that's very good.
Well, there you go.
Stand by.
Except I don't think Lily is aware of what she's... What?
Hey, you know that
Well-
guy who, with the green band that kidnapped you?
Who?
Yeah. Should I
What?
vouch for him? Or,
Who?
no? He wants a reference. He wants a reference that he's, not gonna throw girls off balconies anymore. Oh, girlfriend said no. Sorry, Richard. Okay, bye.
Who's your... Who?
You did not.
Yeah, he did. That's
Who's
how
that?
I knew about him.
Like you.
Who? This is hearsay.
No, I think
No
this
vouch
is
for you.
another apology that might need to be made.
Okay, I can't apologize to anyone until the one that got away gets her apology.
Got away.
Kiki, do you love me?
He did it to Kiki too,
Only
Tessa?
partly.
He was, I think, planning to.
I like green, and her hair was green.
Oh, I love Kiki's hair. The green and blue. It's
The
the
heck?
best hair.
Why didn't you ever do it to me?
Because you're a cop, and I don't do it to cops, because I love
What?
cops.
That's a good, at least we're safe.
What, are you jealous now, Tessa?
No.
It sounds like it. Why?
Just saying I wear green all the time.
You want me to throw you off a balcony, boss? I got it.
No. I just didn't understand his MO.
Who are you
But
on the phone
if you don't go
with?
after cops, then I guess whatever.
Yeah, it sounds like
Sarah.
you're jealous.
She's the therapist.
Sarah Tonin? Hey, I didn't throw her off. She convinced me
what?
not to.
Oh, yeah, I know. After you kidnapped her.
She convinced me not to. She
It
broke
doesn't
through
matter
my-
what
You kidnapped my girlfriend, and now you're asking for a reference.
She broke out of my exterior shell and saw the warm nougat inside, and
That's why I called and asked her if she wanted if I could give the reference. Well, she said
I
no.
let her
So,
live. Yeah.
thank you for that, but
She's
no
saying
reference.
no. She's saying no because she doesn't know that I'm trying to change. You should call her back and say that because of her, I am Newman.
Newman with nougat.
No, Newman.
Richard said he didn't try to kill you, and you talked him out of it. Now he's trying to be a better person.
Tell her she's a hero. She has
you're a hero,
inadvertently
which I agree with.
saved all women.
Maybe you should apologize to her.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's yelling, "I'm sorry" through the phone.
Sorry, I had onions.
Okay, get away from Avery. Back it up.
She allergic to onions?
No, that's just stinky.
Wait, the second time you saw her, you were dumping bodies. You met her
What?
twice,
Wait.
and you kidnapped her and then dumped. This is not going well.
Dumping bodies?
Richard!
Wait, no. Elaborate. I don't know what you're talking about. What, when? I can explain.
Bro!
No vouch copy.
Every time I
What does she
talk to
mean, dumping
Richard, it
bodies?
just gets
When,
worse
where,
and
who, what,
worse.
Why?
Oh my god.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is hearsay.
In Flames, by the way, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it.
Alright, copy. Alright, oh yeah, no, I'm good. I'm at MRP. He says he's sorry and he hasn't kidnapped anyone in 42 days. But that is all. Yeah.
Have a good one, guys.
You too.
No, you.
Oh.
Alright, what do you have? How about that?
No, you.
Okay, sounds good.
I've done my
You're
duties for the
amazing.
day.
Love you too,
Thank you
Faye.
for your service.
She said still no vouch, but she's willing to have
It's
a
a
session
thankless
with you if
job.
you've actually changed. And then
Oh
vouch.
my god. The last therapist was corrupt and told my confidential stuff to another person. You think I trust therapies?
Who did that? Are they still currently a therapist?
I don't know. I forget everybody.
Okay, confidentiality only goes so far. Were you telling them about some of the stuff you were doing? Exactly.
I mean, do they still keep that though if it's in the past?
Absolutely.
No, because it's supposed to be if I express interest in harming someone now, not what I've done before.
Yeah, that.
Okay, so you kill a guy, and then because you go to therapy the next day and you tell your therapist you killed a guy, does your therapist not do anything about it because it happened yesterday?
Isn't that how confessionals work in church?
They're not.
What?
They're not. What?
Like, I go to a priest, I tell him I did some bad stuff, he pardons me, and I'm free to go. I'm forgiven.
No.
Shit.
Not in the eyes of the law.
If it happened within like an investigative time frame, you know,
Statute of limitations.
yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. But then, don't you need to open up though, and talk to somebody?
Yeah, see, how can they fix me if I don't tell them about the women I threw off of balconies?
And how many times have you done that?
Nah, baker's dozen.
Oh my god.
How long ago was this?
Yeah,
I don't-
baker's
I mean,
dozen.
he's going
At
through
least 42
expungement.
days. Yeah.
I paid the time. I did the crime, allegedly. Anywho, Avery, Tessa doesn't want to see my super secret that I want to show. Would you like to see my super secret?
Sure.
Avery!
What?
Have you not
Okay.
learned?
You know,
He said he doesn't throw cops off balconies. I'm good.
Exactly. I love cops. Who's that?
who's what?
Is that Harvey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My man, Holden.
Now I don't get to see the secret.
Don't worry.
You want to go somewhere alone with this man.
I thought he was going to show me a secret.
Let me tell you about the last person who did that.
Did what? Went with me?
Yeah.
Who?
Oh wait, no, it was you who went with them. Never mind.
Yeah, I went with choir and I
Oh
fell in
yeah,
love.
you were involved
Oh.
in that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then he ran me off the road to see if it was me.
Was it you?
It was me.
Oh my gosh. It worked.
But, you know, I forgave Harvey and I had a crush on him for a couple days, but
What
then I
the
met
hell?
Bloom.
Oh, he does that.
It's just a little crush, you know. It's like watching or listening to One Direction, and you think the guy.
Is he gonna like drop a crate on me and crush me? Is that what that means?
What?
What?
You know, like I'm gonna get crushed under the weight of like a boulder or something.
You never had a crush?
Well, he doesn't do that anymore.
I never did that.
Oh,
Yeah, boulders are too heavy. You gotta like.
Wile E. Coyote looking ass. You guys like Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetie bird. Great.
Come any closer to that rope and I'll cut it. What?
That's not a laugh an expunged person would do. That's a laugh a murderer would do. Get a new laugh if you're gonna be expunged.
No, I need that laugh so that when I have
While
a
you're at
car...
it, get a new cry.
Yeah.
Why you guys bully me? I'm trying to get out
I'm
of crime
yanking your
because
chain. You're fine.
all of... Wait.
I'm going to
That's
bed before I stay up way too late.
Good night.
Goodbye.
All right, see ya.
Did you go into the
Henry
back of
okay
my
over
van?
there?
Did you go into the back of my van, Tessa?
Me?
You said you're yanking my chain. Did you steal my chain?
No, it's a figure of speech, like I'm pulling your leg or
Oh, it's like
you
an
know,
idiom.
I'm joshing you.
It's an idiom?
Don't call me that.
Call you whatever the fuck I want.
Ah, don't say that about her.
Sorry. Avery?
Don't insult my boss.
Avery?
Yes.
Look at Twatter.
What happened on Twatter?
Tessa refuses to share that pizza with me. I don't know.
Why do you want the fly
Because
covered
it's
pizza to be shared?
gross.
It was fresh when I offered it.
Also, there's meat on it. And you know I don't eat meat.
No. That is fake. That's fake meat. You know, the grass burgers.
Why would you ruin a pizza with fake meat on it?
Because she's vegetarian?
Yes.
Okay. Wait, you're not the other one?
Vegan?
Yeah.
Are you?
If I was vegan, I wouldn't be able to have cheese or probably whatever bread you're putting the pizza on.
Oh, I love bread.
Oh, bread's so good.
French toast? Forget about it. You guys like soup?
Yeah.
I love soup. Any restaurant I go to, I ask what's the soup of the day. But then one day I went to a bar and it was midnight, so the soup was old. And I had it.
New soup?
No, because it's the soup that's been in there since they made it. And it was midnight, so it was old. All I can tell you is I got sick.
Uh-oh.
Tessa!
You motherfucker!
Hi!
Damn it!
Ow, Flop! You didn't even get a hi. That's okay.
Oof.
Mr. Flop just ignored us. Only said hi to Tessa.
Well, he and I have a thing.
Oh?
Yeah, it's
Don't off the balcony?
It's a romantic thing.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
and him
allegedly.
probably have a thing too.
Who?
You and Avery?
Me and Avery? No. See, the thing with Flop's real, though, because a girl told me what he said.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
What'd he
this has been
say?
fun. But I have to go to the robbery.
Okay.
See you guys later.
You take me?
Always
Goodbye.
a pleasure. Tessa, bye, Richard. Nice to meet you, I guess.
Can you take me?
I think. What?
Can you take me?
No, she cannot
Can't
take you to the robbery.
But here's the number. You can call me later. Okay,
No.
bye.
Oh, God. No.
Oh,
No.
I'm in love.
Oh, God.
What?
You're ridiculous.
See, Tessa, what you gotta realize... I won.
You won? How did you win?
I got the number.
I'm pretty sure she gives her number out to everybody.
Yeah, but I didn't even have to ask.
The only reason I feel like she stuck around and talked to you is because I told her about things.
Oh my god. Why can't you just let me feel good about myself?
I don't know. I'm sorry that I bully you a lot.
You bully me a lot and it makes me sad. And
I'm
some
sorry.
days,
Listen,
some days,
I do it
I'm
because
just
I
don't
kind
wanna
of
wake
like
up.
you and I think you're funny.
Really?
Not in a weird way, but I do think that you are
what would make it
pleasant to be around. And if you do still want to continue this journey, I will help you.
Really?
If you do the right things,
I have done all of the things.
then keep at it.
You gotta help me with Lucy, though. She gave me an
Lucy?
impossible task.
What?
She said she would only give me a reference if I did 5 good deeds for 5 women, and that's just impossible.
Okay, well, you just had me and Avery. You could ask for our help.
Yeah, but like what I mean is like, cause like since I have such a notorious past with women, I sometimes I just run up to a woman and I say, "Let me help you," and they go, "Ah!" and they run away.
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
But how else am I supposed to like help them?
Well, I don't know. Just walk up to them like a normal person.
Okay, let's role play.
Hey. Wow, what a nice day it is. I am a woman minding my own business.
Hello, woman
Ow.
in a wheelchair. Do you need help? I will push you across the street. Let me push your wheelchair.
I don't think that's necessary. You know, I got everything I need. Oh, you are now pushing my wheelchair against my will.
Whoa, chill.
Ah!
You need to go to the store? What store do you need to go to, ma'am?
Well, get away! Help me!
It's okay.
Let go! Wait, actually, like...
Wait, what the? Hello?
You lost the scenario.
I lost?
Yeah.
But I'm a W citizen.
So, here's a lesson for you. When you encounter a woman who is minding her business, your first thing that you need to do is see if her business is something you can interrupt. What if I was busy?
Okay. Let me put you into my thought process, okay?
Okay.
It is nighttime in a sketchy area. You are a little woman in a wheelchair, vulnerable.
I know you call her little.
There are ne'er-do-wells around these parts, vehicles getting broken into. You know, you're in danger, and you know it's like when a dad is telling their daughter, "Don't you talk to that boy, he's no good," but the daughter's like, "But dad, he said I'm cute." But the dad knows what's best and does it for his daughter despite what she says.
But you forgot one thing.
So you're like my daughter.
But you forgot one thing.
Okay.
I have a gun.
I don't know how to whistle, but
And you also gotta remember, when you ask a woman a question, if she says no, you should not do that thing. That's basic consent. And then when you asked if you could push my wheelchair, I said no, and then you did it. That's bad.
But I identify as a wolf, so I'm like a helping wolf, seeing dog. Assistance dog?
Well, that's just kind of, you're discriminating against my, current status right now. Because I can't,
That is true.
just because I'm in a wheelchair doesn't mean that I need a dog to help me.
This is true.
I was getting around just fine. And actually, you've inconvenienced me by pushing me down the stairs.
Well, would you like my assistance to get back up the stairs, madame? Tips Fedora.
Yes, I would like your assistance.
Okay. So we're gonna
See,
do
that
this.
was much better.
Should I take you through the door on the side with the ramp?
Yeah.
To the left?
To the left?
Or
Oh,
the
no,
one
no,
in
no.
the parking lot?
Straight ahead, there's a ramp.
Oh my god. You gotta oil these wheels. I feel like they... Oh, oh! I don't want to turn that far. Watch out. You're turning! You are turning! That's not me! What are you doing?
Ow!
Stop! Hey, we got this. Shoot! Ow! You're running over my toes.
Now you see? That was much better. You approached me. You saw my predicament. You asked if you could help me, and then you did, because I said yes.
This has been a great learning experience. Now, I still need to show you that super secret.
What is it?
It's something out of this world.
Okay. How far is it?
It's pretty far.
Okay, we'll do a
Like I
rain
said, it's
check.
out of this world. Oh!
Yeah,
with the
we're gonna have to
pizza?
do a rain check.
She's twatting. Hold on. Gee.
Hello.
Hey, do you want to come and have that conversation with WhatQ?
Oh, I'm shy now.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Sure. Let me.
He's shy now.
He's shy now. Are you guys at MRPD?
Yeah, yeah, we're out front.
Okay. Okay. It'll take me a minute, but I'll come over.
I
Okay.
need to go get dressed.
Bye.
He needs to go get dressed. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, okay. Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
This is fine. Well, 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 if it isn't Tinker the Stinker. How are you? doing good. Feeling better this week than I did last week. Pretty not good last week, but we're getting through it. Land coming in with the gifted sub to Tinker. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Well, it's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We're waiting on some people to come back. No, she hasn't had to change her bandages. It's every 6 hours. Tessa had a surgery yesterday, so that's why she's in the wheelchair right now. It was hip surgery and spinal surgery. They took a bone section from her hip and put it into her spine, and also put some screws in her spine, so she's recovering from that. And what the heck? Does that wake you? Oh my god.
There, ma'am. I'm just about to clock into work. God damn.
Why are you the way that you are?
What's that, ma'am?
Why are you like this?
I think this is a case of misunderstanding, misidentification. My name is Marty McPie.
What the?
Oh my god.
Why are you?
Marty McPie needs to go over here for a second.
I think he's doing a bit.
Oh, okay.
Why are you in a wheelchair?
I fell down a mountain last night. And, really fell down it and hit a tree. And then Holden Maddox ran me over with the pride truck earlier, so made it worse.
Oh, well, yep. That'll do it.
Yeah. What is he doing?
I don't know.
Okay.
He was acting normal, and then as soon as I said I was gonna call you, he said, I'm shy now, and then he said he needed to go change his clothes, and then he came back as Marty McPie.
Marty McPie. Okay.
I have a
and now
gun.
he's crawling. Okay, good, because I don't anymore.
What?
I don't feel ready to buy a new one yet.
Okay, well, I wish I'd known that. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hello!
Oh, hello! What happened to Mr. McPie? Did you see where he went?
This is me.
wow.
It's Richard.
What?
Hi, Richard.
Richard. What are you doing?
I am the ghost of Christmas future. This is me in the future after my sincerest apologies to Miss Kiki Pendragon, the most elegant and amazing person in the world.
Oh,
That's you.
wow. Give me one moment. If I don't answer this call, he'll get worried I'm dead. Hi, I'm gonna call you back. All right, bye.
That's a phone
Well,
girl right
I'm
there.
I'm sorry. If I didn't answer his call, he would have thought something happened to me.
Your pants are psychedelic.
Thank you.
Reminds me of Austin Powers. That's a good movie.
Yep, that is a good movie.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah.
So Richard was just wanting to apologize for, making you uncomfortable all those times. And, he wanted to kind of explain to you why he was acting that way.
Okay.
Well, it's tough, You remind me a lot of my mom. But at the same time, you remind me a lot of my ex-wife.
Huh?
And it's hard. My wife left me for my dad.
Oh, no.
And my dad left my mom for my ex-wife. And, it's hard.
And I remind you of that?
Well, after that happened, my mom and I started living together, and she picked up smoking, and it's hard.
But I don't smoke.
But then she was on her last cigarette, and she asked me to go get some more for her, so I did. And when I was at the gas and gulp down the road, fire trucks were driving down the road, and I chased after them to find my house burnt to ash, and my mom no longer there. She burnt to ash.
Oh my god.
And I guess at that point you reminded me more of my ex-wife, who I blamed for the whole thing, because she looked just like you. She looked just like you, and I wanted to throw you off a balcony.
What?
But
yeah, that was his MO. He liked to throw people off balconies, but we're past that, right, Richard? It's not a thing anymore.
I'm changed. I am in my expungement. And you...
And she?
Look nice.
Thank you.
What is it?
It's a meteor.
What is it?
It's a meteor. It's a meteor in Sandy Shores. It's a meteor in Sandy Shores. You're at MRPD. That was a meteor in Sandy Shores.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you like help in your wheelchair, ma'am?
No, I'm okay.
Oh? I remember what we talked about.
Consent?
No, consent.
What?
Consent.
Yes. Did she give you consent to push her on the wheelchair?
No. So
what do you do?
Don't push her
Good.
wheelchair. Good?
Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, we're learning. We're practicing consent.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't want to get
doing
thrown
great.
off the balcony.
I do not want to get thrown off a balcony. That would be great.
Okay.
So
See?
I will get you flowers.
Oh,
What's your favorite flower?
hydrangeas.
What the fuck is that? You're gonna get a tulip.
Oh, okay.
I have lots of
That's-
tulips.
That's progress.
Yeah,
Now-
tulips are nice.
Do you want tulips?
I don't need flowers.
Chocolate?
I like chocolate. Yeah.
I'll get you some Ferrero Rocher, the most expensive, overly priced
Oh,
chocolate.
you don't have to go that far. Like regular chocolate's fine.
Great value, 2-cent chocolate.
Honestly, sometimes that kind of chocolate is better than the expensive stuff. So like,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. So
Success.
even with gifts, we have to get consent.
Uh-huh.
So if she said she didn't want flowers, you know, that's she can maybe pick something else, or she could just say no.
Want money?
You don't have to give me money.
Want $176?
Sure.
That's all I have for the next month.
Oh, wait, no. Then no. Don't give me that if that's all you have. No.
Okay, I have to pay child support for my 15 kids.
You're what?
My 15 kids.
Okay, then definitely don't give me your money.
None of them are
need it
mine,
more.
though.
What?
None of them are
You're-
mine.
You're paying child support for other people's kids?
Oh no, they're biologically mine, but I just test you.
Oh.
Test you.
Like
Why are you
surrogate?
paying child support on that?
They gave out my information.
That's really.
That
should-
doesn't seem legal.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, no, if you made a donation and they used it for like, you know, artificial insemination and stuff and then gave those women your information, that doesn't feel legal.
Oh,
You're not responsible for those children.
I did. It was underneath the bridge through that alleyway.
Yo.
Oh.
Okay. Well,
That-
I mean,
I made $60.
Oh.
And I got to keep the magazine.
Oh God.
I wouldn't have kept that.
It was mint.
Okay. Anyway, I think the bottom line here is that, you know, Richard understands that he pushed some boundaries and he made you very uncomfortable, and he's working on himself to become a better person because
I started going to the gym.
he did do that, yeah. He is 42 days deep into his expungement.
No, at 12, but
Oh.
because the
Wait.
30, I think they messed up.
Oh, I see. Okay, so he's already 30 days in, and then he's 12 more days in with his expungement. As far as being clean goes,
I
or
have to wait
crimes
another
and
18 days.
so he is trying to better himself. He hasn't hurt anybody or made anyone hurt themselves. And he's no longer pushing people off balconies, which is great. That's progress.
That's great.
I never pushed.
Okay, he's never parking his van
throwing people off
against a balcony.
I did this.
Oh boy.
Jump out or I will pull the trigger. And then they
Oh.
would jump out and go.
Oh wow.
So, and that's no longer in the plans, which is great.
Okay.
That should continue to happen.
No more additions to my journal.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you can still, add things to your journal, just
No.
not those things.
It's more of like an inventory.
Oh.
Oh boy.
But that will be that as soon as I'm accepted, I will burn it up.
Okay.
I just want you to know I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, that's. Thank you.
And you will never hear from me again.
Oh, all right.
Unless it's me arresting you. In which case, there will be no personal biases, and if you did the crime, you're doing the time, okay? I am not friends when I'm on duty, all right? I am
Okay.
Officer McPie. Woik you.
No, yeah, you're Officer Woodq, if you were an officer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Richard McPie Woik you.
Is McPie your middle name?
I mean, a middle name's subjective, right? I can make it, choose whatever I want. I like Gravity Falls, maybe I'll choose Dipper.
Oh, okay.
Anywho, this has been a huge success. Reference?
Let me think about it. I am.
Yeah, let's.
I'm very
let's
big
maybe
on
give
actions.
her some time.
Yeah.
Actions.
Yeah,
But the
actions
whole point of
typically
the
speak louder than words for me.
But the whole point of the expungement is that there's no actions. I don't
Well, I
do
mean,
anything.
no, that's the
No
point.
action is in itself an action.
No more demanding people get me for you or my number on
no more
Twitter. And...
So yeah, so can you explain that to her? Why you were doing that?
Because I wanted to do this.
Well, why didn't you just go, hey there, could you let me know if Kiki is available? Like, politely.
I never went to school. I didn't
Okay.
learn social
We're working
cues.
on his social cues and things. We're working on how to assess the situation and know when
My
you
mom
can
burned
interrupt
herself down
people.
with the house.
Okay.
Okay.
Dog too.
Oh.
Little Billy Bob. He was a Shih Tzu.
Oh.
And then my dad died by getting hit with a van.
Oh.
Don't know where my wife is. I'll find her. And I'll arrest her.
What? What for?
By the book.
What?
By the book.
Okay.
I'll do everything by the book. I will not do anything not by the book. I will do it by the book.
All right.
We're making progress. That's
Yeah. You're trying, and that means, a lot.
He's putting
Who's
forth the effort. It's just that sometimes his efforts come across differently to other people than he intends.
Right.
Right, Richard?
Affirmative. Oh, sorry, 10-4.
Oh.
10-4? A firm?
A firm, affirmative, 10-4.
I know everything. Code 60. I need to get out of here. A cop's gonna show up and think I'm impersonating.
Yeah?
I did wonder about that.
I'm not, though.
Alright, go
to be fair,
put it
your
away.
outfit doesn't. Yeah.
I got this from the Halloween bargain bin.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Officer Sexy.
Oh boy.
Alright. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good night, Richard.
No.
What?
You.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does that. I don't know why.
This isn't my bike.
Oh, that laugh is really something, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's always like that. And He's trying.
Yeah.
His mannerisms definitely gonna have to.
I didn't realize he wanted to throw me off a balcony.
Yeah, he did do that. That was, I think, initially why he started stalking you, and then we started doing that "Where's Kiki" thing. That was more when he wanted to apologize.
Okay.
He expressed to me that he kind of has this thing where he falls in love with people.
What?
Well, just like everybody. You know how, like, the way he described it is there's some people who are asexual. He's everybody sexual.
Isn't that?
So he falls in love with people. I think so. I wasn't too sure if that was how that worked. He kind of just likes people. You remember at that case when he said Guire looked handsome?
I didn't remember that part, but I could
Well,
believe it.
yeah. That kind of makes sense for me now.
Oh.
So he forms very quick obsessions with people and thinks there's a relationship there. And he did have an MO for throwing women off balconies.
Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah. There was like a baker's dozen, I think. But, he is working on it, and I think any progress is good. So, I will take it. Whether you want to forgive him and accept the apology is up to you.
Well,
I won't tell you how to feel, but...
I wasn't even really sure what there was to forgive other than being a little creepy.
Well,
Until
yeah.
then.
That is what it is. I just thought that it would be good for you two to talk, at the very least, so he can stop bugging me about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the best thing he can do is probably just, keep some distance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Well.
He usually does keep his distance.
Yeah, I'm just not.
He was asking how to get up on the balcony up there behind me. That kind of distance.
Oh. Really likes balconies.
Yeah. He sits in Finkeldan's office a lot, and he took pictures of me as I came into work one day.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah. He's interesting.
Oh Jesus.
What the heck?
That's Jeffy.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I will, I'll let you go with him then.
Okay.
But thanks for at least hearing him out.
Yeah, of course.
I think that he is actually trying. I don't think this is him just doing a joke.
I can tell there's a lot to unpack there. There was a little worry of an Oedipus moment for a second there.
Yeah. I think it
Not
still
gonna
is.
lie.
I think
Yeah,
it still is. I'll be honest.
Well, I'm also glad to hear you're doing better. I assume surgery went well.
Yeah, it's just, you know. I'm in pain. Painkillers took away my appetite again.
Is that why earlier happened?
Yeah. I was on the phone with Harvey and I didn't realize I was gonna pass out.
Gotcha.
It sneaks up on you.
Well, if you need anything, let me know.
Okay.
You stay safe, okay?
No! You!
I'll do my best. I say with a wheelchair.
It's always fun to run into White Q. He's funny. I don't know what his actual plan is. Like, if he's just doing the lawn con or if he actually wants to be a cop. But either way, it's actually pretty funny. Oof.
Hello.
Hello.
Have a good night. I'm taking off.
You too. Have a good one.
Alrighty.
The door's opening. There you go, chat. She changed the dressing on the wound. Oh wait, that's not my trash can. Give Bestie Bloom some chocolate? Well, Pillbot would like to remind you that that's a felony. And I'm high command. Oof. Yeah. There was someone here just a second ago. I saw them. Where did they go? Can I ask Sav if I can give Bloom the poop chocolate? Jesus Christ. Already trying to get me to bend the rules, huh? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on here? Oh, God. Hi. Hey, what the heck? Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, did you leave this food here? It's the food for me.
Oh, yes, boss.
Okay, Bloom, did you leave the food in there or just the
I got
gun?
you some food because, sitting around doing nothing all day.
What?
It's me.
What?
It's me.
Richard?
It's Richard.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Did you leave that food in there?
Yeah, that's for you.
No? Okay, but...
I don't know if it's vegetarian, though.
And what about the gun?
Yeah, I put the gun in there.
Okay. What about the magazine? I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it.
didn't put that in there. No,
You're
that's not,
so
that's
gross.
That's not my Under the Bridge magazine. I kept that.
Well, what is this then?
I don't know.
I'm
That
not-
must have been
I'm
in
not
there
touching
from
it.
before. I didn't put that in there, I swear.
Okay.
Let me look at it.
Well,
maybe I'll recognize the pictures.
Ew.
Sorry. Oh no, I'm dressed like this, by the way, because I remember on no cap on a frizzy on a skidillet. About a year ago, multiple people confused me and Bloom. There was actually a cop that I went into the courthouse and they went, Bloom? Like, no, dumb fuck.
I actually think this is evidence.
Just a magazine girl or something. Oh. Sorry, sir. I'm gonna need you to step away from the milady. Thank you. It was open carrying alcohol. That's illegal, right? Openly drinking, open container.
That doesn't mean you punch him out.
Nobody's gonna know. He looks like he just fell asleep on the stairs.
What Q?
Bloom. Lewis?
Bloom Q.
Oh, that's good. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna send that to him.
You're on an expungement and I'm on duty.
Wait, no. Listen, I heard him say, I'm gonna steal that machete. I was defending. Stand my ground?
Don't do that.
Don't worry. When I'm a cop,
Okay.
I'll defend you from everyone.
Alright, well, I'm keeping the magazine. And the Browning.
It's not much. Okay. I mean, that was meant for you. I would check if they were used in a crime, if I were you.
Where'd you find them?
In my apartment.
Jesus Christ.
But I stole it from another criminal.
I have to go run this gun.
Okay. I can give you the number of the person I stole it from.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, see, I have information. This is why I'm Bloom CI. Don't tell anybody. I trust you. Oh, this might take a while.
Okay. Well, just let me know when you get it. I'm gonna go in and run the gun. Thank you.
Okay.
I hate this. I hate.
You need a push?
No.
Okay.
I got this.
Excellent.
Hey, Tessa. Are you alright?
I almost ran into you.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I like your I like your shirt. Does that say "Oh for fuck's sake"?
Yeah.
It's a good shirt.
Thank you.
What are you up to?
Well, I just got a gun out of the mailbox over there, and I was gonna go run it and see if it came back to anything.
Want me to take care of it since you're off duty?
Well, I'm kind of on duty.
Oh, okay.
Sort of. If you want to run it, that would be good. I have a lot
Yeah,
of
I'll
doors
run it.
to get through.
Yeah, I'll run it. This is Browning. Go double check something. All right. You got.
Yeah, I got this.
All right.
That's what I'm trying to put an end to.
It's clean. It's
Okay.
good. The only thing that it's been found in is just now it being deposited at MRPD mailbox.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sweet. I'll toss this into evidence, okay?
Okay.
How's your day been so far?
Well, so far, so good. I went to the town hall and then I went, where did I go? And then I went here.
Uh-huh.
And then I've been here.
All right.
On desk duty.
What, if you don't mind me asking, what happened?
Wait, I had my surgery finally yesterday.
Oh, congratulations. It went well?
Yeah. They said 48 hours I should be kind of doing some more activity and then, we'll see about full patrol after that, but it's gonna take some time.
Well, congratulations. What was the surgery on?
Well, I had a little bit of surgery on my hip and then my spine, because they used part of my hip, to, like, space out my spine, because they removed a disc.
Oh.
I got screws
I
put
know
in.
a guy with a metal disc in his head. They just took a disc out in your hip?
I don't know.
Oh. Well, you'll be better in no time, I'm sure.
There's like squishy bits between the vertebrae on your spine, so they took the squishy
Ew.
bit out, and then they put a bone there and put screws in.
Ugh. I don't like thinking about squishy bits.
Well, my squishy bit got too squished.
Ew.
And it hurt a lot, so I could have maybe managed it, but it would have been pain for like the rest of my life, so surgery was kind of the only option. Because I can't
Well, I'm
be on
glad you're all
painkillers long term.
Oh, yeah, no one should be on painkillers long term. Those are terrible for you, I'm pretty sure. I think.
They are. They do a lot of bad stuff.
Well, if there's anything you need from me, if you ever need someone to kick open a door, or if you ever need someone to kick open a door, or if you need someone to go get you food, let me know, okay?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, of course. Bye, Tessa.
Goodbye. You have a question? What question?
Human being. Doesn't mean I won't patronize you every once in a while, but I'm not gonna insult you. I'm working on it.
Jesus Christ. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Sorry. Yeah, we could go with that, Tato. I don't know. I kind of just felt like not having him on today.
All right. Do you want to make a formal complaint about that sort of stuff? All right. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you're making that sort of complaint, right? Because if people don't do that sort of stuff, then those sorts of things never get addressed. They never get looked into. Well, you're asking for an impossibility. Well, I'm trying to be proactive, right? But there's only so much we can do when we're chasing 30 different booths a day, right? We're working on it. That's exactly what I do.
Not too much of a lead to have this, but yeah, they're giving out guns, but at the same time, just someone having a gun, you know. Wait, you had the gun. Ain't too much we can do on that one. Ba-da-na-na-na. Ba-da-na-na-na.
To change perceptions of people. You've got a criminal history, right? A lot of the people who deal with you on a daily basis, they know how you are to deal with, right? That's
Bonk. Wonder how today has been on patrol. Oh, chat. Things are winding down. It's that time of the night, it would seem. Vibe check. I could see who owns the farmhouse, but I don't actually know what the address is. Let's see. I think it's one of these. And I couldn't even begin to tell you, like, what this road is called in the MDW. It was one of the ones near the prison, so it has to be one of these in this area. I think it's this one. You think Sonora? Grand Sonora Path? Sonora Way.
Traffic warning issued. Ripley, he said,
I
heck
don't
you,
know.
Ripley,
I
and then
don't
drove
know.
off. I don't know why. Weird. Crazy.
The bar. Maybe it's the
bad
bar.
blood with pockets? No, I don't think so. Very nice to the clowns. I would agree.
Run alternates? I don't know.
I would say I'm stern but fair.
Because that would
I
be.
think that's fair in itself.
Hmm. Oh, wait, yeah, you can GPS it, can't you? Aha! It's probably the bar. What's this one? So was there only the one? Guess it would be the whole property then. No, I don't want to ask Airborne for that. It's okay. He has a cow. We gotta let him keep his cow there.
For Dan, take care.
Otherwise Miller will come and take it.
Guys, we're setting up a haze
Good night.
deal. We're about to get repairs for free
Yeah.
there, baby. Nice. All was a little corruption.
Wonder if it's
You know?
decorated.
Never hurt nobody. Some light corruption, it's fine.
Okay, repairs should be taken care of now. At Hayes.
Ow.
Call Mercury Frost. She's too busy. Her words, not mine. Licking peanut butter off of her boyfriend's penis.
Can't confirm. She told me this as well.
Why did I turn the radio on? Oh, okay. What's this van doing? What are they all doing over there? What is, oh no, what is happening? Should I be worried? Oh god. Oh no. It's the clowns.
Low riders.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Tessa.
We started a new gang.
Oh,
We're the
Jesus.
sideshow.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
35 gang ain't gonna know what hit 'em, baby. We cruising low and slow like a barbecue. Everybody pose up on the whip so I get a good picture. Pose up, baby.
Oh my god.
Would you consider this impersonating a police officer?
Let me drop my hood.
Oh, too big.
Yeah, Tessa,
No, I wouldn't lick you.
baby, call us Professor Finessers.
Let me get out of your picture.
No, use a clown mom. You stay in the picture if you want. Sooty, pose up.
I'm in with a green. Thank you, lady.
I'll pose like this so it's like I'm part of it, and I got my own lowrider.
Yeah. Say sideshow.
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 Sideshow?
You get it? Yeah, it's on Twitter right now. Boom, it's on Twitter. Howdy. No, it ain't. It's loading. Too low. Too slow.
No!
Too low, too
You tried
slow.
so hard, Kirk.
I tried so hard. I'll post it tomorrow. But it's the
In the
biggest.
end, it didn't even matter.
I'm so happy you guys. We got low riders.
They look amazing.
Hope you guys parked it.
Oh man. Ugh. Goodness gracious, what a day. I think I'm going to skip the meeting, guys. I'm pretty tired and I don't want to push my throat. So I think I'm gonna call it there. But today was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for getting us up and above 900 subs, which is amazing. You guys rock. I appreciate it. I will never not be grateful for you all. So thank you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. And that you stay safe, kind to yourselves and one another. And I'm gonna find you someone to raid. Ooh, you know, this is a good one. I don't think we've done this in quite some time. We're gonna raid Benji. Show him some love, chat. I'll see you all next time. And yeah, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the support. Thanks for being cute and stinky simultaneously. And we'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.